that, I can tell you that couple of markets in India, like let's say Bangalore, Karnataka, let's say Maharashtra, there is a correlation between, let's say, a YouTube concurrent viewership and television rating, which is there in Hindi too. But some markets are, it's not there. But then why we can't strictly look at that from the YouTube concurrent viewership is that you can influence that by boosting.
Barun, YouTube might not be the only parameter, no? There are multiple parameters.
That's right.
So Hindi heartland might have more impressions on Facebook, while the urban cities might have it on Twitter and Instagram.
So Shashi, are we heading towards that?
I'm mindful that PK has a flight to catch, and this concert could take very long. So I thought, are we doing a session on
Yes. On the measurement
May I
rating
answer that?
systems?
Because I'm mindful my friend shouldn't miss his flight.
Right.
So,
Okay, finally, I think we'll ask for each one of you to comment briefly on how do you see the future of television news. And I have a proposition. I think the panacea for television news is, which is again very controversial, very radical, the total revenue of news industry is about 5,000 crore. So if I could give away 5,000 crore to all the news organizations, say that this is the revenue that you've earned last year, here is revenue for 1 year, and I'm giving you 1 year time to turn yourself completely pay and no advertising, and it will make do with your subscription revenue. And the consumers will decide whether they'll pay $100, $10 or $1 for it. Will that work? Or if there's any other future of news direction that you have?
So, my friend, can I go first? That's a very nice discussion for a conference room hall like that. Yeah, we are not going to go that path. So, may I make a suggestion? Be more practical. The practical thing is what I said. If you guys collaborate together, you know, collectively as a body, and I'm so thrilled to see this body together, so many of you, and you find in a ways, have faith, maybe offline PK can tell you, Vikram can tell you, we are getting huge traction for ourselves when we collaborate. You know, as we say, we fight by day, we are competitors by day, we are collaborators by night. Literally. The drink binds us together. So, you know, there is a lot. That's my message, which is more practical than what you are saying.
So you're saying future of news is to consolidate and don't fight? Collaborate. Okay. Right. Prashant?
Yeah, I think very simply put, loads of opportunities. These are days where we are all very also looking at different challenges, etc., you know, from the economy aspect. At the same time, this is a time where we can definitely collectively work and create fantastic solutions, right? So I see a bigger role of news channels in creating solutions for every task every advertiser is facing, irrespective of whichever market, whichever language. In fact, they are all strong points for us to deal with. My urge is to really, you know, take some of the points which we spoke, right, which is leveraging all our assets, look at technology solutions, look at thinking more as solutions for advertisers, get it more collectively, talk more, change the narrative, talk more to the entire industry, some of the new ones, some of the people who are in the new roles, etc. I think they are all going to be a strong help to, you know, get our pace much more stronger, right? Definitely, this is only going to get more bigger and bolder. You have a lot more assets which you are creating, each one of you in different phases while dealing in the same subject, right? And but the solutions and approach can be similar and be more collaborative. And as an ecosystem, all of us will work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Vikram.
Look, news was, is, and will continue to be highly relevant to everybody, everybody in India, everybody in the world. Since the question is future of news, I think the aspect I'd like to bring in is what will happen in a digital age. Currently, the way we talk about it is, we talk about TV, newspapers, digital, radio, so on and so forth, and we look at digital as a medium. Digital is not a medium. I think it's increasingly in the future, you will start looking at mediums a little sensorially as audiovisual, text, image, voice, experiential, like that. The audiovisual parts, even today, when I'm watching TV, and in fact this morning, for some reason my set-top box was not working, so I caught my morning news on online. And it was good streaming, same TV channel, but I was watching it online. Connected TVs coming in, so on and so forth. So it's going to become, from a consumer standpoint, highly seamless, whether you're watching it linear or basically online. Worldwide, if you have to look across almost all of these mediums, the way we define them sensorially, about 30% of the viewership is coming from digital, and that will grow. The way I'm looking at future of news and the opportunity I'm seeing is, somewhere I think breaking news will break now online because it's here and now. And I think analysis, perspective, insight, and dare I say, inquisitions will happen on TV. And I think that is going to be the part where you really need to build. And I think that's where all news newscasters, they need to look at their digital practice a little differently from their linear TV practice. And I think in these two things, breaking news versus analysis insight.
Thanks, Vikram. Karthik, your words, and if you wish to sum up this discussion.
Well, I think I'd like to sum up by saying that news is here to stay, and the immediacy and the urgency of news cannot be replaced, whatever the medium be, whether it is through your set-top box or through your OTT platforms. Unlike GEC and other mediums, where the human brain has the ability to consume content when and where they want to consume, news will always have that immediacy and urgency, which is by its true nature not replaceable. Which is also true for sports. I mean, when the sport is happening, you need to watch it there and then. And the same logic applies for news. But having said that, I think the future of news lies in multiple manifestations. And I think people themselves will drive what they want to watch. The role of our editors and people who select news is going to go down, and we are going to become more driven on what people want to watch. That's the future of news.
Thank you very much. I think we had a great session. Thank you for coming down all the way from Bombay, Shashi. Thanks.
Thank you all. I'll just urge you to stay on stage for 60 more seconds. I want to quickly get in founding president of NBF, Mr. Arnab Goswami, for a quick reaction as well to this inaugural panel.
I just was listening keenly. I know your flight to catch PK, but PK, Shashi and Vikram, 30-second thought from me. There have been unnecessarily jarring conversations between industry and news. This conversation can be a new start. I saw you say that news is a reach builder. So that shows your commitment from an industry point of view. But we all, one NBF, want to tell you, we all have an equal commitment to democracy. This conversation can be a game changer in the relationship between the media industry and the news side of our business. So we thank you, and we want to work collaboratively with you. In 1 month, we will come back from NBF with a white paper to you on how we can position our content in a way that is more applicable from a business point of view. I hope you give us an appointment when we seek it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So certainly the tone and tenor being set not just for the day today, but also the weeks and months ahead for the landscape of news in the country. Thank you once again, Mr. Prashant Kumar, Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Mr. Shashi Sinha, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma and Barun Das for that absorbing, riveting discussion, as I said, on the theme, the central premise of today's conclave, Future of News. And now we're quickly going to be moving across to our next session, Future of News, Bark and Beyond. To give you more details on that session, I'll quickly invite on stage my colleagues Krishna and Suyesha. Could we please have you on stage to introduce the next panelists and give us more details about the next session?
Thank you there. Yes, that was a cracker of a first session, wasn't it, Suyesha? It's time now to move on quickly to the next session. Up next is indeed a very interesting, quick and interactive session. It's with the Chairman and CEO of BARC, Mr. Shashi Sinha, who has just left the stage, requesting Mr. Shashi Sinha to take the stage again, please. And also Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, requesting him to take the stage as well for this session, BARC and Beyond. With the upward revisions in the sample size and the periodical hygiene check, BARC is the best bet available in the market for measurement. BARC has stepped up to ensure that their technology leaves a gap for undue commercial gains not. And in this session, as I've been telling you, Mr. Shashi Sinha, the Chairman and CEO of BARC, please requesting you to take a seat. Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, to take a seat as well. We're requesting Jaggi Panda, the co-founder and director at OTV, founder and director at Autel Communications, requesting Jaggi Panda to take the stage, and Suyesha as well.
And yes, of course, we also have Mr. Sanjeev Narayan. He's the founder of AM Television Private Limited. I also request him to grace the panel. Mr. Arnav Goswami, Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network and the President of NBF. He will be chairing this session. Rinki Bhuyan, the Chairperson and Managing Director of Pride East Entertainments. Thank you all. Yes, and we now leave the floor to the editors to begin this discussion.
Okay, we got one empty seat in the house, so Karthik, can I request? Oh, you've just had a session, so come on. We have enough issues with BARC, don't forget. Huh? And we'll open up to the house also. Where do we get a chance to sit with the chairman of BARC, the child of controversy? They say I'm controversy's child, today you're controversy's child. Shashi, thank you first of all. That was a great session, wasn't it? Let's have a round of applause for the last session. Absolutely brilliant. And we want to be candid. And I know this is going to be headline material. Chairman of BARC sitting with the organization and the channels who've complained the loudest to him over the last few months and years maybe. So Shashi, first question. Why have you agreed to do this? This is what you call self-inflicted punishment. I gave you a choice and you said, no, I want to do this.
No.
So why have you agreed to do this?
So I'll tell you. The session?
Yes. This session. No, not
you said the chairmanship of BARC.
Both actually, yes. Thank you.
So firstly, before we go, I want to make one clarification. I am chairman. The chairman is elected from the board and it's a voluntary position. The CEO of BARC, as was called out, is not me. You can imagine mentally Nakul Chopra there. And if there are any mental knives, please, all the knives should come to Nakul Chopra behind there.
Oh, God.
So I carry the good karma there. To this session.
On a serious note, yeah.
I tell you why I agreed to do this session.
Yes.
I believe we must communicate. I believe this is a large forum. And I believe there is a lot of issues, some real, some perceived, as far as new genre is concerned.
Yeah.
So just like you have this, of putting me under the spotlight, it's for me to also use this opportunity to communicate a lot of things which I'm reasonably sure will be a discovery to your audience today that that's not what is true about BARC. It's best to, it's easy to run away. It's best to talk.
So should we open the questioning round? Anyone wants to throw the first question to, who wants to throw the first question to, no, Karthik?
Can I first respond to what Karthik has said in the previous panel? And, I thought he had a brilliant idea.
Can you hold your mic closer?
He spoke about TV plus digital, and just to let this audience know, and Karthik, I'm sure you know, that we have worked with BARC for the see, most of the problems with BARC are not technology or capability issues. I've been involved with BARC, well, I've been chairman for the last 5-6 months, but I've been involved with BARC in many capacities. This is a statement I want to make, and I'm sure most of you know this, that it's not a capability, it's a stakeholder management, it's so for example, we have worked on TV plus digital 5 years back. We paid Nielsen 15-20 crore rupees. We had to write it off. We were ready to roll. It's all about stakeholders agreeing that, we do need a common currency of TV plus digital. There are pros and cons. What are the challenges? So, and that's going to be my theme all through. Yeah. So it's not a capability issue. It's a stakeholder issue.
Okay. Shall I throw the first question at you? My first question to you is on landing pages. And you see, there is a responsibility that BARC has. You can't dodge the responsibility. Allow me to complete. You see, nowadays you have TV channels who say, we have a lot of money, we are going to throw money, we are going to spend 20 20, 30, 40 crores and buying landing pages. If we have the money, so be it. We'll be the #1 channel if we have a lot of money. I mean, this is an absurd proposition. Firstly, I think no channel should talk like this. I think news is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. Now, you have the technology to differentiate between what is a landing page viewership and what is a normal viewership, right? If these channels say that landing page is a marketing tool, then it can be defined as a marketing tool. But when that marketing tool upsets the viewership pattern in what is a very sensitive genre, where the numbers are easily affected, BARC has the ability to differentiate it. Why can't BARC put out 2 viewership, with or without landing pages? It has the technology. It has the technology to do it. And the reason I'm asking you this is because would you want to see a situation, Shashi, where there are only people with lots of money who survive in the media business? Now we have corporate houses, biggest industrial houses of India doing the news. Would you like to see a situation, suppose each of them decides, we'll spend 100 crores on landing pages, let's finish the business, let's destroy, then none of us who are on the stage will survive as channels. And I think you are in a very strong position. Am I speaking for NBF? Yeah? You're in a very strong position with one decision to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
So may I respond? Thank
Please,
you for asking
please.
the question.
Thank you.
And thank you for making the opening question. Let me give you a context and not an evasive answer, but I'll give you the real answer. You know, I speak from the heart. Whatever gets me into trouble, but so be it. So, BARC created a landing page algorithm about, I forget, 3 years back. At that time, I was not the chairman, but I was involved running the TechCom, along with, the core TechCom is a broadcaster and an advertiser. So the then CEO of BARC, and there was an oversight committee in Praveen Tripathi, various people designed the algorithm, and they came back saying that we must cut out the entire session. So if we are discovering landing page, the entire session should go out, correct? Which is in a way what you're asking for, that the entire session should go out. At that point in time, the broadcaster nominee, and there's a point I'm going to make at the end of it, the broadcaster nominee on the core TechCom was from a large GEC, and he turned around and said, they were also playing cricket. He said, are you trying to say when I get a big tournament like IPL, and if you take out whatever the landing page, the whole session will go out, the whole match will go out. And he said, this is not acceptable. We are doing it as a sampling mechanism, and sampling is there if someone is staying on, so you find out what is less and you want to move out. This is one point. The second suggestion which was made, and then the advertiser member on the core TechCom, very respected and able guy, he said, listen, we as advertisers, and I remember those words vividly, we do shop displays, and shop displays, if you're doing merchandising, and if someone buys because of that, so be it. So this was the interesting thing. The interesting thing was that BARC had recommended knock off the entire session, and it was shut down.
So you are saying that in spirit, allow me to complete. You are saying that in spirit you disagree with the measurement of landing pages. On the shop floor issue, one counter to you.
No, listen,
if I go to a shop,
let me complete the whole story.
Okay, sure.
The story is there. Now, so point I'm making, what I have, where in my IPG hat is a separate point, in my point of view. But as BARC, our capability exists to knock off the entire session, correct? It was shot down by the collective wisdom of the board and the TechCom at that point in time, of which I was part of. Having said that, 10 days back, without going to, finally you must understand, BARC is represented, broadcast is represented what is called by IBDF, where all of you are members of IBDF, correct? So, rightly or wrongly, they are the ones who represent. 10 days back, with the president of IBDF, this issue came up again. And I narrated the story. I said, listen, it is your decision to tell us collectively, and then we'll carry the other stakeholders, whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not. In fact, the algorithm for knocking off the entire session makes our life far easier than doing this business of what we are doing. So now, this is just a 10-day-old story, and IBDF has to get back. It's not a BARC decision. It's a
Did you take a decision at that meeting of IBDF?
So IBDF has to revert whether they want to go. As you know, this is a split house. We also suggested, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. Correct?
Yes.
So my request is that it is not a issue of, and this is where when I talked about collaboration in this session, this could be one attempt. There are few broadcasters today who are for landing pages, many more. So it's for the IBDF to tell the organization, listen, we agree, you knock off the entire session. It will take off the entire session.
Since, I'm sorry I'm taking too many questions. After this, I won't ask questions. Promise. Odd. You see, I'm not anchoring tonight, so I have to make up. No, I'm just saying to you, Shashi, you're a reasonable person. You have great wisdom and experience, and I know that what you're saying is very genuine. We don't have a seat on IBDF, so we are such a large federation, and we are treated like we are not on the IBDF board, whereas others who have smaller groups are on the IBDF board in multiple levels. We would like you to, because you have great clout, to correct that, or do something to correct that, maybe recommend that. But in the interim, can I, on behalf of everyone at NBF and Indian industry, request you to allow us to petition you formally, and we've sent a petition you, meet you, and maybe as a group make a formal pitch to you on why we are pained by this, because we feel if India is only going to be run by 3 groups, one print group which has thousands of crores of rupees in its treasury, and 2 industrial groups who have tens of thousands of crores, then they can spend a few hundred crores on landing pages and upset, the news industry. We should have a balance in the news industry, we believe, and we would like to petition you for that if you allow.
You're most welcome. Like I said, finally, we ourselves have said this. I'm sure a lot of people in the room didn't know what I just said.
Yes.
That, chances are, please help me by raising your hands. How many of you heard it for the first time that, that BARC had recommended knock off the entire landing page, and it came back from the constituents, don't do it. So my plea to you, definitely you recommend, but I will go back to, unfortunately, IBDF is what controls the, it's on the BARC board. So I'll go back to that.
Karthik.
So if I may say so, we understand completely where you're coming from and appreciate that. The only limited point I would like to make is that for any reason, let's say this doesn't fructify and doesn't come to a conclusion, as there has been impasse on this issue for a while, at least what BARC has done in the past is that they have reported dual data, which means calling it out for what it is and saying, okay, this is the data with the landing pages, this is the data without the landing pages.
Which allows us to,
even if you put that out, which is a matter of fact, it will bring clarity to people and might even dissuade the people who are doing it, because they won't get the ultimate benefit of it, what they're trying to gain out of it.
we are petitioning for that.
Good suggestion, Karthik. I don't know whether you've done in the past, but if you say so, they'll be easy to implement.
We can formally petition BARC on this and meet them on.
So let me put this way, I didn't know we had done it in the past. So
no, sir, we are taking a flight on Monday. All of us are coming to Bombay to petition.
No, you don't have to take a flight.
We are very quick. Our federation is very quick, sir.
No, it will be easier for me if I figure out, as Karthik has said, that we have done it in the past, then firstly, I'm quite surprised by what he said, because if we have done it in the past, why would we have gone back?
Yes, sir. I'll give you a personal example. I remember when India News had 2 LCNs on DD Free Dish, and we had inquired from BARC and saying that 2 LCNs at that point of time was perfectly permissible. And while it was permissible, our data was reported, it said that India News runs on 2 LCNs. So
dual LCN.
Yes, dual
landing
LCN.
page we are not done.
Yeah. So when there is enough precedence in the past to actually report the data when you call it out for what it is, and all we are saying, you're merely stating the facts. So there is nothing wrong that you're doing. This is the data with the pages. This is the data without the pages.
Let's get some other questions. Jaggi.
Yeah, Jaggi Panda. So this is a question that I've even asked GVK, who's here, when he was with TAM, and is the contentious question that the sample size, the number of boxes have to really exponentially grow, not the gradual growth that we see now. So what is your plan for the coming few years in terms of what kind of growth can we see in that sample size, because that will kind of bring down the lot of ambiguities that we see in the data today?
So I give the answer in 2-3 forms. The first form is, I'm missing my friend Vikram. He's last promised having coffee. Maybe it's good to get him here, because he will answer the question.
Actually, yes. Is Vikram here?
But I will answer the question in 2 ways. So it's a very expensive proposition. As you know, BARC is about 300 crores in terms of expense, and bulk of it comes from the GCs, because there's a 0.75, 0.8% revenue which comes in from there. So obviously it's optimization of cost versus, Vikram sir, we need you here.
Vikram, there's a question on TechCom which you are
Jaggi asked a question which I think you're more competent.
Why don't you come up?
Yeah. So, yeah, I need you to come up. So the
It's an ambush.
the
It's a
tough
bark
question-
ambush.
So you know, firstly, what is the number of boxes going up? And
In terms of percentage,
yeah,
obviously.
no. So Vikram will answer the question. Will number of boxes going up, will it lead to relative errors being coming down? That's the question you asked. He will answer the question. I'm not sure. And at what stage it will happen. However, there is a big discussion happening at this point in time. Vikram and me are both involved on, and so had started this on RPD, return path data. Yeah, we are working on that. The problem with return path, and that's in my mind, a foolproof way of doing it.
Of course.
There are two challenges with return path is return path on DTH is possible. Not all operators are agreeing in the pilots at this point in time. Yeah. On cable is a monster. Yeah. And I will say something because I believe I'm a friend of the industry. So, and you understand I'm this part, I say in my personal capacity, not as BAG, that if you keep out, like some people are pushing us that, do only DTH and don't do cable. So time spent on cable is more than time spent on.
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And the implication of that is that total TV already is dropping, it will drop further.
Even the question is on the same thing, like as Jaggi says it, like today we are an amalgamation of national and regional media. But when we are sitting, we are totally represent our NBF as a federation. But the same question, since I represent Northeast, so we have a population around 45 million people, so touching every doorsteps. Our issue is that we are exempted from a lot of things like in DAVB, but when it comes to the TRP, that is a bread and butter. So ultimately, logistically, we are not supported. And the same sample size of 50,000, whether it's representing the 45 million people, like how do we do it? And in an earlier conversation, as I was hearing, so when it was News Live, Assam is okay. But in an other channel, when we have the Northeast Live, we represented the 8 states. But the thing is that in that case, when we are not logistically supported, our TRP level doesn't show high. And when we go to the planners, they strictly abide by saying that, no, you are not included. Then our existence comes into a threatening factor.
Absolutely.
So how do we explain that?
I'll answer the Assam question. I don't know, problem is in the forum you say how much you say, but well, I made that way, so I'll say. So there are 2 parts to this. Assam is an easier one for fix. We have been debating. You see, today Assam is part of HSM, rightly or wrongly, And when we do the relative errors, and I'm throwing this open for discussion so that, feedback can come as he talks of petition. Sorry, he's one of his there.
I'm here, no problem.
So one of the debates we are doing internally, and it's a contentious debate, if you understand the implication of what I'm saying, or I'm going to say just now, that suppose we treat Assam separately. It's not part of HSM. So, as a reporting market. Once we treat it separately, then obviously the sample has to be representative of Assam. So, sample may go out somewhat. But when you treat it separately, then a lot of broadcasters use Assam to build their numbers in HSM, may suffer. So, that's the debate we are doing.
But right now we have 2 TV channels. One is Assam based and one is Northeast based. My Assam based, which is News Live.
So I said it wrongly. What I meant was that take that whole part
Shashi,
out of HSM for discussion. Yeah.
Shashi, her point is
I
think Chiku can mention it better, but the point being made here is about sample size and representation.
Let me put it straight. That we all know that regional channels are the future. But when the numbers come, the national channels numbers are always, GRPs are always more.
That's not true. That's not true.
Let me just tell you, I just want to give you an example, since I have both the things, so I know. Now, you know that in the cable, the time spent is more. We also own a cable network, which is the largest one there. We have 25% subscribers who have not subscribed to any national channel. They only watch that regional channel in their own language. And I think this is the trend all across the country. A lot of MSOs are sitting here. So regional channels, there will be a population of 20 to 25% people who don't watch any other language. They only watch their own language. they should always have a 20-25% advantage on the numbers. But when the numbers come, we see that in the same language. You know, if other regional channels are there, their numbers are more than what the regional.
So maybe may I recommend we take this point offline, and because I've not understood the point. My point is that if you look at Andhra, or you look at Karnataka, or you look at Tamil Nadu, and you know the numbers, whatever we see, and you cut out the market. Like Assam, I called out because I know the problem in Assam. So here my impression is that the overall local language viewership is far higher than the national viewership. So therefore, I'm not able to empathize with
the point.
Why was the reverse path, methodology not adopted when we all knew that that was there, and with broadband coming in, almost all the MSOs,
So,
all the DTH
hear me
players,
what we are saying.
it was already
So here you're
two-way.
saying return path. So the point I'm making is that what I said earlier, return path, firstly, we'll take that 2-3 complications of return path. Huh?
Yeah.
The first complication of return path. So we are moving, but we are moving slowly in that direction. The first return path on cable is not possible. In most markets, cable is, you can't get return path going there. Yeah, they're not, the boxes are not enabled. Number one. Number two, as you yourself said, on cable time spent is more.
Yeah.
Our concern as BARC is a stakeholder body to ensure that perception-wise, total TV doesn't drop. Minute you do only DTH, it's not representative, it's not fair, because 60% of India is cable.
Cable, yeah.
And you can't ensure thing drops further. You know, that's the second point. The third point is, when you get return path, you will get household data. Correct? I am a big believer, if you go with household, makes sense, but you have to attribute it to individual data. Correct? When you attribute to individual data, whatever runs we are doing just now, we are working on it. The error levels are almost 40-50%.
Yeah.
Now that is something.
Yeah.
You
I
may
think
not want.
The issue,
I
you know
think,
what it is?
Sanjeev.
The numbers are very less. The boxes, sample size boxes are 50,000.
No, I think the point-
And they determine 130 crores. So problem is, since the numbers are
Vikram,
less.
can you please help answering the question, the larger issue,
Yeah.
which is why I called you, and you're the master of this. That
Since
in
you have
different
taken over
ways-
as the anchor of the session, Shashi, now. You and Sanjeev, and you have taken over as anchor of the session.
No, fine.
But no. But Sanjeev, let him answer the question because we're getting late for the next one. Yes, Shashi.
So, Vikram, would you want to answer the larger question of our 50,000 boxes nationally, or 4,000 boxes in a state like Andhra, or 3,000 boxes in a state, or whatever the number is, it may not reveal the numbers, or in Assam, are they enough, or will you take the
No,
sample
I
up?
want to rephrase the question. If I can add to it, Shashi. The point which was being made just before Shashi called you in was, what Shashi said and further, there is a belief that like in elections, when the population demography changes, there's delimitation exercise. Point being made is you are not represented enough in all parts of the Northeast. And the feeling among our association is that the representation of BARC is pre-decided towards certain geographies, and that you need deeper penetration. It's not about increasing the sample size. It's about where you will put that sample size. Am I correct, Riniki? That's the point that you were making. Logistically, you are not in tune with where the viewership is.
I think also the other point is that, to put it in simpler terms, is that when you talk about the Northeast market, you're only referring to Assam. That's the fulcrum. I mean, if you say Northeast, it means Assam.
Okay.
The other states are not accounted for or neither represented. That's the point that I.
Wow. Okay, it's with 200 million TV sets and with the kind of heterogeneity that India has, it's obviously to say that it's a challenge to actually be able to say what each channel's ratings are going to be with a high degree of accuracy. It's a huge challenge. And we've got some 50,000 homes that we've got a panel in. So that it is obviously a challenge. So that's just giving you the setup. Now, finally, how do we look? Let me take an analogy. Whenever, say, elections are happening and the psephologists come in, they do some fantastic work.
Yes.
Some of them are very, very precise, and some of them are off the mark. But you don't completely hang the guys who are off the mark. I mean, because they're also doing an estimation job based on talking to a few people and then coming back with a certain number. So I would urge firstly to have some forbearance with the rating system, because you can't expect it to be that bang on accurate, because if psephology is also not that precise, and some of them are actually very, very good. I actually think BARC also comes pretty close to what the psephologists do. They are more right than they are wrong. That's my first point. Having said that, the next question becomes the data that comes out. There are, for any statistician, the data needs to be valid and it needs to be reliable. Valid basically means that it should be representative, so it should be representative of the universe that we are measuring. And reliable is that if it says the rating is 0.1, it should be actually 0.1, it shouldn't be 0, it shouldn't be 3. Now that, for the validity of it, currently we have something that we call a baseline survey that we do, which sort of captures the entire media landscape, and from there we drive our sampling frame where our panel goes in. That is where we actually come back and choose where the 50,000 meters need to be. Would some districts or some regions be underrepresented? I'm sure they will be. Now, I guess at some point in time, the best way out is probably lobby like this, like you are doing right now.
Yes.
And maybe at the next point in time, we have to see that maybe Northeast, we don't just paint with one brush, but obviously take it in and make sure that you got representation. But that will give you representation. It doesn't take away from the fact that if finally you've got, say in Manipur, you have, say, 100 boxes, and you're supposed to represent the viewing of all the people in Manipur on the back of those 100 boxes. Is that enough or is that not? Now, that is where we look at something called relative error. And it's a statistical thing, and our attempt is to bring it down. Now, the problem is that because the time spent in the earlier panel, we alluded to it, since the time spent is so less in news, each individual who's watching news is watching it differently. So it becomes very difficult for us with any kind of precision to say that if the guys, I mean, if you've got 10 people in your panel in one particular city and you're projecting them to the universe, it's very difficult to say whether the universe is actually watching that or not. So there is a relative error that comes up. I think the implication for us is that since our entire revenues and everything are based on that, I think a statistician in your organizations should look at the data with relative error. You know, the problem that we are facing today is we're looking at the data very, very minutely. We look at the data and at an all India level, you'll be fine. But the minute you take a look at one city, and if it's a smaller city, it breaks down.
But Vikram,
within that, if you have to look at it by day part, and if you have to look at it for one particular channel, it further breaks.
But Vikram, what I would suggest is, since Shashi and you, we are having this chat, and we have to close now, what I am taking as a concrete takeaway, no, we'll have to close now, a recommendation here. We would like to visit you as head of TechCom, Shashi as head of BARC, chairman of BARC, as well as Nakul as CEO of BARC, and petition you on two things here, which have come up in the session. One is on landing pages and our views on it and how we want to put it out here for your understanding. And the second is on the demographic representation of parts of the country. So we will trouble you again in about a month on this. But I must close by saying that, yes, Shashi, closing
Can I say
thoughts,
something?
yes.
One, in closing,
yes,
one point I want to make. Since I've got this audience and some of them are not here, but I want to make this plea. Help us by helping yourselves, which is stop infiltration. You know, broadcasters, well, collectively they talk, and I hope you understand the meaning of the word infiltration which I'm using. There's a fair degree of infiltration. We are, and I'm saying it publicly, I have gone to the IBDF president and said, listen, we have a big problem in Andhra. Let's fix it, instead of hiding underneath. Whatever you do, 3,000 boxes, ma'am, 5,000 boxes, whatever you take. Infiltration, we need industry help. Otherwise, we will stop the ratings.
May I respond to you by saying that it is factually been proven, and I don't want to go into details, that those who are being investigated for infiltration are not in this federation.
No,
so I'll just wrap up by that. But I agree with you on the premise of it.
I'm making a...
Yeah, I agree with you on the premise, but I thank you for the generosity of your time today, both of you. Thank you very much. Shashi and Vikram, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, Shashi Sinha. Thank you, Ms. Jaggi Panda. Thank you, Riniki. Thank you, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma. On to our next session now. Media is often dubbed as a watchdog, but does it need a watchdog? Or should there be a greater push for self-regulation? It's been one of the biggest debates for us here in the media. Has self-regulation served its purpose? These questions have always been part of the larger public discourse, but very thought of having a watchdog outside of the industry body has so far been unwelcome. As news media expands its scope and ambit, it must invest in beefing up its self-regulation mechanism so that it is ever seen above board. To speak on the issue of whether the media needs a watchdog, we have with us today the National Vice President of the BJP, a four-time parliamentarian and the author of a book called Lutyens' Maverick, Mr. Baijan Panda, a short audiovisual, and then Mr. Baijan Panda's perspective on this issue. Fake news, false reports, disputable coverage. Is self-regulation sufficient to combat the menace? Are enough safeguards in operation? Or does the media now need a watchdog? Now on the NBF National Conclave, addressing the big question, does media need a watchdog? I request Mr. Baijan Panda to please take the stage. Mr. Baijan Panda, please. The stage is yours, sir.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak at the NBF Conclave on this topic, which I think remains perennially relevant and important. Does the media need a watchdog? This is an age-old question. This is not something that has suddenly come out of the blue, and this goes back decades and even centuries, because certain elements have always attempted to manipulate, control, dominate the media in ways that are not legitimate, that are not ethical. So if we go back to the issue of freedom of speech and our constitutional guarantees of freedom of expression, right towards the last few decades of colonial rule, where there were attempts to have a modern, world standard freedom of speech right built into our constitution and our laws, those who led the nation in those last decades of colonial rule and in the first few years of independent India, they let us down because they entered qualifications to those rights which have then been subsequently manipulated over the decades. Many of you will remember, at least those from my generation, if not the younger ones, way back in the 1980s when Rajiv Gandhi was Prime Minister, there was an attempt to foist a governmental control, a watchdog over media, and that led to a furore, and that plan was dropped. From time to time, some people have tried to come up with these ideas, but look at how media has behaved itself. It's worth looking at legacy media. Look at the marquee names in media. Many of them, in fact, I would go to the extent of saying most of them, have been guilty of misrepresenting facts on the ground, which the larger public didn't always understand, and once they understood, it has not been that easy to do away with it. Many legacy media would report a riot or a murder in starkly different ways, depending on whether the perpetrator was from a particular religion, whether the victim was from a particular religion, the descriptions and whether the names of the perpetrators were to be disclosed would depend on that metric, on that prejudice, on that narrative. And that narrative was set right here in the heart of the country in this core part of the national capital, which has been called the Lutyens zone. And the media and the narrative setters who made their homes here for decades were all guilty of it. Now, this is not something that has gone away, but because of more awareness, and I believe because of the explosion in media, there's new media that takes on traditional media, both in broadcast, in digital, and other traditional formats, although you don't see print media new entrants very much. So, what some of the member broadcasting entities of NBF, for instance, have shown, and shown very assertively over recent years, were for decades actually actively suppressed, as I have just been explaining to you. Now that has questioned the power equations in a manner which has disturbed those who have wanted to control the narrative, those who have wanted to control media, and you have seen the result of that. You have seen the results. My friend Arnab Goswami has been the victim of an attempt by a state government which took upon itself to quote unquote regulate media. Of course, I use that term facetiously because what they did was break every norm of constitutionality, every norm of legality, every norm of ethics, and every norm of plain common decency. Now, the question is, if you were to have a regulatory body for media, how would it work? It's not that we haven't had them. We've had, for example, the Editors Guild of India. How have they acquitted themselves? We've had the Press Trust of India. How have they acquitted themselves? Have they stood up for the rights of citizens? Have they stood up for bold journalists exposing facts? Sadly, more in the exception than in the norm. And particularly if they fit a certain set of media entities, particularly the legacy ones. Self-regulation, it's an ideal, it sounds wonderful. But let me ask you, all you people from the industry, if self-regulation was working, why did you need a new federation? Because the entrenched vested interests of media have never allowed real self-regulation to operate properly, to operate freely. The entrenched interests of legacy and of large media, especially those with great deal of investments from around the world, have always believed in creating dominance in ways that would not be approved of as a level playing field, where they have been anti-competitive. Some of that has been discussed in a couple of the panel discussions that I was pleasantly surprised to listen to a little bit earlier. Now, I don't want to speak for very long because I believe the point is succinct enough that we don't need to keep beating a dead horse. But I would be remiss if I didn't refer to a very blatant example of some sections of the media's egregious behavior, which begs the question of, do they need regulation and in what manner? Recently, a very well-known online platform has been caught fabricating news, concocting conspiracy theories, fabricating documents, fabricating emails to make a claim in support of a narrative, trying to paint a negative picture of India, trying to paint a negative picture of government, trying to paint a picture of online platforms being in bed with government, which was just not the case. Now, how did this get exposed? Over a 2-week period, it just so happened that they took on a global new age social media platform which ferociously denied it. Now, instead of acknowledging that there was a denial, instead of reviewing the material on which this social media platform, which is an established anti-government platform, they never have anything good to say about the government or the country. Instead of reviewing, they doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down on their efforts to continue the fabrications. To justify one lie, they had to make up more lies. To justify that, they had to make up more lies. How did it get exposed? Not because of any regulatory body. Not because of a media watchdog. Certainly, if there had been a media watchdog newly created by the government, there would have been outrage. There would have been real reaction amongst large sections of people, at least the commentariat. Did the Editors Guild speak up and condemn them for fabricating such fake news? Did any of the industry authorities speak up against them? They were exposed because globally, tech geeks took it upon themselves to expose this fake news, the fake doubling down and the fake fabricated documents and emails which came out. Now that's a great example, but it's also a telling story in itself, because this particular platform and some of their ilk this is not the first time they've done it. They have repeatedly planted fake news, but when it is countered, the counters are dismissed as if it is just a routine dismissal instead of going into the merits. This time the fake news was exposed because it became global, because tech geeks around the world who have no particular interest in Indian politics took it upon themselves to expose the fraud, to expose this fake news. Now, that won't always happen. We need to have such credible, crowdsourced efforts to expose fake news in India. Social media is helping to do that. I think it is a work in progress. I think such examples that I have just cited mean that we are progressing towards an era where this kind of blatant, premeditated fake news is going to get exposed more and more. Now, whether government should have a role, whether people should have a role, whether there should be independent crowdsourced efforts, whether there should be an entity perhaps of in the direction of self-regulation, perhaps a federation of broadcasters and digital content platform entities, maybe even legacy media, print entities, to take it upon themselves to have a charter, to talk about how media should behave and how their self-regulation should work. Now that would be ideal, but can it happen? I throw this open as a challenge to those of you in the industry to try and help make it happen, because otherwise there will always be calls for regulation because of these kind of premeditated narratives and conspiracies, and that's not healthy for the media in the long run. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to speak to you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panda, for that very interesting perspective. And of course, we'd like to tell all our viewers watching on their screens at this point that this conclave is streaming live on 40 channels as the discussions continue. So we are set to begin with the next session.
Absolutely. Over 40 channels telecasting, streaming today's inaugural NBF conclave live. So clearly ripples being created across the news industry today with this benchmark conclave, with this new initiative. And of course, remember, it's not just conversation that is happening today, but far-reaching decisions that are also being taken on this stage, which will have a huge impact on the landscape of news and the industry in the country. Today's, of course, conclave is themed future of news, which is what we are talking about through various sessions. What will the future of news industry be? What will the future role of BARC be as well, which remember is the ratings body in the country. We of course are also being joined through the day by various stakeholders from the political world as well. We of course had the former Vice President kick things off in the morning. We will be having the Governor of Kerala as well in the latter half of the day. We just heard of course from Member of Parliament Mr. Bejayant Panda. We'll soon be joined by a senior minister in the Government of India as well. And clearly of course the attempt being made today is to create a change in the news industry through a more equitable, more representative federation, that is the NBF, and of course the inaugural conclave is all about that.
Absolutely, and like Arnav put it, it is really the exchange of views that will pave the way forward when it comes to the future of the media and the kind of content that is put out. Some very interesting names also lined up through the day, and these discussions are only going to get enriching is something we can promise you. So are we ready to now?
I don't think so. We're just waiting for our next guest, Suesha. So let's just tell our viewers today, our audience today, a bit more about this first of a kind conclave. Now let me tell you that NBF, the National Conclave today, Future of News, is a first of its kind conclave brought to you by the largest congregation of news bodies. The NBF in fact truly represents and captures the diversity of news media with Gandhinagar, from Gandhinagar to Guwahati, Kashmir to Kanyakumari. So clearly of course we are bringing to you today not just a conclave out of Delhi, not just representing the north of India, but the east, the west and the south, Suesha.
Very true, very true. And that was the very idea of the NBF and how it came together, and which is why we have all the corporate honchos, top political bigwigs to join us in this event. I believe, Uday, we also now have a very esteemed guest lined up next.
Yes, I think he will just be joining us in seconds from now. He will be joining us in seconds from now. We will soon have him in our midst. And yes, as we've of course been saying that, this first of its kind news conclave is bringing you today those in power centers, those in powerful positions, of course, bouncing off ideas that will serve as a game changer for the news industry. Buoyed by an unprecedented need for it during the pandemic, the news media in India is observing a healthy churn like never before. This new habit formation thrives at the tri-junction of impeccable journalism, and in fact at this point we are now quickly moving on to our next session, a keynote address by Union Minister Dr. Jiten Singh, who is with us. A warm welcome to him. Could we please have a round of applause? Yes. Dr. Jiten Singh ji will be speaking to us about what the future of news reaching 1 billion homes would mean and look like. India's digital revolution has seen the transfer of cable TV to D2H, which has unleashed India's satellite technology, harnessing potential from a sole antenna being adjusted. We all remember that, the shifting of antennas when you were probably watching a cricket match or missing a key moment in a movie. But that is all of yesterday. Now we have, of course, numerous news channels using specific and the best satellite bandwidth to reach homes in high definition. With the advent of 5G technology, that was of course announced by Prime Minister Narendra Modi recently, along with India making strides in launching artificial satellites, we will have unparalleled broadcasting capabilities, and all of this also falls in the ambit of the ministry of our next speaker today.
Yes, and needless to say, this will also ultimately translate to the scenario of news reaching to 1 billion households, which is the eventual aim. This will also have its own set of challenges, and the regulation will come as a paradigm shift of content proliferation. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. To speak to us about these is none other than Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State for Science and Technology and Earth Sciences under the charge of the PMO. He's been a professor, a consultant, clinical practitioner, author of 8 books. and a newspaper columnist, and also the ex-chairman for the National Scientific Committee Diabetes and the Research Society for the Study of Diabetes in India. And to welcome him, we also have an audio visual playing out before that. After that, we'd like to have you on stage, sir.
Let's play out the AV, please.
At the intersection of telecom, media and technology are the regulatory bodies with a mission to nurture conditions for growth. With a vision to play a leading role in the global information society. Universal access and reaching 1 billion homes is key. A level playing field for fair competition is necessary. Joining us now is the Union Minister of State Science and Tech, Earth Sciences, PMO, Department of Personal Training, Atomic Energy and Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh, to elucidate on future of news reaching 1 billion homes.
Let's welcome Dr. Jitendra Singh on stage, please, for his
A huge
keynote
round
address.
of applause.
Thank you for your kind introduction. In fact, I was about to come and I then realized the introduction was still carrying on. So thanks for reminding me of many of what oneself tends to forget. Nevertheless, I must confess, I actually didn't know where I am going, what I am going for. So I received a message from Arnav and I am here because I knew it was going to be a good cause. And I think that about all defines the credibility of NBF. So I was sure Arnav and his team is up to something, so it has to be a good cause in the national interest, and that's precisely what I'm seeing over here. And I was just now told that it's 3 years old, and I must also have, I think I have no hesitation saying that Arnav and his team have, and the entire lot of this federation has actually sought to change the narrative in news reporting and also news comment. Somehow, though it doesn't seem very flattering saying, in the years, bygone years, there was a trend of sounding intellectual by being slightly anti-India. And that somehow, the mindset stepped in that it was synonymous with intellectualism. You had to be unorthodox, you had to be rebellious, out of the way, you had to sound little anti-national so that, and if you could grow a long beard, then it will supplement your persona. But I think that's very amazing. I've been saying this even for many years now because I'm glad that now the NBF has taken up this cause. But when we there, I think 2008, when we had the much widely publicized this Amarnath land agitation, and this was one of the only channels possibly which was supporting the cause, the channel which was then being managed by Arnav. And even in those days, I always said that this is a mindset which has got in because of our legacy of carrying the hangover of feudal past. And it seems very fashionable talking like that, though it's not done even in the most advanced countries of the world. So once I narrated an anecdote, soon after the 1965 war, when President Johnson had taken over in US because Kennedy got assassinated in December 64. And there was a press briefing by the president. That was soon after the war was over between India and Pakistan. And as usual, the president was narrating how the so-called Kashmir issue needs to be resolved, this, that, and the will of the people, etc., etc. So we had a journalist, I'm sure the old-timers will remember Mr. Inderjeet, who later on became a member of parliament also. So he used to tell, he said he suddenly got up and he said, Mr. President, don't you think many of the American states have also become a part of the United States in a similar manner, acceded or taken over Atlanta, Georgia, etc., etc. So the president immediately lost his cool and he said, gentlemen, we don't open closed chapters. that is a closed chapter. But in the Indian media somehow it became fashionable to open the closed chapters and not let any chapter close down. So even if you had to discuss Kashmir, you had to discuss Northeast, you had to discuss it with a narrative which would appear as if India is at a gross fault or committing a sin by taking a position that it is taking. And I'm glad that this group of enlightened journalists have actually sought to change that narrative. It is no longer unfashionable to be a pro-Indian journalist or a pro-Indian thinker or a pro-Indian intellectual. So to my mind, I think in a single sentence, that is the biggest contribution of NBF to the cause of nation, to the society, and I wish them a good work in future, and healthy criticism of course is welcome because that offers us an opportunity for course correction. But criticism just because it is a part of the Lutyens' evening jargon may not have a long life. And I think gradually it's begun to realize, and sooner most of us realize, good for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that address, Dr. Jiten Singh, and for gracing us with your presence. Could we once again have a round of applause for Dr. Singh? I would now like to invite Niranjan on stage to give us more details about our next very, very interesting session lined up at the NBF Conclave. Niranjan.
Thank you for that. Up next is a panel on the future of measurement. You've heard of BARC and beyond. We've had an extensive discussion this morning. Measurement is a key index for the efficacy of the news television industry in the country. It forms the basis for advertisers, some of whom were on stage a few minutes back, to invest their monies in a news platform. Considered how the system itself has come under scrutiny in the past, its evolution and revision rests in the hands of the able few. Here's a short audio visual on what you can expect from the next panel. All right, may I invite Mr. Shankar to moderate the session? Shankar of Fourth Dimension? Shankar. And joining Shankar as speakers on this panel will be Mr. Shashi Vempati, who's the former CEO of Prasar Bharati, the ex-CEO of Niti Digital, who has also served as an independent director on the board of the Indian Broadcasting Foundation in the past. A technocrat at heart, Mr. Vempati constantly writes on politics, public policy, and emerging areas of technology like artificial intelligence and broadband convergence. Joining Mr. Shashi Vempati on the panel will be Mr. L.V. Krishnan, who's the CEO at TAM Media Research. His expertise in the body has held the central media research body for the Indian media industry, carve a niche for itself on the global map. Pankaj Mishra is the founder and CEO of Chrome Data Analytics and Media in 2009, which has 6 proprietary distribution tools used by over 100 channels across the industry. And we also have Mr. Narayanan, the CEO of Alliance Nexus Advertising, joining us on the panel. Anil Airur, the Group CEO of Flowers TV, also with us on stage. And Angad Deep, joining us on the panel. Angad, please come up on stage. Shankar, over to you. Over to you, Shankar.
Hello. Can you all hear me? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you very much for being a part of this session. I know a lot of friends in this room, my news friends, are expecting firecrackers and all, and I can assure you that's not going to happen. And you know, the earlier session, we had people asking almost the same set of questions which we were prepared, LV. Okay, now I'm just not going to be making any further delay. Can I have a quick introduction from guys, starting from Angad? A 30-second introduction. It's all done. It's okay. We'll just get on to it. Okay, I just have 2 questions since we have just 40 minutes. The burning issue today in news as a genre, I'm talking from a business perspective, not from content. Okay, content is to be dealt separately. See, most of us, we run, the news channels here. I'm having this question for Narayan from Alliance. Okay, then we'll just take a roll. What I would like to ask you is, Naru, news today is still bought on CPRP. Okay, for people here, CPRP is basically cost per rating point. Somewhere I feel that on behalf of agencies, on behalf of you're a very strong representative of media agencies, you've been really unfair to us. Okay, the first point is you set a benchmark for CPRP. You have a national template of 1800 or 2000 or 2500. And you bias on that basis. As such, our genre is so small. Okay, ultimately when it comes to a point when you have to bias, the rates, other than a few national channels, I'm talking on behalf of both national and regional, our rates just don't increase. Okay, and a national CPRP of 2000 for a channel which does about 30-35 GRPs, then you can imagine at what rate you would want to buy. Okay, now the point what I want to ask you, is this basically you're trying to, you are actually in a mood not to increase rates. To avoid giving us a rate increase, you have these new terminologies of, national CPRP and so on and so forth. This is posing to be a big problem for us because 80% of the news channels today are FTAs. Our survival depends on people like you. So over to you and then we'll just go. And I'm expecting some gossip reply from you. Huh? We should go. We're all going live.
Firstly, good afternoon to all of you. It's great being here. Coming to the question specifically, my response to that is, firstly, news cannot be bought on CPRP. I think from whatever experience of 30 years and across media, and especially at Alliance, is one of the largest buyers of news in this country. I can clearly say that news is always on ERs and kind of, CPRPs is as a byproduct, by the way, in wherever it comes in. That's one way of looking at it. The other way, I just wanted to bring in a perspective where even if you look at the BARC ratings, by virtue of ratings, news channels delivered much more than news. Music channels delivers much more than news. But reality is whenever there is a burning issue or whenever there is a good cause or a great cause, the whole nation sits up and watches news. So I think that's the reality, which we have to accept it. So news channels cannot be ignored even for a normal FMCG plans and even of kind of a regular plans. So I think one needs to also go beyond ratings, and specifically I can give you some examples of key brands who have built, given the agency I represent, Alliance, there are a lot of brands which are built completely on news. I can give an example of Asian Shoes, which is a very challenger brand in a competing footwear, fiercely contested market, leveraging on only one program for 2 years or just in a prime time slot. And that's built great business for them. So where are ratings? And then there is a disparity between the ratings and actually what works in building a brand. So one needs to go beyond that. And secondly, coming to news specifically at the agency, we have actually looked at very robust and intensive methodology to capture what works. In fact, we do a lot of ROI analytics and a lot of econometric modeling to find out spot placement leading to outcomes. So I think somewhere one needs to move beyond ratings to measuring outcomes for the brand. And given we work with a lot of the new age brands, I think where they have a lot of data. So you match the data of where the spot appears, whether it was a 7 p.m. or a 9 p.m. or a 10 p.m. news, and we could see a delta moving. I think that's where the whole conversation I want to take it. It's like moving away from this CPRP bit to a kind of outcome based. And even within that, let me highlight from whatever analytics we have seen, it's the number of spots per day. The higher threshold spots gives a better response. If you go with very minimum spots on the news channel, it's a complete waste of money. I think somewhere, I think we need to have robust analytics to actually support and try and test different scenarios where we are able to prove the efficacy of the medium. But from whatever we have seen, news does build credibility, it builds trust to the brand, and it also helps build sales in many cases. So I think that's my response to your question. And if I've answered it the way it was expected, or I hope that is gossip to this question.
Actually, no. But I'll accept, but I'll take it because, you know, you've still, you've not been able to, you've given a reply. I don't think it will convince most of the sellers here. Anyway, I'll now come to Pankaj. I'm coming back to you.
Yeah.
Over to you, Pankaj.
Okay, so on the gossip side, it's more of an interesting statistic since I'm a data scientist. Do we have any research, people from research departments? I'm sure there are lots of them, right? So this is very interesting. It's simple maths. The question of sampling size has been done to death ever since LV, you and I used to fight.
That's my next question. So don't let out the answer.
So we can't. There is a research constraint. So during the days of TAM or during the days of Bach, we've come 22 years. I remember LV and I first met at the Leela in Bombay, and we had the same argument on National Geographic not being adequately represented. It's surprising to see that 22 years later, the topic is still the same. So I think it is fair to assume that sample nahi change ho sakta. There is a constraint. Ho sakta to 22 saal mein ho chuka hota by now, as Sashi also rightly said. The problem, I think, is elsewhere on the CPRP, to answer your question. So let's take a real example. If you look at English news as a genre, since Karthik was here, right? So English news, Arora ji. The average reach of English news is about 1% in a week. Means 1% of the total audiences watch English news in a given week. So let's take the sample size of 50,000 meters across the country, and let's take a leading market like Mumbai. So Mumbai would be what, some 2,000 people meters. If the reach is 1%, that means 1% of 2,000 people have broadly participated in contributing to the viewership. So 1% of 2,000 for a market like Bombay is 20 people meters in a week. So are 20 a representative sample? I don't think so, but even if 20 is representative, how many in a day? So you can't divide it by 7 because of duplicated content, duplicated audiences, but that's another 5 to 6 people in a day in Mumbai actually watch the leading English news channel on the panel. How many in an hour? 0. So how do you come to break ratings? Right? Unless there's a huge amount of extrapolation. So in my view, I was one of the first few guys. We did a huge CPRP buy when I was with UTV in 2007 with Palmolive, I think. That was a huge figure. Us samay tak CPRP relevant tha because the number of channels were lesser. At this point in time, I think this entire debate of CPRP to me seems flawed. It makes no sense. So
that's what I was asking. So
did I answer the question that did not?
No, both of you, whoever can answer. So which means the point is, you are actually using this as a terminology to bring down our rates even further.
No, I'm not saying. Oh yeah.
I'm saying today. Okay, now another. Don't think I'm using you as a tool on behalf of everyone. See, another point is, every time when an account goes for a pitch, when it goes from agency A to B to C to D, the only thing which comes to us saying that an account has gone for a pitch, rate or kam karo. GCs ka, we will not touch, movies we will not touch, but news channel, no, you bring down our rates by, correct, Akshata? I hope you agree with me. So I'm saying, like how he said, Pankaj said, shouldn't we be growing beyond this? I think to counter this, I think Anil, the last man there, will also answer. So, sorry, I just wanted to interrupt.
Yeah, absolutely. You should be growing beyond this. I mean, it's a no-brainer if you're having the same discussion after 22 years. Exactly the same discussion, right? So, there is a huge constraint, and I think Sashi also put it brilliantly. The gap is not technology. Right now, on my phone, I have an audio measurement device. So, if there is any live streaming happening, and that is already being mapped, you can actually know what content is being watched. This technology is not new, right? Zapper had done it in Bangalore. Other companies have done it, we've got it. Audio mapping is much simpler, but the problem is in taking the sample up. So you can take this to millions, but the problem lies in acceptance from the industry. It's not to do with technology, right? So digital is a brilliant example. If you are hell-bent on continuing with the same format, then really doesn't work. So the problem is not BARC or anyone who works with BARC. The problem is the stakeholders wanting to continue with the same terminologies of CPRP. मेरे हिसाब से क्या होना चाहिए? CPRP, in my view, should not be there. News, with all due respect to all the news owners here, if you put it very broadly from a consumer point of view, right? From a viewer, if you do good research, you will understand that हर कोई एक ही चीज बोल रहा है अलग-अलग formats में at different points in time. So everyone is giving the same news at different points in time. So it becomes it becomes mostly commodity. The key differentiator on content today or content consumption is availability. How many homes are getting it? That's why FTA content gets much higher reach than pay TV. So I think the best measurement here is to take the availability of content across some 161 million homes, one. Two, the availability of content on digital, right? So what's being watched on YouTube, on the browser, on an in-house app, or a Z5 or an MX player. You marry all of that data, you have a very strong indicator of how many people are watching which content. And then you have some kind of a quality survey to rate it in terms of quality. As simple as that. I think that will be a much stronger parameter. And then you can come out with better derivatives of CPRPs.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Pankaj just now said, that you have to move beyond these older metrics, take a 360 view, TV plus digital. Also, I think in India we have not done enough on innovation in content pricing. Think of new models, flexible models of pricing content, especially with so much more consumption happening online on an on-demand basis, where I'm not tuning into linear all the time. There can be different ways of pricing content. And I think that would give you that diversity, and that's probably where you can demand that premium or value. I think what TV9 is doing with the OTT model for English content, news content, I think is very interesting. I think those are the kinds of experiments that you should build on to take this industry beyond these, older constructs which probably made sense a decade back, don't make sense anymore with increasingly hybrid consumption, which is not necessarily, real-time linear. It's more on demand when I want to watch it and on the kinds of devices that I want to watch.
LB, for a moment, think you're the same old media planner from Chaitra and HTA. Have a heart and answer.
Okay, I think news is all about being regional, actually, okay? Local and hyper-local in nature. Okay? In that kind of circumstances, you need to think about, as a body, think about what is the next step that you need to go into, actually. One is having an overall industry measurement at a national level, etc. But given the fact that your reach is all about regional and local, is there a way you can create measurements in those hyper-local areas effectively, cost-effectively, at the same time giving you ROI on your businesses, actually? And that's where technology comes into play, actually. While technology is available, I don't think the industry has used it effectively in nature. RPD is a beautiful, strong solution that's available in the marketplace. Okay? Return path data through the set-top boxes. Return path data through the mobile devices. Return path data through your broadband connected television sets, actually. The world is changing. The audiences are changing. Okay? As penetration of set-top boxes has happened since 2018, when the government finally rolled out fully 100% the set-top box regime, 100% of the homes in the country are connected, actually, except for a few homes in Chennai, probably. Now, is there a way to exploit that? In the last 6 years, we have had experience using return path data on Tata Sky set-top boxes, actually. Okay? It is incredible. The difference between BARC and return path data is not the fact that the trends are different, actually, but it gives you granular data. Data at a microscopic level, actually. because you have around 100,000 set-top boxes only in Manipur itself, actually. Okay. So with that kind of a scale, you can dissect consumption data on television even more effectively in nature. Somebody like, say, Sanjeev, for example, who owns cable network, actually, or Jaggi, for example, in Orissa. Okay. Why not move on to the path of creating set-top boxes that enable you to provide data itself? So you're not then going back again and again to one single body and saying the fact that why is the data not representative of my area? Why is the fact that I'm not able to create usefulness that can give ROI for my business? Okay. Enough of it. You've already spoken about it 100 times, actually. There's no response to that. Move on with your life, because it's your business at the end of the day, actually. And if you cannot rectify your business, then ultimately, there's nobody else who can show you the path, actually. Okay. There are organizations in this country who uses technology, work with platform owners, and create data that brings efficacy and efficiency for organizations to work and get ROI in it, actually. Seek out to them, reach out to them, talk to them, and see how solutions can be created itself. That's what I could say as my point of view on this particular question.
Anil?
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to open in a very out-of-the-box way. So when we spoke about news, we say news industry. So why we say as news industry? So we should understand this when you are talking about CPRP. See, I will read about the quote about industry. Companies and activities involved in the process of producing goods for sale, especially in a factory or special zone. It's not my definition, it's Cambridge University definition. So whether you are producing news for sale as an industry to make profit is my first question. As media owners, are we there to make profit, to make money? Is the first question. Or where do you put a profit in a threshold? Do I know this much of money from the news sector? Okay. Or will I stop losses here and I will shut my news house or the media house here? Is the first question. See, in my language, Malayalam in Kerala, I have my news network where I don't play for gallery. Okay. I make profit from regional clients, not from national clients. I do have bar rating, where as per the bar rating, I'm number 2. As to the perception, I should be number 1. But obviously, the meters are there. Okay, I understood the limitations. No, you cannot be increased in a larger country like India. You don't have that much of resources to increase the meters. But I solved my problem with my retail clients. I mean, Shankar knows well that. When I go to national MNC companies, they argue for 100 rupees. 1,200 to 250, 275, 300. So this much of arguments. I said, okay. Politely, I said, okay. Okay, I said to my sales team, no to take that. In one case, I actually pulled one brand in MNC outside and built a local brand. And I made a share of 5% for them in my market, which is enough for them and for me also. So I don't feel goosebumps when Dettol's ads plays on my network. It's as simple as that. And regarding the technology also, so we started from 2 hours of black and white transition from Delhi in television to this level. Okay. So from analog transmission, from Doordarshan to right now to any, what do you say, any screen you can be right now. So technology will keep changing. It's not about digital and everything. So whoever wants to be seen on the network can be given space for that. Now, Our network right now only can have 13,000 seconds in a day. I have 22,000 almost every day. I cannot carry that. But somebody is asking for a cheaper rate, I won't entertain it. So why should we worry about too much of these things? There are more than 3.25 lakhs of brands in India. So it's a question about how we find out the prospective clients or agencies regionally.
Thanks, LB. LB, you're also a master in ADEX. Have you ever seen the growth of regional brands? Because of problems like what he's saying, I'm sure Angad has the same, we have, everyone has. There's been a surge of so-called retail brands, which makes most of the regional players, the dependence on national brands far lower. Have you seen a surge in ADEX in the last couple of years?
Between 2019, pre-COVID, and 2022, actually, there has been a phenomenal 176% growth rate in regional advertising, actually. Okay. Now, the difference is basically the fact that where are they going, actually? Okay. Now, bulk of it was in the print category. Okay. Bulk of the regional advertising was in the print category, including the hyperlocal advertisers. From there, they were, till 2019, the next step was graduating into regional television. Okay? Today, it's bifurcated between digital, Facebook, YouTube, and regional television. Okay? So therefore, you have a bigger competitor already over there, okay, in digital, sitting there, picking away all these regional advertisers who have come into print, into hyperlocal level, and moving straight into digital instead of regional television. So that's the threat that television and specifically news have. So it's great that there's a growth of 176% over 3 years, but that is getting bifurcated across 2 different platforms.
How much of that would be on television? Close to 35-40%?
So on television, it's around 60%. So television is not doing bad, but what is happening is the fact that digital is taking a bigger share of that, actually. For example, if I look at digital alone, okay, there is around close to 3 lakh advertisers already on digital platform. Okay. Television is just about that, close to around 3.5 lakhs to 4 lakhs, actually. Okay. So what is happening is from a zero level, digital has caught up with television completely in terms of sheer number of advertisers at an overall level.
Hello. I really feel that running a regional news channel on the new CPRP basis is highly difficult. Because running a regional news channel has a lot of cost involved in it rather than a national channel. Regional channel has to bear a lot of the other costs, has a lot of huge staff. They have to hire, I would say, a lot of HODs and all to compete with it. So CPRP market should be So CPRP shouldn't be considered in the regional news market.
Sorry, Angad, my point was not on
no, I'm
CPRP.
not saying, no, but I'm generally saying it on Shankarji's point.
He is actually answering my question.
You know, we have to actually run the viral videos to increase the CPRP on the break markets and all that. And considering Punjab doesn't even get the corporate clients, Punjab regional channel. Most of them are covered by the national channels. So we have a huge problem for that.
No, I'm avoiding my first question because Jaggi had asked it in the last session on panel, so I don't want to repeat the same. And we've had enough gyan on panel and all that. So my next question, I think Kaur wants to take it. See, we are actually in a market today, we have this multi-device fragmented video consuming and all of that. Keeping those things in mind, is the measurement of today, LV, I think I'll start with you, is the measurement of today outdated, or we as an industry, are we keeping up to pace with the change? And the second point, I guess we have, each one of us can take about 4 or 5 minutes. The second point is, Okay, Niranjan is saying something. Second point is, what are the new measurement metrics, LB, should we as an industry expect in future? Quickly in 3 minutes.
Okay, if you ask me frankly whether the present measurement is in keeping pace with the changes in the industry happening in, obviously no, right? Purely because of the fact that audiences have moved on actually. Linear television is no longer the benchmark, and OTT platforms have come into play, streaming has come into play in a big way. For example, we get data from around 3 lakh hybrid set-top boxes actually, okay? 300,000 hybrid set-top boxes spread across the entire country. And what we see is 50% depletion of time spent. Reach is still there for linear television. 50% depletion of time spent on linear content. And where is that 50% going to, the time spent going to? Actually, it's going into the OTT segment actually, or to the streaming segment. Okay? The overall consumption of television or content, not television, content in the home has jumped up by 30% actually. Okay? So video as a platform has terrific future actually, super future. Okay? News within that is an extensively high future actually. Okay? Short form of video. Okay? But where is it going to? From linear to streaming. And in streaming, short form video is taking shape in a big way actually. So what is happening is two phenomena are happening. One, the idiot box, which we used to call the television as an idiot box actually, is now a smart box or intelligent box because it's doing everything for you actually. And second, we always call television as a family television actually, right? Family device. It's becoming more personal device actually. When I say personal device, in the prime time, the audience who is watching it, which used to be around 3.5 to 4 members per home, is actually reduced around 2 to 2.5 members actually. The rest 2 members are in front of television set, but not watching television. It's on other devices actually. So therefore, if one were to look at the future actually of television as a platform, question mark. But television as an evolved video platform, great actually. Because there are going to be other devices that are going to compete with television as a screen. Now if I come down to the metric level, that's where things are changing. Okay? You need to move beyond what you're now calling it as a CPRP actually. Okay? Or what is just as a rating. That's a base actually. Okay? Build on top of it. Okay? We have been working on certain amount of data coming up from a metric called attention. I don't know whether I can project 1 or 2 slides on the screen actually for everybody to have a look at it. Yeah. So this is an attention device actually. Okay? Now what it does is, if you go to the next slide, the problem today that you're facing in hand, if you roll into the next slide. Next slide. Yeah. The problem that you face today is the fact that the device that is there, which is giving you ratings, is giving you ratings with respect to, at the best, what is getting watched in the home. Okay? And then it requires an additional equipment to know who is watching it actually. Okay? But yet you don't know whether the attention is on the screen or not actually. This is what Barun called it actually, sometime back in the panel, called impact ratings for news actually. Can you actually get impact ratings for news? Okay. If you go to the next slide. Yeah, next slide. If you look at this, okay, this is a technology that actually catches attention of the audiences onto the eyes actually, into the screen. Which means the fact that when we experimented within 2 markets in India, there were 2 content which actually had a high impact score. Okay, which means that more attention being given to the content on the screen, which was news, and live sports. They had a much more better attention than what general entertainment content or probably even music content or movie content actually had on the screen. So this is exactly what I think Barun was indicating towards Park, to say the fact that can you upgrade from a basic level, vanilla level rating number to a impact level rating number. Okay. That allows for news to gauge the fact that if I'm getting better attention, even at a low rating level actually, that means the fact that the audience is more engaged than just actually giving you reach or OTS numbers actually. So this equipment is actually installed along with the television meter. Okay, or we do it in the RPD box actually, the return part data box. And we collect information on not just television viewing through the RPD box or the set-top box, but we pick up information related to where the eyeball is actually attended to. So that's why when I said the fact that television screen has moved from a family to a personal level, it's because this data indicates the fact that there are 4.5 people who were watching television earlier is now only 2.5 people watching attention on television. The rest two are watching other devices in nature. So your metric itself is now moving from reach and frequency to actually attention. And from attention, because you're also on devices along with it, you can actually track e-purchases too actually. So click-throughs and e-purchases can be the next area that can be tracked too.
Yeah, so I'm not in disagreement with LV after 22 years. The point that I wanted to make here is this entire debate about CPRP, about 50,000 people meters, we need to go beyond that. It's 22 years in the same debate. If you look at, I'm throwing in very ballpark numbers, the catch is on consumption of content, which according to me as well, the data that's come here is exponentially shot up. In our terms, it's more than 30%, it's almost 50%. So what is changing is the medium of consumption, right? So from cable you're moving to OTT or you're moving internet, but as far as content is concerned, it is only growing. Now the point I'm trying to make, which should be of interest to most of the media owners here, Karthik, Barun, the fact is that the effective rates today are mostly getting determined by representing 161 million cable and satellite homes. Whereas almost 50% of the viewership now is coming out of digital homes, out of OTT, out of browser consumptions, out of your own apps, or out of your content on YouTube, which is not represented. There are broadcasters already using the data for their internal purposes and for selling purposes, which is the incremental data. So if you're operating at an effective rate of $2,000, you should actually be getting 3,000 rupees because of the additional reach coming out. To you as well. To you, Narayanan. So, yeah, so the point is that the content is actually grown, the medium of how it's grown is changed. If you look at broadly global numbers now, and if you look at the digital market, which is almost hitting about $500 billion, and India going by the population numbers, so we are looking at almost 1.4 billion out of 8 billion people, that's 20%. So 20% of $500 billion, you are looking at $100 billion revenue out of the industry. Usme se discount another 20% because we are poor, we are developing, all of that. So look at about some $80 billion, and half of that comes to, even if you take 50% of that of television, that's $40 billion against the existing number of I think some $10 billion. So I think there's a huge potential. The mistake that we are doing is, you know, we are battling amongst ourselves trying to prove that I'm better than you or you are better than me. Whereas the reality lies that the entire methodology itself is belittling the numbers. And the true numbers are much, much higher, is what I would say. So I really think that your overall top line should be definitely at least 50% of what they are, 50% higher than what they are. Going by both global numbers and the incremental reach, which is not being reported right now.
Shankarji, I feel some member channels would also like to speak.
Quickly.
Some from the audience.
Hi Shankar. This is especially for LV. In the age of digital consumption where algorithms and data and analytics are slicing and dicing the data far more effectively for the advertisers and in multiple ways, how relevant does these television rating mechanisms stay, including yours? Because, you know, you are really trying very hard to actually deduce it to a conclusion with your methodology. In that case, everything is deduced per se, per click, per visit, and so on and so forth. So what is the future? I mean, you know, we already have these solutions like what he's saying. It's already there. So why do we need to replicate it at all?
It's not replication actually. You're adding. Okay. I think I was mentioning in the first question, I was mentioning about this case of last discussion that happened on Manipur actually. Okay. That BARC may not have enough sample representation in Manipur to represent the audiences over there. But we know the fact that 100% of Manipur homes are digitally connected either from a set-top box or through the mobile devices actually. Okay. We work with a couple of platform owners on set-top boxes. I'm talking about, when I talked about this data, I'm talking about 300,000 homes actually, data coming in from where segregation is happening to understand what is the behavior patterns are given out. So when you have around 100,000 homes of Manipur getting completely taken away by return path data, which is 1/10 of the cost of investment of even 10,000 people meters in that particular market actually, why not use it actually? Okay. It just requires a middleware in those boxes to upgrade that. At the end of the day, news is all about local, regional, hyper-local in nature. And if you want those advertisers to come into play and not be on any other genres actually, the data from these kind of devices can actually give you much more interesting thought than actually having a cost of implementing a panel with high sophistication new boxes put into play.
But you would agree that it's limited to the television screen only and it's driving the data?
No, it goes beyond that. It goes beyond that actually. So what happens is when you do cross-screen measurement actually, for example, the first cross-screen on audio, we are working on it to release it next year actually, early next year, which will give you indication between radio stations listened on FM with streaming stations being listened on mobile actually, together in nature. Okay. So what it gives you therefore is an amplification of consumption pattern between two devices, and it can go beyond two devices as more devices enter. For example, connected TV. Okay. So the minute the connected TV coming in and smart boxes goes off actually, set-top boxes goes off, it's picking up data from the connected TV and adjoining it with the mobile content and checking out what exactly is the behavior pattern.
So pardon my ignorance, I need to ask another one so all we're talking about is how to measure linearity of content. Ultimately, it all boils down to what is the viewership when content is streamed in a linear manner.
No.
And that is the focus, right? Is that what you're saying?
No. What is getting viewed by the customer, whether linear or non-linear, it's a video consumption actually. It removes linearity and non-linearity out of the box completely. It's just video consumption, whether it's going to be on YouTube, the consumption is, or whether it's through the cable operator or the DTH or the connected TV part of it actually.
So all across platforms, it will report it as and when. Exactly. So it's not at a particular point in time, it's an ongoing process.
Exactly.
कार्तिक इसमें दो चीज़ और हैं. Just two more things from our limited experience.
Pankaj, quickly in 120 seconds.
Anything which comes to a panel, right, has its own limitations. The moment you open it and democratize it and it runs into millions, the data is much more accurate. If you look at any form of measurement basis iOS, it's all blocked. And if you look at anything on Android, Google is monopolistic. So you'll crack some kind of a technology, in 3 months it's gone. The only thing that is working now across almost 1 million respondents, the incremental reach that I spoke of, is mostly a hybrid model. Hybrid model mane, you can gauge the platform on a mobile phone in terms of which application is running on the front or on a smart TV. And to understand the content, what was watched, either linear or recorded, that is mostly survey based. And the chances of someone lying are low. So once you extrapolate that to 1 million, that should answer and gives you a hybrid model of consumption across all platforms, linear, recorded, and with a sample which is huge. And it can run into millions and millions, like the RD model, the Reader's Digest model, where you have people just enrolling and just, pressing a button every day, and you have like 10 million participants. So that could be a much more robust model.
Great. So I think we will wind up this with Sashi. 120 seconds.
Yeah, so as consumption is going hybrid, I think measurement needs to go hybrid as well. So you will see increasingly, use of sensors, AI algorithms to come up with new metrics. For example, just like attention, why not measure trust? right? When news breaks, which is your most trusted source that you tune into? How do you measure that? Also with new technologies like 5G broadcasting, your broadcast stream itself could become measurable, just like internet streaming, right? So all these are new possibilities. So definitely the future of measurement will see much more hybrid methods using sensors, AI, and new technologies like 5G broadcast.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for a great session. Over to you, Niranjan.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Shankar. Thank you, Shankar, for that. Thank you, Mr. Shashi Vempati. Thank you, Mr. L.V. Krishnan. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Mr. Narayan. And thank you, Angad. Ladies and gentlemen, up next is a panel lined up to discuss the future of TV and digital media. Technology has enabled the merger of linear and non-linear platforms, and convergence is the order of the day. But will it lead to monopolies originated by deep pocket players, domestic and globally? While that is a matter of worry, it's heartening to note that digital play has given rise to new age media entrepreneurship and innovation. New formats are on the anvil and storytelling has got a new lease of life. Is the way forward for converged entities or standalone digital products? Now, many of us know that it's not just TV, but we rely on a digital future as well. Here's a short audiovisual, and then we have a keynote address. Over 700 million internet users, the advent of 5G technology. The technological foundation of Indian news is evolving. A churn like never before is on. Digital cannot be divorced from broadcast anymore. We are at the precipice of a tri-junction of impeccable journalism, world-class packaging, and next-in-class technology. Now on the NBF Future Conclave, gear up for an unmissable discussion on the future of news, the TV plus digital future. And to set the context for this panel, may I invite on stage Mr. Vikram Sahai, who is the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, also an IRS officer of the 1992 cadre. Mr. Vikram Sahai, if I can request you to give us a short keynote address, sir, from the podium, sir. Stage is yours, Mr. Sahai.
Good afternoon, everybody, and let me thank the NBF for having invited me and to share my thoughts on the future of news, TV and digital for this very distinguished audience. I'm very happy that the NBF has organized this national conclave, and especially having called the channels of the vernacular languages, because vernacular languages hold a very, very important space in this very diverse linguistic population that we have. And I think with the wide viewership they have, they are no less important than the news channels, English news channels, in fact more they are. Well, it's been a pity that over the last 2 years, we have not been able to have such large gatherings and meet in such large scale because of the widespread pandemic. And even though the problem is far from over, I think it's been a real magic and marvel how we have been able to overcome it with the grit and determination of the government and the foresightedness. And I think the great work which our frontline workers, doctors, paramedics all have done, the scientists and pharmaceuticals, and the vaccination drive which has been almost unparalleled internationally. And here I would say the role of the media was very, very important. It was not far back when the United Nations had said that this is like an infodemic, the type of fake news which is spreading around pandemic. And while the government took very good swift steps for that, I think the media played a very, very important role in trying to ensure that the news which is going on to the people about a disease which was very less known, very less heard of, was the correct, factually correct and balanced. And while the ministry did, I remember I would talk to people at 10 p.m. in the night, tell them this is the decision, please convey to the people. And that is how the media played a very, very important role. And kudos to all of you who are here for having been so responsible during real difficult times which this country faced. Well, I must say in both crisis times and good times, the television and print are here to stay and stay for long. While there is a discernible shift towards digital media, and all of us are aware of that because of the powered by technology, But to a very large extent, the good news that is coming on traditional TV platforms, on newsprint, the same thing is going on the digital version. So the chunk of good news, the chunk of the balanced news, whether it's on digital also, it is coming from the traditional media platforms. And therefore, even though there is a mushrooming of the standalone digital news outlets on the intermediary platforms like YouTube, etc., I think the responsibility and the credibility of the traditional news platforms stands intact, and in times to come, their responsibility would grow even further. Today I read in the newspapers, there was a report by the CSDS, the Center for Studies on Developing Societies. They had done a survey, and they said that maximum news consumption of people in this country is from the television news channels. And they also said that Doordarshan was most trustworthy. So we felt happy about it. That is not to take away anything from the private news channels. The issue of these mushrooming of news outlets, digital news platforms, and whether it is causing any threat to the traditional news platforms. The last few years, we also saw a lot of journalists who are working in these news platforms, in the traditional news platforms, fanning out and starting their own news portals. And I think if somebody with years of experience of good journalism, if he goes into a digital platform, he will be as good as he was on a traditional news platform. A good journalist is a good journalist, irrespective of the platform on which he is. So I think the challenge is to continue with the good content, irrespective of the platform where you are. Well, we in the ministry have always tried to do this balancing act between what we have, the constitutional rights of freedom of speech and expression, and the type of reasonable restrictions in the form of self-discipline, which we always talk about self-discipline, through various code of ethics, whether it is on print or television or digital. And this balancing act has led to a situation where we developed this three-tier regulatory mechanism. And I must compliment the NBF. NBF was among the first to reach out to the Government of India, to the ministry, and say, yes, we want to register ourselves both for the three-tier mechanism of television and the three-tier mechanism of digital media. And that reaching out by NBF said two things. Number one, not only to the government but to the citizens of the country, that we believe in law, we uphold the law, we respect the law, and we value the citizens' views. That is the message which NBF gave, and we are thankful to them for having done that. Well, a few things which we have done, I won't really spend too much time on that. The fact-check unit which has been there in the Press Information Bureau. One new thing which we have brought, and I think I must talk about it, is there is a research unit which we have developed. Research unit which is manned by young professionals. They are people who have degrees in journalism, they have experience of journalism, and they have hand out together as a team, and we are trying to develop some authentic documents on various aspects of how government functions on various sectors, socio-economic, health sectors. And these documents are then placed for the media to take advantage of. And I must say that a large number of stories which media is carrying is fanning out of these documents which this PIB research unit is doing. About 400 more documents have been prepared. So I will urge upon you, all of you, just go through that PIB website, see these documents. These documents could be quite useful in preparing authentic and balanced information and reaching out to the people of this country. Well, we all know that for you, for any industry, commercial considerations are important. Everybody is, you're there for business. But while it is possible to say that, well, that can be the only consideration as far as certain entities are concerned, you stand out as a different profession. Because what you are producing and what people are consuming has externalities. It is not enough to say that we have a news, but that whatever you are speaking over TV debates, over news, whatever you are telling about to the people, that shapes minds, that influences people, that shapes career. So there is a large externality. And therefore, the very, very important aspect of responsible journalism. I think I don't have to talk about it. All of you are quite aware of it. And all I can say is that we had to take some very decisive steps. It was a matter of real shame. Over the last few months, you might have heard or you might have read in the newspapers and television channels. It was a matter of shame, and we were constrained to block a few news channels. That was something which we had to do as a drastic step to ensure that news which is palpably anti-national, fake and frivolous needs to be blocked, needs to be curbed. And more shameful was an observation that these channels had large viewership. So in a way, the good content was being driven out by bad content. That is the real challenge. How do we ensure that the good content gets a good viewership, a large viewership? And there's a behavioral change which is required. Why should people watch bad content over good content? Why should people watch fake content over genuine content? So there is a behavioral change pattern required, but at the same time, as long as the good content is there, TV will continue and TV will prosper. Thank you so much once again for having invited me. Thank you.
We request you, Mr. Sai, to please take your seat on the stage. You're part, of course, of the next special panel discussion. We are going to be looking now at the future of news, the TV and digital future. Yes, everyone is talking about the digital medium. Is that really the future of news? We will be talking more about that in the next panel, Krishna.
That's right, and for that fascinating panel, let me call upon the people who are going to be on stage, apart from Mr. Vikram Sahai. I'm going to invite Mr. Manoj Gairola of News Nation to please come on stage. Ms. Litisha Panda, Business Development Officer of OTV, to please come on stage. And we are also inviting Mr. Uday Reddy, the founder and CEO of Yup TV, which is one of the world's largest internet-based TV service and on-demand service provider for South Asian content, offering content in 14 languages. That's Yup TV and Uday Reddy. And I'm also inviting Mr. Rajat Wahi, Senior Director, Partner, Management Consulting at Deloitte. He has over 25 years of experience in CPG and consulting and has worked with global firms at senior management positions. Wonderful having him over here. Now the floor is all yours, leaving it up to the moderators of this session, Mr. Manoj Gairola and Ms. Litisha Panda, to take it from here on. Thank you.
Hello. Is it good? Yeah, good morning to all of you and welcome to this session of NBF Conclave. Our topic is the TV plus digital future. It is going to be a very interesting session, as all of us know that TV is declining in its present form. It is losing subscribers and digital news consumption is increasing. When I say digital news consumption, it means news consumption through mobile phones, computers and connected TV. It can be through OTT, it can be through apps, Google, Facebook or any other social media platform. For TV broadcasters, the biggest challenge is how to generate revenue in digital space. For a media company, there are generally two sources of revenue. One is through subscription and one is through ad. Everyone loves subscription revenue. But it is very difficult to ask your subscribers to pay for news, especially in this space. CNN learned it the hard way. The company launched CNN Plus, a live streaming app. It invested close to $300 million. And this app was closed down. It was shut within a month of its launch. And in India also, I think 1 or 2 media companies have launched similar kind of app. And these apps are not doing well. Then another comes ad revenue. The biggest problem in digital space is that for ad revenue, we have to depend on big tech firms. It is mainly Google, Facebook, or other platforms. Because it is these big tech firms who carry our content to our subscribers. And we have to continuously struggle with their, with their policies, algorithm, etc. And generally they collect, in many cases, they collect revenue from client and share with media companies. That is why there is always tussle between media companies and these big tech firms. So these are the challenges for TV broadcasters. And I would like to start with Mr. Wahi. So Mr. Wahi, what do you think is the way forward for TV broadcasters?
So thank you anyway for having me on this interesting panel. So I think your points you made are very, very valid. Clearly we are moving to a digital age, a lot of digital advertising. I was reading some data in terms of the growth that the digital media has seen depending upon what report you read, between whether it's, today if you look at the total advertising revenue, digital is accounting for between 33 to 45%, growing between 20 and 30% again, depending upon the reports you need. So it is clearly here to stay. And I think that my sense is that as the as the consumers take on media and they absorb their consumption through mobile phones. Mobile phone usage is going up in India. It's 4.5 or almost 5 hours a day today that consumers are spending on their mobile phones. So I think all of these trends mean that the advertising, that the news media also needs to adapt in terms of about the content, right? Because the digital is here to stay. It's not going to decrease. It's only going to increase. Today it's 45%. Maybe it'll become 50%. But it's, in my view, it's not to say that it is at some point going to completely take over from the TV advertising, because it's like, I give the example of retail in India. Today there's a lot of noise about e-commerce becoming a large player, but after everything we look at it, almost 95% of Indian retail is still brick and mortar retail, and e-commerce only accounts for 5% of total. Even in developed markets today, in markets like the US, e-commerce accounts for only 25% of total retail. 75% is still brick and mortar retail. So I think similarly, there is going to be there is a current tussle, but at the end of the day, it's going to be about content. It's about how you reach your consumers. How do you make it easily accessible to them? Whether it's short news, relevant news, integrity, honesty, all of that stuff. So I think, yeah, it's about going to be, how do you adapt your content based on the way they will consume, and you know that 5G is going to transform that even more, faster, quicker. So from that perspective, I think I think that's the way I see it.
Yeah, but the basic question is how to make money. So Uday, can you enlighten us on this thing?
Hello. So before answering, I would like to give a perspective on technology itself. So the technology, when started, it was a broadcast, one to many, right? That's where cable and satellite has come. And today, TV is digital actually. And if you see today, I will look at Amazon, I think post Diwali, you may be seeing 50 million smart TVs. So it's all digital. So what is going to be different is the digital gives accurate metrics for advertisers. Every 10 seconds, your heartbeat comes, who is watching, what content is watched. So it's unlike BARC or TRP. I mean, the digital side for advertisers, there's a lot of accurate metrics available for the monetization purposes. And you have seen what happened to landline in India, and what mobile data has done, disruption. And if you go back, I come from telecom background and then went to media, but what Symbian OS and Nokia used to have 70% market share. So I see that going forward, there will be a lot of disruption in the news industry. It's going to be digital, it's going to be hyper-local. So I come from Telangana, it's Karimnagar district, Huzurabad. So the younger generation, the millennials, are watching extremely hyper-local news. They don't care about what's happening. The amount of time they spend on hyper-local is high. So today, what technology brings is the cloud playouts for the news channels, gives the ability for the broadcasters to go hyper-local. See, today, any national news broadcasters can immediately launch a district-level news channel. So that is the future, and that also will give advertisers accurate metrics for them to monetize. I think that's the future. And if you see 500 million smartphones with more than coming to around 50 million TV households, it's already people are watching digital, and I think that's my view. And we are already seeing in the US, the CPMs, for example, in connected TVs are $20 CPM. So that will happen in India also, I think.
that is the question I wanted to ask you. What is your take, Litisha, on it?
I would, as rightly you pointed, that yes, as a consumer, I only know streaming services, digital platforms, right? But as a second generation media entrepreneur, I'm worried. Because when you say advertising, I can't survive on only digital advertising revenue, not in India, not at the moment. And in fact, as a regional advertiser, I definitely cannot survive on digital advertising revenue. So especially, I think this conversation I was having just before our discussion, that it's become like a caste system. English is at the top of the CPM rate. Then there is Hindi, then there comes other regional languages. In fact, this is for everybody's information, Odia just got monetized on the big tech platforms. So imagine we being a 25-year-old company, being first and a pioneer in every stage, in digital, in television, everything, and yet still struggling for the CPM rate because you know, you're either being treated as second-class citizens or I don't know. So how to bridge that gap in digital advertising? Because technically in India, I don't think anybody can survive on only digital advertising revenue. So I would like to know how do we survive is, you know, my question would be that, to learn from you.
I think that's the today's view. So we have seen how connected TV advertising in the US, now it's like $25, $30. And the fast networks have come, free ad-supported television. So I think once the advertisers get to have a good number in terms of the reach, and you're able to give the exact metrics in terms of the location, the age group, which device, I think that kind of, that's would be the future. Right now you're seeing today's point of view, but that's what happened in the US few years back. Connected TV, there is no fast networks, but now it's US is doing great, UK is doing great, Europe is going, I think India will just follow. I think it's a question of time.
But what about outlets, you know, different news distribution outlets, right, who take the charge of giving advertisement to us? There is no transparency in that. There is no transparency in terms of if we are giving you our content to display on your platforms, where is my revenue? Where is my share of revenue? And how do I know which ad you're playing on my content, so that you can give me royalty at least, you know, for the least. And advertising revenue share is as it goes. But it's just so unclear at the moment that even if we have to make this change, there needs to be hope. I'm sure that, of course, there is hope by looking at different countries, but at the moment we're moving at a lightning speed. And at this lightning speed, don't you think there has to be some regulation in terms of revenues and monetization, especially advertisement generation when, you know, happens on my content on different platforms? So where is that transparency, and how can we get that transparency, being a tech platform and, sir, from the government's perspective?
Yeah, actually this question should be pointed to Vikram Thai-ji. Actually, yeah, you see that there is a tussle between media firms and these big tech firms. And in many countries, governments have intervened and they made policy. So what is the status in our country? I mean, we are in the process of making a policy. So when it is going to happen, and what is the, I mean?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I like this young blood speaking so well, so frankly. I think that's the angst of this generation. I mean, they would not like any type of discrimination. I mean, whatever might have happened in the past, but it is an egalitarian society and everybody has a right to have its voice. On this issue, we all know that Australia had this thing, that Australia prepared a law because the tech giants were not agreeing to the bargaining arrangement which was being offered by their competition commission, and then the parliament issued a law, and then that is being done. Here also, as I understand, and I think all of you would be aware, the matter is before the Competition Commission of India. So but let us await that. Today there was some article. Yesterday there was a decision of the Competition Commission related to Google, but that was on a different thing altogether. That was on anti-monopoly. But there is already a matter where I think some of the broadcasters federations have already gone there. And let's await the type of investigation and the results which come from Competition Commission. But yes, it is definitely an alarming factor where if the content is mine and you piggy ride on my content, but give me pittance, it worries. But let us see how it shapes up, but we are quite concerned about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mr. Wahi, what do you think? I mean, what is the experience in other countries like USA and Europe?
So I think most countries are struggling with this. France is also, I mean, in addition to Australia, has also now forcing the tech platforms to share a larger chunk of the revenues, building more transparency on that. I think it's a bit of a chicken and egg, because what's also happening is that we are going to see stringent privacy laws coming. So while a lot of tracking will happen in terms of who you are, what you're watching, but the privacy laws will also create more firewalls, which will also make it more difficult to do targeted marketing, etc. down the line. Because a year ago, we were talking about a much bigger spread in terms of being able to access every consumer, who they are, what they buy. But a lot of the privacy laws will stop that. But I think the key conversation today is that more and more, there has to be a transparency in terms of being, what is being spent on any platform, any media. And the same is happening on news today. We get so many WhatsApp groups which are circulating news on various platforms directly to us. Everybody is watching that. Nobody's getting paid for it down the line. So some level of regulatory mechanism, and again, it's always a very tricky, it's a very slippery slope. How much do you want to regulate this? Because social media today is what's going to drive it. If I look at social commerce, expected to reach $25 trillion in the next 5 years. Today it's only roughly about $4.5–5 trillion globally. So this is going to become more and more Insta, WhatsApp, advertising, spread of news, etc. on these platforms. And I think we need to be able to, and I think most governments are maybe 2 or 3 steps behind, because tech is definitely ahead of the curve. So how do you catch up? How do you learn from other countries like France, Australia, quickly bring in some of these regulations to enable better sharing of revenues, not to control what's being spent, but to enable better sharing of revenues is the way I think the whole world is moving ahead.
So, Uday, do you think that subscribers will be willing to pay for news? Because for entertainment, generally subscribers pay, whether it is Netflix, Amazon Prime, etc. But in the case of news, what is your opinion? Or what should be the news content that subscribers are willing to pay?
So I think it depends on the content. Like the way TV9 is started, the premiumness of the content depends on that, the subscription. But there's a lot of opportunity to monetize. As I said, every 10 seconds, you can take the heartbeat of every single client, what is being watched. You can integrate EPG. So there's a lot of potential on the advertising supported news as well. And connected TV is going to go really big. That is a big CPM rates going to come, because they really correlate satellite, cable as TV. And when connected TVs really take off, there's a good opportunity on the monetization. But there's a lot of resistance today for a news on a subscription, unless it's a really premium in nature. But like, let's say, for example, I'm based out of Atlanta, and when Aaj Tak or TV9 comes, or Republic, I have to see the news ads from here. So there is a technology now available to put city markers on the news channels itself. So on the server side, the ads can be replaced, and that can generate a significant CP advertising revenue. And that's even in the youngsters today, millennial, they're all on mobile, short form, and the technology with cloud playout enables to have a hyper-local channels without any cost. So that will enable the monetization, and also, since being CapEx, OpEx being low, it can be a great business model. Yeah.
And,
with that, I have one question, sorry. My another question would be, what about the piracy that happens, outside India. Inside India, okay, we're able to regulate it, we're able to put the, piracy agencies, etc. But what happens outside India, like the NRIs and the NROs? So
We are the main, we are going through this. Actually, I met Minister also recently. It's really, really pathetic right now. Almost 90% of the international market is pirated. And we are the most affected because we are the only platform out there. People are downlinking channels, different parts, and they're uplinking. They would take content from all the OTT and they curate it and they're selling as a boxes. So we have done a lot of extensive work. They've identified 5 main players. We're going after them, but it's a really, really big challenge. And I've been trying to convince all the broadcasters to go at least ad-supported instead of getting, or a low cost, to get to reach the diaspora audience.
So I have one question for you. So recently I had one of the tech giants, I don't want to name them, when I had a conversation with them and I said, hey, my numbers are not, growing, it's just stuck at a certain level, in fact it's receding. So they said, oh, our algorithm has changed and we are now ranking only non-news content, not the news content. Do you think that controlling the narrative of what the people want so that they'll only show them what is non-news and news is sort of being controlled?
Not really. I mean, that cannot be the
Will
objective.
we allow that?
I mean, we need to very closely look at what you're saying. We'll have a separate discussion on that. But definitely it cannot be a situation where a certain narrative or a certain type of content is only being allowed to be shown at the exclusion of others. And I don't think there's anything more important than good news content. Entertainment can be there, entertainment can wait, but a good news content cannot. So definitely we'll look at that particular thing, but yeah.
I have one question for you, sir. Sorry, I've taken the thing. Sorry. So with initially, earlier, the news coverage, every certain specific audience had, every specific news channel had a specific audience to deepen the news coverage, and the news coverage was thought through, right? Right now it's become so inexpensive, it's become very casual. Now everybody has the social media as a, they don't even look to media channels to go and say, hey, we need information. So what are the kind of tools and what are the kind of technology that we can equip our journalists and the media industry with so that we can survive that bit?
So I think today, whether you are tracking your news journalist performance, there are large platforms available today. Again, these are large tech platforms today who can work with you, create the analytics, create the infrastructure to say what should be, how should they be able to track the performance, how should they be able to improve their effectivity, how can they also learn and get direct feed from other platforms. So enough is available today. I think in my view today, you can't do it alone. You have to partner with large tech platforms and bring them on board and say, okay, like a Google Cloud, AWS, bring them on board with you and say, okay, this is an ecosystem we want to create. We want to be able to connect with our journalists better. We want to be able to give them real time data and also enable and improve their performance. So I think it can be done. Lots of tools are available, and we can obviously discuss it and share some thoughts with you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think we had a very interesting and informative session, and thank you very much for attending this session. Thank you.
Thank you all for that very enlightening session. And as we move further, joining us next is Rajya Sabha MP from Punjab, Mr. Raghav Chadha. As we also thank all of you for being a part of this. Continuing, Mr. Raghav Chadha is the National Executive Member of the Aam Aadmi Party, a young legislator. Mr. Chadha will give us insights into how he perceives the change in the Indian media scenario the proliferation of digital media and the prominence gained by digital platforms like YouTube, WhatsApp and other news applications and aggregators. Internet becomes the most used medium of news dissemination, and the regulation of the web faces opposition or for freedom's sake. Mr. Raghav Chadha also exchanging pleasantries, set to join us. I'd like to have you on stage, Mr. Chadha, giving us insights on the evolution and changing nature of news. And for this session, I'd also like to invite Mr. Rishabh Gulati, who will join us on stage with Mr. Raghav Chadha, Mr. Rishabh Gulati, Managing Editor, NewsX, in conversation with Raghav Chadha. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a huge round of applause for our next session.
He's the youngest MP in the Rajya Sabha. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. Regardless of politics, it's a life achievement, and he's going to be around in politics for a very long period of time. Raghav, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a very unique experience because my thanks to the chairman of NBF, the vice chairman and the entire committee, that we are an industry where we have a service to perform. But as an industry, we have many common issues. And it's great to see a lot of stakeholders have come together, including Raghav Chadha. So Raghav Chadha, now you've been a national spokesperson for your party for very many years. How has your relationship and understanding and experience with the media evolved from then to now?
Look, I would define my relationship with the media over the last one decade of my being in public life as kuch khatta, kuch meetha. It's been a mix of both. And the journey started when I was, I think, only all of 22 or 21. When at that point in time, I didn't even get a full beard. And news anchors as well as co-panelists never took me seriously. So from that day to being a member of parliament in the upper house has been quite a journey. And I think I have also seen media over the last one decade evolve and change. Whether it's change for the good or change for the bad, that is of course something that's up for debate, and the jury is out on it. But the relationship has, as I said, has been khatta meetha. There have been times when media has been indulgent, media has been impartial, independent, objective, and there have of course been times when media essentially vis-a-vis our case, and I'm speaking from personal experience, performs the duty of not that of a watchdog but that of a bloodhound. And I've seen, I think, both extremes, both sides of the spectrum. Yeah.
But Raghav, you know, having watched the evolution of the Aam Aadmi Party, it's literally a revelation that has happened in the past decade. But there was once an energetic activist, Arvind Kejriwal, who was given a lot of exposure by the media. And it's the media who amplified his causes and did make a contribution to who he is today.
Look, there have been times in this country where pressure groups and social movements have got a lot of attention of the media. And that section of media, most certainly, that represented the sentiment of the people. And as a result, of course, since you refer to my leader, Mr. Kejriwal, as an activist in his earlier avatar, of course, during the India Against Corruption days, there was reportage and coverage around the movement and the cause of the movement, and that was primarily because it resonated with the people. It was something that the people also felt that was being echoed, and the cause of the movement met the cause of the people. However, when we became a political party, and let me disabuse you of this notion, we received perhaps the first and the worst media blackout. In our 49-day first government in the year 2013, you would remember, and if you were to rewind back to the December of 2013, you would find that my leader, the Chief Minister of Delhi, at that point in time, had registered an FIR against a leading industrialist of this country. He had shot off a letter to his anti-corruption branch, and a FIR subsequently was registered. As a result, that leading industrialist, who's also a big media baron, ensured that Aam Aadmi Party and the government of Delhi is blacked out from the media. So the 2015 election that we fought was despite the media blackout and in spite of no media coverage. So despite and in spite the media, through sheer grassroots support and political electoral hard work at the ground, we could come back with the highest ever majority that any political party has received.
Well, in a democracy, that's what matters. But it's an evolutionary thing, as I'm sure the party's been evolving. What is your assessment? Is there a neutral media? Is there a right, left, and center of media? But overall, does it give a balanced approach?
Look, to say that there is a section of media that is tilted towards the left, there is a section of media that is tilted towards the right, etc., essentially showcases that rather than putting facts, events and news, opinions are being put forward. And as a result, having opinions is also not a bad thing. Every journalist can have an opinion. Every newsroom can have an opinion. But when that opinion, unfortunately, transforms into indoctrination, that is where the problem begins. And when agenda is driven, when propaganda is unleashed with the intent of indoctrinating people or manufacturing opinion at the mass level, that is where the problem begins, and that is what I feel a section of media is practicing today. However, some are left, some are right, some are centrist, and therefore there is a balance I don't agree with. Today, you have a particular ideology and a particular point of view of the government at the center which enjoys brute majority. And as a result, they wish to impose that ideology and their views on a large section of media, and for them to carry that point to every nook and corner of this country. My only submission here is that media should not become a carrier of the government line. Media should reflect the public sentiment and not toe the government
But
line.
Raghav, doesn't it cut both ways? Because, you are the opposition or at least the challenger in some of the states, but you're also incumbent now, you're government in 2 of these states. So does that not change? Is it just perpetual opposition or complaint against the media with the center? What about your governments? You also are in government now.
No, absolutely. And I mean, we witness both sides. When we are in opposition in states, we witness, as I say, the role of the media, and also in 1.5 or 2 states where we run successful governments. However, the larger point, Rishabh, is that today, rather than being a bloodhound for the opposition, it is important to be the watchdog for the government. I mean, we are not in power at the center. People who are not in power are being blamed for, issues like inflation, unemployment, so on and so forth, or transgressions by foreign countries into the Indian territory, rather than the government. So therefore, I think it's high time that a section of media which is practicing a different kind of journalism needs to speak truth to power.
No, there's no doubt that your positioning has evolved and the party is maturing in a different way, but there is opposition, and then there is opposition for opposition's sake. That just because the central government is doing it, we need to be critical of it. Is there a role in the media that if something good is happening, that as part of Team India, it should be able to applaud the good as well as
No,
negate the bad?
absolutely. If anything that is good that has happened, certainly the opposition and also the national media and all platforms of media must be constructive and appreciative of that. There is absolutely no doubt. And opposition for the sake of opposition is something that I personally and my party personally doesn't believe in. For example, I'll give you a recent example, recent past. When the Prime Minister launched the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, the first Chief Minister in the country, or the first political party to wholeheartedly support as well as participate in that Abhiyan was my leader, Mr. Kejriwal, and my party, the Aam Aadmi Party. So therefore, if there is a constructive policy, something good is happening, it's incumbent upon us, on the opposition and on the media, to participate in that and to take the word forward. However, it is also important for a large section of media today to introspect. And I feel as somebody who's been in opposition for a fairly long amount of time, who's been at the forefront of national media also in that sense when I have to represent my party, that a section of media is only looking for gaps and pitfalls for the opposition and not for the government, which was not the case previously. It is not, you certainly should correct the opposition, but those in power, those who control the levers of power are more accountable and answerable.
No, the introspection is open to media for sure, for political parties. Your logics and strategies evolve, and I'm hoping evolution takes place on all fronts. But let's just change the tack, because media bashing has become a very common forte. It was perhaps during the first few days of the COVID lockdown that, as a country we realized that you can't wait on Twitter, you can't wait on a YouTube explaining video 1 week later, you have to watch live news. And there was a purpose and a role that was being served. So with the advent of the new generation of media, this concept of live TV and its importance, have we reinvigorated it a bit?
TV media is here to stay. TV media is certainly one form of media that has a potential to influence the minds of a significant part of our population, and the penetration of TV media is only increasing in this country. During COVID, of course, TV media played a very constructive role in the sense that they were able to drive home the awareness points vis-a-vis a pandemic or a raging pandemic. And that was certainly one of the biggest utilities of national media, and I certainly applaud all sections of media for that matter for their constructive role during COVID.
Okay, so now, Raghav, all parties, perhaps better than the media industry itself, yours and others, you have extensive social media teams and a social media outreach. Yet some of the worst excesses, both named and unnamed, happen on social media. Yet it's TV media that's generally bashed, but social media, criticism doesn't often come from politics.
Look, social media is a completely unregulated form of media. It's a place where everyone is free to express one's opinion. As long as people are using parliamentary language and are not crossing the line of decency, I think every opinion should be welcome. And I would say that while all of us are in public life, even editors, leading journalists like yourself are also in public life. And therefore, just the way we are open to criticism, journalists must also be open to some form of criticism.
Yeah, but I think it's something that we're all trying to understand. Raghav, let me take on the other tack, because I've seen in my career the evolution change in political parties. There was a time when you spoke to political leaders personally and invited them into debates. In TV channels, it's become centralized, and even in political parties, I think all, bar none almost, have become centralized. Oftentimes, it is junior spokespersons. Very rarely do we get to interact with members of parliament representing their parties on TV debates. I know the number of channels is increased. And in the centralized places, sometimes the party is not represented, the party is boycotting certain channels. How do we then have an effective debate if the parties themselves don't provide people who can make and argue their point well?
Look, first of all, I think parties that have a centralized mechanism of assigning spokespersons and panelists for several panel discussions and debates is a very good form of management, I think, and it is purely done by parties, particularly by my party, for optimum utilization of manpower of spokespersons, so that everyone, every channel or every platform where we are invited, we are adequately represented by an able spokesperson, number one. Number two, with those who become senior and those who get promoted, there are new entrants in every organization that must be given an opportunity to perform. And just how you have new anchors and new TV personalities coming up in your news channels every now and then, there are political parties where people join and they perform, and some outperform, and then they progress. As far as access of journalists to politicians is concerned, while senior members and MPs, so on and so forth, may have limited, some of them may have limited their media interactions. But that doesn't mean that the access of journalists to politicians or members of the government has reduced. I think that access is pretty much intact. It has perhaps only increased over the last few
No,
years.
but it's up to us to increase the quality of our debate, and it's also up to political parties to empower us to increase the quality of debate. And obviously, some people can argue the point better, but I know my time here is short, Raghav. In essence, what is the job that you perceive of media? Are we supposed to just be critical of government, primarily central government, or is there a constructive nation-building role also to be played here?
Without referring to being critical of central government or being favorable to opposition, let me say this, that it is incumbent upon media today to put forward news and not noise, to put forward sense and not sensationalism, to put forward journalism, not jingoism. And unfortunately, a large section, and I'm saying this without hesitation, that a section of media today, unfortunately, has, from being a journalist, has today become a propagandist of the government. There's no point in becoming a cheerleader of the government, because once you do that, while you may enjoy certain brownie points with the powers that be, you are deteriorating your own credibility. And as a result, just how people, Rishabh, in this country used to say, and perhaps say this even today, and that led to the formation of a new political startup, a clean, upright startup like my party. That perception was कि नेता चोर हैं, सब नेता चोर हैं. Now that perception is slowly moving towards media बिका हुआ है, media बिका हुआ है, media बिका हुआ है. And you hear this very often when you interact with the people at the grassroots level, कि जी media बिका हुआ है. So therefore, I think it is extremely important on your part, on the part of NBF and several media agencies and outlets, to course correct and to ensure that this idea or this notion that people today have is undone.
Doubt introspection is good, but it's the political parties only who say, no, media bika hua hai, and convince their followers. But I know we are out of time. There are sessions planned. I know you have a flight to catch. Raghav Chadha, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause. Thank you very much for taking a few straight questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishabh. Thank you, Raghav. Rishabh and Raghav, thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to give a loud shout out to the official broadcast and technology partner for this event. They are LiveView and Lamhas. LiveView is the #1 choice for the live news and dynamic sports coverage by almost all broadcasters worldwide. A little bit about the News Broadcasters Federation. Hardeep Singh Puri, before that, ladies and gentlemen, Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri just entering the venue, should be inside in a few minutes from now. Please stay seated. I request all our panelists to be seated. Kindly be seated before our next guest. The News Broadcasters Federation, ladies and gentlemen, is India's largest news federation with over 55 members. It's the only news body with maximum representation from regional broadcasters across the length and breadth of India. Now, the NBF and all its members are united in their commitment to ensuring that news media must truly serve as a strong pillar of our vibrant democracy. Now, the NBF, in sheer membership numbers and beyond them, has ensured unparalleled representation from news broadcasters across languages and regions of India. Now, NBF is also the first body of broadcasters in India that truly represents the vision and concerns of regional, vernacular and national media that constitute the changing face of media in India. Now, the aim of the body, that is NBF, is to ensure that the united voice of broadcasters across regions, languages are heard and solutions are sought in a way that further strengthens news broadcast in India. And as we wait for our next panelists to come up on stage, I request all our guests to be kindly seated. A lot of movement in the back, especially. Can I request everyone to be seated, please? Can we please ensure that the hall is settled before we have our next panelist on stage? A quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, after this session, we will be breaking for lunch. After this session, after Future of News Building India Battling Fake News, that's in just a minute from now. Hardeep Singh Puri, the Union Minister, will be up on stage. It's a session moderated by Mr. Arnab Goswami. And after that, we will be breaking for lunch. And a reminder that after the lunch, we have Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Assam Chief Minister, joining us on the stage today, and we have a series of discussions lined up for the second half, compelling conversations on the future of news in India. So I request all our panelists to kindly be seated, especially those near the door. If I can request some of our guests to kindly enter the hall and settle down, please. We need the hall to be settled so that our next panelists can come up on stage. Can I request our guest coordinators also to ensure that everyone is please seated? Please take your seats so that we can get the next session started. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, while we wait for our next panelist, I'm requesting all our panelists to please take a seat. All our guests in the auditorium to please be seated. And can we please close the door so that there is no movement there, please? Let's close the door. And everyone, especially at the back, and I request some of you to please be seated. And please do keep quiet, maintain silence while panels are on so that there is no disturbance on stage. We're just waiting for our next panelist to come up on stage. And a few audio visuals of our partner networks up on screen now as we wait for Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri to join us.
Change is brewing in India. India is building up like never before. Buoyed by an unprecedented need for it during the pandemic, the news media in India is observing a healthy churn like never before. The discerning news consumer is happy to embrace emerging options. The regulatory landscape is open to evolving. The advent of global big tech is changing dimensions of the news industry. Reimagining the revenue streams, relooking at regulatory policies, building cohesive news ecosystems. These are pressing conversations. The News Broadcasters Federation is India's largest news federation. The News Broadcasters Federation is committed to being a strong pillar of our vibrant democracy. And that is why it is time the News Broadcasters Federation brings you the first edition of the NBF National Conclave on the theme, The Future of News.
We will be joined very, very shortly by Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, who will, of course, carry on the conversation on the future of news. In fact, the theme that Mr. Puri will be speaking on is Building India, Battling Fake News. So, very, very important session, Suyasha, that, of course, Hardeep Singh Puri will be speaking on in a few minutes from now. Remember, he, of course, is the Union Minister who is in charge of building the new parliament, of course, building urban centers of excellence, and that's why, of course, he will be speaking on building India, but he'll also be talking about the menace of fake news, battling fake news. This is something that is much talked about, particularly before elections, during elections, and this is something that the Union Minister will be sharing his wisdom on as well.
Absolutely, and in fact, this is one issue that is most talked about when it comes to tackling with fake news, not just on social media, but even otherwise. It has resulted in some very, very untoward incidents that has rolled out. And in fact, the insights that most of the ministers and politicians who have been on this stage or there are sharing today when it comes to tackling news, when it comes to the future of news, and when especially the next session that we are looking forward to. I'm being told that the Union Minister will arrive here any minute now. And as we wait for him, of course, it's been a very interesting round of sessions since this morning, because also the media is standing at a very important juncture in the day and age that we are, and some very, very pressing issues are part of the News Broadcasting Federation, extremely important. And once again, to reiterate for all our viewers there, that 40 channels is where these discussions are streaming live since this morning as we talk.
Absolutely, which is why we're creating ripples as we speak, not just, of course, as I told you earlier, broadcasting in Delhi or in the north of the country where we are coming to you from, but from the east to the west to the south. This is being telecast there. These conversations, of course, and remember, are not just going to remain mere rhetoric, but are actually translating into action.
Yes.
As we speak. Session after session, we have seen commitments of change, commitments of collaboration. The NBF founding president, Arnav Goswami, said earlier too that the NBF is going to get to work immediately, as they have, by organizing this inaugural conclave so soon after its founding, by actually petitioning BARC on some of the key issues that industry is facing. Remember, the News Broadcasters Federation is India's largest news federation currently, with over 55 members. You can see there, these two walls on the sides of the stage are filled with the logos of the various channels that we represent, and of course that are partnered with the NBF. And remember, it draws its maximum representation not just from English or Hindi media, but from regional broadcasters across the length and breadth of the country.
The News Broadcasters Federation that provides a voice to not just national or regional channels, but really penetrating into the interiors of the country and putting out everyone's voices. That is the primary aim of this federation. All its members united in their commitment, like we've been hearing since this morning, to ensure that news media must truly serve as a strong pillar of our vibrant democracy, must serve the true purpose of being the fourth pillar of democracy. And sheer membership numbers is why this federation truly sticks to its aim and agenda and the motto.
Let's do one thing, Suesha. Why don't we speak to some of our eminent audience members as well over here? I think we do have some mics that we've also managed to get. My colleague Niranjan is also here. Suesha is also here with me. Let's try and speak to some of the eminent members of the audience here on what they feel about this dialogue and the central themes being discussed today, plus what are their takeaways from today?
I'll try and speak to some of them. A lot of, in fact, member channels from across India are here. So let's try and talk to some of them while we wait for the minister. And so, how's your experience been at the NBF, and what are your first thoughts looking at the conversations this morning?
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I am Group Captain Devnath from Indian Air Force, retired, of course. And it has been a wonderful pleasure, very pleasurable meet here. Good to know that NBF is propagating the views of media channels. I thought nobody in India can ignore them. The good times are coming. Media is a balancer of opinion. Being from armed forces, I request media that they must project good things about Indian Air Force, Indian Army and Indian Navy, so that young boys and girls join us. We are looking forward to fresh ladies joining us. Special welcome to ladies of India. Tomorrow's armed forces depend upon ladies. Welcome, join Indian Army, Indian Navy and Indian Air Force.
Thank you for that, sir. We always say forces first. I see Mr. Ravi Kumar here, I think from News First. Let me ask him, a member channel. Mr. Ravi Kumar, you're from Karnataka. So why did you join NBF, and what makes regional channels believe in NBF?
In fact, I'm happy and to be part of NBF. News First is doing really good, and we have a regular interaction with Mr. Niranjan and Arnab whenever there are issues in Karnataka and even in national issues. So, the lot of our issues, basically, whenever we have issues, we need to address to the government or to the other bodies. So we require a forum. I feel NBF is one of the best and most effective forum where we can discuss our issues and address our issues with the concerned authorities. Like, national conclave, whatever the conclave which is happening right now. I feel these kind of conclaves will help us to understand a lot of perspectives at the national level and the regional level. I suggest these kind of conclaves should happen at least once in 6 months so that the members of NBF can meet and discuss the issues related to the media and news channels. So we had a very good session in the morning. I expect some more sessions in the afternoon also. I am eagerly waiting for those sessions. Thank you, Niranjan.
I should say, Mr. Ravi Kumar, the more interesting or the more fiery ones are coming up next with all the politicians lined up. Let me speak to some more member networks at NBF. Sanjeev, fondly called Chikuda. I'm coming to you, Major, next. So Sanjeev, Chikuda, what is your takeaway from the sessions this morning? Why don't you tell us why is NBF critical for Indian media? Especially when I say Indian media, I speak about regional media, national media, media cutting across different corners of India.
See, first of all, I'll have to say, today is something happening which has never happened in this country. We are going live on more than 40 TV channels. We are competitors on our own places, but we are friends end of the day. And when there is a common cause, we all come out together. This was how NBF was formed. And when we had formed NBF, our whole aim was to make the voice of regional. See, most of us are from the regional channel. We wanted our voice to be heard in the national scenario. So that is why it was a mix of regional and national. And today, here we stand. And I would like to thank all our members, for their support. Had it not been there, we would not have reached today. And this conclave is only the beginning where we stand. Yes, the media has to open. It cannot be confined to a limited number of people or a limited number of channels, which was earlier. Let me be very blunt. It was. They were ruling the roast. Whereas there were other channels languishing in the country. So you can see that we have today so many channels over here, and their voices were never heard. Very aptly, Mr. Ravi was telling just now, I heard that now they have got a platform where they can make their voice heard since the interaction is there. Somebody is there to understand their problems and put it forward to the national front. I will not say the national media, national front. So that way I believe NBF is doing a big job, and today I am very proudly saying that NBF is the biggest body. We have the highest number of members, and we are telecasting it live on more than 40 channels. Who knows, in the next NBF conclave, it will be more than 100 TV channels where we will be telecasting it live.
Yes.
So this is the amount of speed with which we are growing, and with the support of everybody, we will definitely be there. And NBF is really going to play a strong role in the Indian media, and we are here to stay.
Thank you for that, Chikuda. I think Hardeep Singh Puri, the Union Minister, is here. Over to you there, and Suesha.
Absolutely. We are now going to move straight across to our next session. May I please invite on stage, and of course we will be hearing shortly from Hardeep Singh Puri, Union Minister. He will be talking to us on the theme, as I told you earlier, of building India while battling fake news. Could we please welcome him with a loud round of applause? Our next special guest is here, Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. Remember, our nation is on its mission to become a superpower, but there can be space for bad narratives that plague the mindset of the people.
Absolutely, and to carefully understand the importance of battling such fake narratives from across and within the borders, we have none other than Union Minister of Petroleum, Housing and Urban Affairs, a former diplomat, and he's knows precisely how important narrative is in nation building and global footing.
Absolutely. Before I invite Mr. Arnab Goswami, founding president of NBF and editor-in-chief of Republic Media Network, to take this session forward, could we please have an AV on this special session with Union Minister Hardeep Puri?
Change is brewing in India. India is building up like never before. India is reclaiming its identity.
स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद पहली बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता, सशक्त नेतृत्व और दृढ़ संकल्प के परिणाम स्वरूप देश के सबसे बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल प्रोजेक्ट का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है.
India is breaking away from the shackles of the past. But fake news continues. A counter-narrative devoid of fact permeates. The need of the hour is to reclaim our truth. One minister has been at the forefront of this journey.
और अभी जो फॉल्स नैरेटिव क्रिएट करते हैं हमारे जिन्होंने 2012 में एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, We badly need a new parliament building. This one simply isn't functional and is outdated. ये 2012 का जयराम जी का एक आर्टिकल है.
A former diplomat, a fierce nationalist, a man committed to building India. Joining us now on the NBF National Conclave is the Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Hardeep Puri, on Future of News, Building India, Battling Fake News.
Calling on stage Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri and Mr. Arnab Goswami for this fireside chat. Let's have a huge round of applause for the gentlemen as we look forward to this chat.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. You're very popular. I must say this, that pre-lunch, I was just telling Mr. Puri that usually, you know, the audience thins out during the pre-lunch and the post-lunch session. Now, in our case, when you have Hardeep Puri as the pre-lunch session and Himanta Biswa Sarma as the post-lunch session, you don't have the problem. So a round of applause to him, please. He's a freewheeling speaker, and before I start, I want to tell you that he's my senior from Hindu College. And in Hindu College, you're either a senior or a facha, as they say. So I'm like a fresher asking you the questions, Mr. Puri. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Anyone who's had the privilege of being grilled by you in Republic, on Republic, or in Times Now before that, knows exactly what he's in for, and that is what makes it more worthwhile.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll try my bit. A headline: Ignominy of building the Indian Parliament by breaking the law. Another headline: Bit by bit and trick by trick. Mr. Puri, they're calling you a trickster. Bit by bit and trick by trick, how the Central Vista became a reality. And one last one. Sitaram Yechuri. 20,000 crore central government money spent on the new house for the Prime Minister and other beautification schemes. Should I continue, or would you like to start? No, should I provoke you a bit more?
No.
These are the kind of headlines that you've attracted in the context of our... See, this is a news federation. In the context of the ongoing debate on fake news, etc., I'd like your response to this, please.
Thank you, Arnab. First of all, thank you for having me on your show this afternoon. I don't know whether this is pre-lunch or post-lunch, but I'm ready to be served here, you know. Look, I've been a student of the false narrative for longer than I can remember. I've also written a book in which I deal with the issue of the false narrative. But I think what we are facing here is not a false narrative in terms of an alternate set of facts. Arnab, I really think what we are dealing with here is a motivated, not properly thought through set of attacks against the government and in particular against the Chief Executive, the Honorable Prime Minister, on something on which if somebody had introspected and reflected on it, those who are producing that false narratives can only be losers. Let me explain. All those quotes you give, and there are many more that come to line. First of all, legality. My issue is who owns the land? The government owns the land. Where are government offices situated? In the capital city, many are situated outside and the government pays 1,000 crores by way of rentals. If the government owns the land, is it within its right to build or not to build? The answer is yes. So how can you say it is illegal? Then, lie upon lie. Now, first of all, I would be surprised if it came from people who are not educated or who are not aware of the environment within which they work. But let me share with your audience that I once appeared, and I think you had a clip on that there, when somebody brought to my attention a letter signed by 106 retired civil servants, amongst them former cabinet secretaries, amongst them former foreign secretaries. And the letter went on to say that the new parliament is being constructed because there is a feeling that the old parliament building is jinxed. Therefore, you need a new one. Then they went on to sign, put their signatures on that piece of paper which said, and Central Vista Avenue, what we now call Kartavya Path, is going to be completely destroyed because all the jamun trees will disappear, the green cover will be reduced, and Mummy, Daddy and Pappu will not be able to go for picnic there in the evening.
No, they said uprooting, why uprooting jamun trees for the Central Vista revamp is a terrible idea.
Now, I addressed that in the press conference and I said precisely what I'm going to say now. I said, ye kaun padhe likhe विद्वान है जिन्होंने अपना सिग्नेचर ऐसे कागज पे लगाया without either reading the contents or this thing. So it became fashionable to attack the government. So I took some of your colleagues, distinguished members of the Fourth Estate, to the Central Vista Avenue, what it was called then, Kartavya Path, when it was under construction. And I said, aren't you going to ask me कि वो जामुन trees जो uproot किए गए थे? So he said, हम आपसे पूछ नहीं सकते हैं because you're standing under one, full bloom. So from the Kartavya Path, not a single tree was uprooted. We replanted 101 acres of greenery. We built about, 19 kilometers of additional footpath. We built 16 bridges over the water bodies because the path, Kartavya Path, previously beyond the water bodies was not accessible. So all that is done. Now it's there for everyone to see. I have been traveling relentlessly. And I asked, what is the likely footfall going to be over the weekend on one day? It says 100,000 people. Now the people have accepted it, but the quarters from which that false narrative was coming, one of your colleagues, one of our friends.
Why do you keep referring to them as my colleagues?
Because you indulged them. Yeah, like you indulge me, sometimes you indulge them. But no, okay, I should withdraw that.
No, but
somebody is fixated on that domesticated pet, which has grown into a angry lion.
Yes.
Now,
3 angry lions.
3 angry lions. So I had to write a polite letter saying, look, my friend, the original Sarnath lion is on the ground. Its height is 1 meter something. When you take an emblem and you have to put it on top of a parliament building, it's not on the ground level, it's at 33, 34 meters high, and it is 7.8 meters instead of 1 meter in terms of length. So you take something like this, obviously the mouth will also open up, and what you thought was a domesticated pet earlier now looks like a normal lion.
Yeah.
But they go on and on.
But I have a question for you. See, Mr. Puri, there are 78 channels part of this federation. I want to tell you about 3 years back we started the federation. We said these channels must have a voice. And we said we want to de-Lutinize the media in India. Lutyens being not a demographic or a geographical idea, it's a state of mind. Mindset. So we are all de-Lutyenized in our mindset. Question to you, sir. These people can't even agree on how much you spent. Somebody says 20,000 crores. Anand Sharma says 25,000 crores. Somebody else, Randeep Surjewala, says 13,451 crores. They can't even agree on how much money you spent. But why do you care for them so much? In the sense, allow me to complete. One more side. Sir, this media is a very marginal media. These websites, with the respect to them, who sometimes react to you are very tiny, very small, and the only thing they enjoy is your response. And they like saying the odd thing, tweeting the odd thing. In terms of mass reach and mass impact, they're negligible. Sir, before you have 78 channels. Each of them would reach to crores of people each. There are some networks here who reach 500 million people on a monthly basis. Do you, since this is a federation of channels across India, do you feel too much emphasis is given to one or two websites or one or two channels that operate for a small and limited audience out of this city?
So I should be very careful before I answer that question.
Sir.
On the importance of the media, the importance of a federation, entirely I agree with you.
Okay.
In any democracy anchored in the rule of law, which believes in free speech, clearly whatever anyone says is important. But why does it become important, and why do I need to respond? Because if I don't respond, then who was it? Goebbels, who said that if you take a lie and repeat it 1,000 times, someone might start believing it. Why I said initially that they had not thought this through, because one day the building will be ready. And then the question is how much you spent or how big is the angry lion will be clear, whether the jamun trees are there or not. I make the limited submission to you and to your viewers that a government which is sensitive to what is said is better off than a government which is insensitive. People say that, there are certain tendencies which are, authoritarian. I have lived 39 years in countries abroad. I was a member of the Foreign Service. I don't know of any other country at any given point of time where the ruling democratically elected government is abused so roundly and in such vicious terms, and people say that democratic things are under this thing. The only time that democratic credentials were under threat in this country is when civil liberties were curtailed in 1975. Today, anyone can get up and abuse anyone. So I think good defamation, libel laws is the answer. But for a minister of the government, and today I must say, Modi ji's ministers are like chief operating officers in departments. Now, where you have to take cognizance even of criticism. Now you come to the question of cost. By anyone who knows anything, this is an open tendering business. So we have what are called budget estimates. And after the budget estimates, there is a system of floating tenders. Very often, the budget estimates are very realistic and the tender is close to that, but is always lower. I mean, if you can get a parliament building built, I don't remember offhand, but I think 1,200 crores.
Correct.
How is the Prime Minister's house, whenever it's built, going to cost 20,000 crores? I mean, it stands to reason. The total cost of the project, which means 8 new central secretariat buildings, all that. But we will only know when the tenders are done. We are at a very initial stage yet. We've done Kartavya Path. I think the budget estimate was, what, 600 crores or something like that, and we've got it done for, what, 450 or so, as far as I remember. So, as I said, this is not just make-believe, but they tried to create a narrative to somehow say that during the COVID pandemic, the government was being wasteful and building. I went hoarse trying to tell them that the COVID management is a completely different thing. And look, again, the facts speak for themselves. We have, rather, the system, the prime ministers operation have resulted in 219 crore vaccine doses to be distributed free almost to all our citizens.
True.
Whenever I go into a public debate, I ask people, is there anyone amongst you who's not had 2 shots? Not a single. And I ask, many of you have had 3 shots? Hands go up. And what was the opposition saying then? Mr. Jairam Ramesh, one of the gentlemen whose quote you read, said the government is not completed the clinical trials for the domestically produced vaccine, Covaxin. Government must have applied its mind, government must have done something. Now, I'm not sure if that argument being advanced then was designed to facilitate the import of expensive foreign vaccines.
You're saying political parties can become a conduit or lobbies for corporates?
Well, I'll give you another example. There is a Yuva Neta. Now, you don't require much imagination.
How old is he, sir?
Looks 25, maybe 50, I don't know. He turned around and said, Modi ji, hamare bachon ki vaccine kahan hai? And me in my normal style, I said, Rajasthan mein jahan aapki sarkar hai, uske wahan pe aapne koode mein phenk diya, aur Punjab mein aapki sarkar hai, us samay thi. Wahan pe aap munafakhori kar rahe hain. So that vaccine, when we are talking about false news, false narrative, it's not anything I deal with. Anything I deal with. It comes. Because there are...
Is it changing? Because I saw recently things are changing, like a magazine that is constantly against India and keeps abusing India, maybe to reach out to a particular audience, has now started accepting that we are one of the fastest growing economies.
You know why it's changing?
Why?
Because the reality is asserting itself. You're right.
You're right. But
I'm 100% sure.
But I get angry. I'll tell you why I get angry. I'm told this is Bloomberg, I'm not sure. Look at this headline, gentlemen. And by the way, Mr. Puri, your next answer, it will be my last question, open it up. By the way, Mr. Puri has been one of the finest diplomats representing India globally and especially in the United Nations. So there is something we need to ask him here. When this news agency says, Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy. Look at this. Britain drops to become the 6th largest economy.
I thought the one that is becoming something is the one which is...
No, see the next line. See the next line. The former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 years as a former colony. I'm talking to you about mindsets. You've talked to me about falsities, information war internally. But I also believe there is a greater battle externally. And I believe it's time we need a counter. I truly believe this country needs a stronger counter, but I'd like your thoughts on it.
But before you throw this open, I have just one small comment.
Please.
You know, as a student of history, I can tell you that we had republics in the east of India, Vaishali, hundreds of years before Christ. We are a 7,000-year-old civilization. That British exposure, look, I'm an admirer of the UK. I have a lot of friends, so I'm not going to that. You've studied there, so I have to be polite. But where? At Oxford, don't do that?
Oxford and Cambridge.
Okay. Now, issue is the British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that. So I totally say it's not that India has become the 5th largest economy. I want to add something to that. India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2030.
Whoa. That's a good headline to give us, sir. 3rd largest by 2030.
I have no doubt about that.
That's incredible.
I travel all around the world on my job. Don't see this kind of economic buzz that I see in India anywhere in the world.
You and Jaishankar, Mr. Jaishankar, and you are the angry young men in this government now. Angry. You are a little more angry, and he's also angry. So it's like a Amitabh Bachchan, Shashi Kapoor combination. But we are enjoying it. I enjoy it when you go to the US and elegantly lose your cool when it comes to questions about our imports of oil from Russia, for example, right? I want to know from you how the Western world responds to you.
I told a young colleague who's a member of the Foreign Service who's now working in my ministry, and he said, we are likely to come under this, that, and the other. He was saying like pressure. I told him, young man, pressure is something, unless you're doing weight training, it's only something that can be felt in the mind. But if your mind is wired not to feel the pressure, I don't think there's anyone who can pressure Modi's India.
Oh,
Simply
well,
all
well,
that.
Fantastic. Okay, opening up to some questions. All right. Uday, let's rotate a mic around a bit. You got a mic rotating? Okay, I'll take 3 questions, okay? Any of the NBF members, anyone wants to put a question here? We'll put a couple of questions. Anyone here? Anyone internally? Okay, Karthik's putting a question, then I'll take the mic behind.
Sir, Arnab just spoke about how Bloomberg had positioned India on becoming the 5th largest economy. Do you feel that the foreign media is fair to India in the way we have progressed in the last 8 years, and India's position in the world globally has become more formidable? Do you find that the global media is giving India its due credit, what it deserves?
Look, first of all, my distinguished colleague and friend in the Rajya Sabha, first of all, India is not looking for credit, point 1. Number 2, who is the foreign media? Now, most of the people I know in the foreign media who have any knowledge of India are the Indians working for the foreign media stationed in Delhi. Okay? Now, they have habitually got used to looking for that narrative where something is going wrong.
Correct.
It's been part of their DNA.
Snake
Arey bhai, wo barish aa gayi. One colleague of my dear friend, the host, one day it rained incessantly, and there were 2 or 3 inches of water which collected in that underpath and Kartavya path. He said, and this MP, who's from a state neighboring here, said, 6,000 crores down the tube. Because down the tube, is a play on words. Why? Because 3-inch barish aayi, you collect hogi, the whole Central Vista is destroyed. And they showed some old pictures, okay, when it was under construction. Now, the chief operating officers of the department have to swing in. So I was abroad, I called the CPWD Director General, and I said, yaar, wo kya kehta hai? Nahi, kya photo to ye hai. तो मैंने कहा ये कौन सी फोटो तो पुरानी थी whatever नहीं. And then somebody working with him was so illiterate, he turned around and said, we have just uploaded it from Google. But the uploading time is you can upload an old photo and the time which will be shown will be when
by that time it's gone over the world.
By that time it's gone all over the world. Look, there is a sneaking streak, admiration and appreciation for what India has done. Even our worst critics will tell you India's COVID management, its healthcare sector reform, its contribution to sustainability, green energy, is second to none. Plus, the economy is growing at 7% for heaven's sake, at a time when the largest economy is in a quarter-to-quarter recession, when countries in Europe are today in financial straits. So there is admiration. Is everybody happy about it? I'm sorry, Karthika, let me tell you, in our own system, we have 10 friends, 2 do very well. So thoda sa to, अरे ये कैसे निकल गया? वो इंडिया में एक और होता था यार. Remember when you were much younger, when we were in the university, we used to call it the crab mentality. If a crab tries to grow up, all the others combine to
pull him
down.
Yeah.
So itni kharab nahi hai, but the fact of the matter is, why do you have countries lining up to visit India? Why is the Prime Minister on a personal level in a very dynamic, interactive summit diplomacy thing with all the leaders of the world? And the facts speak for themselves. There's a large country which is completely in lockdown, the major cities, and here I don't see a single one of us wearing a mask.
Sir, one more question, just one more. Let me take it back, Karthik. One more. Pass it on to any one person, please, in the audience. Yeah, I know you've got lots of questions, but...
Lots of hands coming up, but yes. Mr. Puri, can you just tell about this Ukraine-Russia war going on? How long it will continue and what are the political...
You should address that question.
Mr. Jaishankar, okay,
you
we'll
should
pass
address that question
we'll take
to
another
my colleague or to
one more question.
The presidents of the 2 countries or the others involved in supporting them.
Sir, I come from the 6th largest economy in the world, so I'm a little ashamed to be in front of you. But may I ask, you have covered this subject of battling fake news with great, really very, very good attitude to it. Why then is it necessary for government to intervene against fake news when the truth surely should be the best tool in battling fake news?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure whether I understood the question, but if I think I got, there may have been a sound issue involved.
What is the why does the government need to have a role at all in countering fake news? Shouldn't the truth speak up for itself?
Yes,
Is more or less what you say?
truth is the best defense in all cases. Only problem is when you have the responsibility of running a government and a piece of false news goes around, social media, mobilization, etc., it can create devastating consequences. Let me give you, if somebody spreads the news that there has been a social disturbance somewhere,
right,
and the root goes away and says, well, denominationally this is happening, minority community, it can, government does not need to counter everything. Therefore, everything that's written about me or my ministry, I don't counter. I follow our host's example and say, let the facts speak for them.
Correct.
But sometimes it becomes necessary in order to contain the damage.
Well, Mr. Puri, all I'll tell you is we love the way in which you fiercely counter the narrative. More power to you. And thank you very much for coming for the NBF summit, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Sir,
very much.
thank you, Mr. Puri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hardeep Singh Puri ji, for joining us in that riveting session. And thank you, Mr. Arnav Goswami, for moderating that session. We will, of course, be continuing these conversations through the day, of course, today, Niranjan, as we move forward in the NBF.
Yes, we're breaking for lunch for exactly 20 minutes. 20-minute lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it has to be a quick lunch because we have the Assam Chief Minister coming up after that, requesting everyone to reconvene at 2:50 p.m. At 2:50 we reconvene and we have a superb lineup in the second half. At 2:50 p.m.
Superpower, but there can be space for bad narratives that plague the mindset of the people.
Absolutely, and to carefully understand the importance of battling such fake narratives from across and within the borders, we have none other than Union Minister of Petroleum, Housing and Urban Affairs, a former diplomat, and he knows precisely how important narrative is in nation building and global footing.
Absolutely. Before I invite Mr. Arnav Goswami, founding president of NBF and editor-in-chief of Republic Media Network, to take this session forward, could we please have an AV on this special session with Union Minister Hardeep Puri?
Change is brewing in India. India is building up like never before. India is reclaiming its identity.
स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद पहली बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता, सशक्त नेतृत्व और दृढ़ संकल्प के परिणाम स्वरूप देश के सबसे बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल प्रोजेक्ट का शुभ आरंभ किया जा रहा है.
India is breaking away from the shackles of the past. But fake news continues. A counter-narrative devoid of fact permeates. The need of the hour is to reclaim our truth. One minister has been at the forefront of this journey.
और अभी जो फॉल्स नैरेटिव क्रिएट करते हैं हमारे जिन्होंने 2012 में एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, We badly need a new parliament building. This one simply isn't functional and is outdated. ये 2012 का जयराम जी का एक आर्टिकल है.
a former diplomat, a fierce nationalist, a man committed to building India. Joining us now on the NBF National Conclave is the Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Hardeep Puri, on Future of News, Building India, Battling Fake News.
Calling on stage Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri and Mr. Arnab Goswami for this fireside chat. Let's have a huge round of applause for the gentlemen as we look forward to this chat.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. You're very popular. I must say this, that pre-lunch, I was just telling Mr. Puri that usually, you know, the audience thins out during the pre-lunch and the post-lunch session. Now, in our case, when you have Hardeep Puri as the pre-lunch session and Himanta Biswa Sarma as the post-lunch session, you don't have the problem. So a round of applause to him, please. He's a freewheeling speaker, and before I start, I want to tell you that he's my senior from Hindu College. And in Hindu College, you're either a senior or a facha, as they say. So I'm like a fresher asking you the questions, Mr. Puri. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Anyone who's had the privilege of being grilled by you in Republic, on Republic, or in Times Now before that knows exactly what he's in for, and that is what makes it more worthwhile.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll try my bit. A headline: ignominy of building the Indian Parliament by breaking the law. Another headline: bit by bit and trick by trick. Mr. Puri, they're calling you a trickster. Bit by bit and trick by trick, how the Central Vista became a reality. And one last one. Sitaram Yechury. 20,000 crore central government money spent on the new house for the Prime Minister and other beautification schemes. Should I continue, or would you like to start? No, should I provoke you a bit more?
No.
These are the kind of headlines that you've attracted in the context of our... See, this is a news federation. In the context of the ongoing debate on fake news, etc., I'd like your response to this, please.
Thank you, Arnab. First of all, thank you for having me on your show this afternoon. I don't know whether this is pre-lunch or post-lunch, but I'm ready to be served here, you know. Look, I've been a student of the false narrative for longer than I can remember. I've also written a book in which I deal with the issue of the false narrative. But I think what we are facing here is not a false narrative in terms of an alternate set of facts. Arnab, I really think what we are dealing with here is a motivated, not properly thought through set of attacks against the government and in particular against the Chief Executive, the Honorable Prime Minister, on something on which if somebody had introspected and reflected on it, those who are producing that false narratives can only be losers. Let me explain. All those quotes you give, and there are many more that come to line. First of all, legality. My issue is who owns the land? The government owns the land. Where are government offices situated? In the capital city, many are situated outside and the government pays 1,000 crores by way of rentals. If the government owns the land, is it within its right to build or not to build? The answer is yes. So how can you say it is illegal? Then, lie upon lie. Now, first of all, I would be surprised if it came from people who are not educated or who are not aware of the environment within which they work. But let me share with your audience that I once appeared, and I think you had a clip on that there, when somebody brought to my attention a letter signed by 106 retired civil servants, amongst them former cabinet secretaries, amongst them former foreign secretaries, And the letter went on to say that the new parliament is being constructed because there is a feeling that the old parliament building is jinxed. Therefore, you need a new one. Then they went on to sign, put their signatures on that piece of paper which said, and Central Vista Avenue, what we now call Kartavya Path, is going to be completely destroyed because all the jamun trees will disappear, the green cover will be reduced, and Mummy, Daddy and Pappu will not be able to go for picnic there in the evening.
No, they said uprooting, why uprooting jamun trees for the Central Vista revamp is a terrible idea.
Now, I addressed that in the press conference and I said precisely what I'm going to say now. I said, ye kaun padhe likhe विद्वान है जिन्होंने अपना सिग्नेचर ऐसे कागज पे लगाया without either reading the contents or this thing. So it became fashionable to attack the government. So I took some of your colleagues, distinguished members of the Fourth Estate, to the Central Vista Avenue, what it was called then, Kartavya Path, when it was under construction. And I said, aren't you going to ask me कि वो जामुन trees जो uproot किए गए थे? So he said, हम आपसे पूछ नहीं सकते हैं because you're standing under one full bloom. So from the Kartavya Path, not a single tree was uprooted. We replanted 101 acres of greenery. We built about 19 kilometers of additional footpath. We built 16 bridges over the water bodies because the path, Kartavya Path, previously beyond the water bodies was not accessible. So all that is done. Now it's there for everyone to see. I have been traveling relentlessly. And I asked, what is the likely footfall going to be over the weekend on one day? It says 100,000 people. Now the people have accepted it, but the quarters from which that false narrative was coming, one of your colleagues, one of our friends.
Why do you keep referring to them as my colleagues?
Because you indulged them. Yeah, like you indulge me, sometimes you indulge them. But no, okay, I should withdraw that. No, but somebody is fixated on that domesticated pet which has grown into a angry lion.
Yes.
Now,
3 angry lions.
3 angry lions. So I had to write a polite letter saying, look, my friend, the original Sarnath lion is on the ground. Its height is 1 meter something. When you take an emblem and you have to put it on top of a parliament building, it's not on the ground level, it's at 33, 34 meters high, and it is 7.8 meters instead of 1 meter in terms of length. So you take something like this, obviously the mouth will also open up, and what you thought was a domesticated pet earlier now looks like a normal lion.
Yeah.
But they go on and on.
But I have a question for you. See, Mr. Puri, there are 78 channels part of this federation. I want to tell you about 3 years back we started the federation. We said these channels must have a voice. And we said we want to de-Lutyanize the media in India. Lutyens being not a demographic or a geographical idea, it's a state of mind. Mindset. So we are all de-Lutyanized in our mindset. Question to you, sir. These people can't even agree on how much you spent. Somebody says 20,000 crores. Anand Sharma says 25,000 crores. Somebody else, Randeep Surjewala, says 13,451 crores. They can't even agree on how much money you spent. But why do you care for them so much? In the sense, allow me to complete. One more side. Sir, this media is a very marginal media. These websites, with the respect to them, who sometimes react to you are very tiny, very small, and the only thing they enjoy is your response. And they like saying the odd thing, tweeting the odd thing. In terms of mass reach and mass impact, they are negligible. Sir, before you have 78 channels. Each of them would reach to crores of people each. There are some networks here who reach 400, 500 million people on a monthly basis. Do you, since this is a federation of channels across India, do you feel too much emphasis is given to 1 or 2 websites or 1 or 2 channels that operate for a small and limited audience out of this city?
I should be very careful before I answer that question.
Sir.
On the importance of the media, the importance of a federation, entirely I agree with you.
Okay.
In any democracy anchored in the rule of law, which believes in free speech, clearly whatever anyone says is important. But why does it become important, and why do I need to respond? Because if I don't respond, then who was it? Goebbels, who said that if you take a lie and repeat it 1,000 times, someone might start believing it. Why I said initially that they had not thought this through, because one day the building will be ready. And then the question is how much you spent or how big is the angry lion will be clear, whether the jamun trees are there or not. I make the limited submission to you and to your viewers that a government which is sensitive to what is said is better off than a government which is insensitive. People say that, you know, there are certain tendencies which are, you know, authoritarian. I have lived 39 years in countries abroad. I was a member of the Foreign Service. I don't know of any other country at any given point of time where the ruling democratically elected government is abused so roundly and in such vicious terms, and people say that democratic things are under this thing. The only time that democratic credentials were under threat in this country is when civil liberties were curtailed in 1975. Today, anyone can get up and abuse anyone. So I think good defamation, libel laws is the answer. But for a minister of the government, and today I must say, Modi ji's ministers are like chief operating officers in departments. Now, excellent, where you have to take cognizance even of criticism. Now you come to the question of cost. By anyone who knows anything, this is an open tendering business. So we have what are called budget estimates. And after the budget estimates, there is a system of floating tenders. Very often, the budget estimates are very realistic and the tender is close to that, but is always lower. I mean, if you can get a parliament building built, I don't remember offhand, but I think 1,200 crores. Correct. How is the Prime Minister's house, whenever it's built, going to cost 20,000 crores? I mean, it stands to reason. The total cost of the project, which means 8 new central secretariat buildings, all that. But we will only know when the tenders are done. We are at a very initial stage yet. We've done Kartavya Path. I think the budget estimate was, what, 600 crores or something like that, and we've got it done for, what, 450 or so, as far as I remember. So, as I said, this is not just make-believe, but they tried to create a narrative to somehow say that during the COVID pandemic, the government was being wasteful and building. I went hoarse trying to tell them that the COVID management is a completely different thing. And look, again, the facts speak for themselves. We have, rather the system, the Prime Minister's operation have resulted in 219 crore vaccine doses to be distributed free almost to all our citizens. True. Whenever I go into a public debate, I ask people, is there anyone amongst you who's not had 2 shots? Not a single. And I ask, many of you have had 3 shots? Hands go up. And what was the opposition saying then? Mr. Jairam Ramesh, one of the gentlemen whose quote you read, said the government is not completed the clinical trials for the domestically produced vaccine, Covaxin. Otherwise, government must have applied its mind, government must have done something. Now, I'm not sure if that argument being advanced then was designed to facilitate the import of expensive foreign vaccines.
You're saying political parties can become a conduit or lobbies for corporates?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you another example. There is a Yuva Neta. Now, you don't require much imagination.
How old is he, sir?
Looks 25, maybe 50, I don't know. He turned around and said, Modi ji, हमारे बच्चों की vaccine कहाँ है? And me in my normal style, I said, राजस्थान में जहाँ आपकी सरकार है, उसके वहाँ पे आपने कूड़े में फेंक दिया, और पंजाब में आपकी सरकार है, उस समय थी, वहाँ पे आप मुनाफाखोरी कर रहे हैं. So that vaccine, when we are talking about false news, false narrative, it's not anything I deal with. anything I deal with, it comes because there are...
Is it changing? Is it changing? Because I saw recently things are changing, like a magazine that is constantly against India and keeps abusing India, maybe to reach out to a particular audience, has now started accepting that we are one of the fastest growing economies.
You know why it's changing?
Why?
Because the reality is asserting itself. You're right.
You're right. But
I'm 100% sure.
But I get angry. I'll tell you why I get angry. I'm told this is Bloomberg. I'm not sure. Look at this headline, gentlemen. And by the way, Mr. Puri, your next answer, it will be my last question. Open it up. By the way, Mr. Puri has been one of the finest diplomats representing India globally and especially in the United Nations. So there is something we need to ask him here. When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy. Look at this. Britain drops to become the 6th largest economy.
I thought the one that is becoming something is the one which is...
No, see the next line. See the next line. The former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony. I'm talking to you about mindsets. You've talked to me about falsities, information war internally. But I also believe there is a greater battle externally. And I believe it's time we need a counter. I truly believe this country needs a stronger counter, but I'd like your thoughts on it.
But before you throw this open, I have just one small comment.
Please, please.
You know, as a student of history, I can tell you that we had republics in the east of India, Vaishali, hundreds of years before Christ. We are a 7,000-year-old civilization. That British exposure, look, I'm an admirer of the UK. I have a lot of friends, so I'm not going to that. You've studied there, so I have to be polite. But where? At Oxford, don't you?
Oxford and Cambridge.
Okay. Now, issue is the British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that. So I totally say it's not that India has become the 5th largest economy. I want to add something to that. India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2030.
Whoa. That's a good headline to give us, sir. 3rd largest by 2030.
I have no doubt about that.
That's incredible.
I travel all around the world on my job. I don't see this kind of economic buzz that I see in India anywhere in the world.
You and Jaishankar, Mr. Jaishankar, and you are the angry young men in this government now.
Angry.
Angry. You are a little more angry, and he's also angry. So it's like a Amitabh Bachchan, Shashi Kapoor combination. But we are enjoying it. I enjoy it when you go to the US and elegantly lose your cool when it comes to questions about our imports of oil from Russia, for example, right? I want to know from you how the Western world responds to you.
I told a young colleague who's a member of the Foreign Service who's now working in my ministry, and he said, we are likely to come under this, that, and the other. He was saying like pressure. I told him, young man, pressure is something, unless you're doing weight training, it's only something that can be felt in the mind. But if your mind is wired not to feel the pressure, I don't think there's anyone who can pressure Modi's India.
Oh,
Simply all that.
Fantastic. Okay, opening up to some questions. All right. Uday, let's rotate the mic around a bit. You got a mic rotating? Okay, I'll take 3 questions, okay? Any of the NBF members, anyone wants to put a question here? We'll put a couple of questions. Anyone here? Anyone internally? Okay, Karthik's putting a question, then I'll take the mic behind.
Sir, Arnab just spoke about how Bloomberg had positioned India on becoming the 5th largest economy. Do you feel that the foreign media is fair to India in the way we have progressed in the last 8 years, and India's position in the world globally has become more formidable? Do you find that the global media is giving India its due credit, what it deserves?
Look, first of all, my distinguished colleague and friend in the Rajya Sabha, first of all, India is not looking for credit, point one. Number two, who is the foreign media? Now, most of the people I know in the foreign media who have any knowledge of India are the Indians working for the foreign media stationed in Delhi. Okay. Now, they have habitually got used to looking for that narrative where something is going wrong.
Correct.
It's been part of their DNA.
Snake
Arey
charmers
bhai, wo
logic.
barish aa gayi. One colleague of my dear friend, the host, one day it rained incessantly and there were 2 or 3 inches of water which collected in that underpath and Kartavya path. He said, and this MP, who's from a state neighboring here, said, 6,000 crores down the tube. Because down the tube, is a play on words. Why? Because 3-inch barish aayi, you collect hogi, the whole central vista is destroyed. And they showed some old pictures, okay, when it was under construction. Now, the chief operating officers of the department have to swing in. So I was abroad, I called the CPWD Director General and I said, yaar, wo kya? Kehta nahi, the camp photo to ye hai. तो मैंने कहा ये कौन सी फोटो तो पुरानी थी whatever नहीं and then somebody working with him was so illiterate he turned around and said we have just uploaded it from Google but the uploading time is you can upload an old photo and the time which will be shown will be
and
when
by that time it's gone over the world.
By that time it's gone all over the world. Look, there is a sneaking streak admiration and appreciation for what India has done. Even our worst critics will tell you India's COVID management, its healthcare sector reform, its contribution to sustainability, green energy is second to none. Plus the economy is growing at 7% for heaven's sake. At a time when the largest economy is in a quarter-to-quarter recession, when countries in Europe are today in financial straits. So there is admiration. Is everybody happy about it? I'm sorry, Karthika, let me tell you, in our own system, we have 10 friends, 2 do very well. So, thoda sa to, अरे ये कैसे निकल गया? वो इंडिया में एक और होता था यार. Remember, when you were much younger, when we were in the university, we used to call it the crab mentality. If a crab tries to grow up, all the others combine to pull him down. Yeah. So, itni kharab nahi hai, but the fact of the matter is, why do you have countries lining up to visit India? Why is the Prime Minister on a personal level in a very dynamic, interactive summit diplomacy thing with all the leaders of the world? And the facts speak for themselves. There's a large country which is completely in lockdown, the major city. And here I don't see a single one of us wearing a mask.
Sir, one more question. Just one more. Let me take it back, Karthik. One more. Pass it on to any one person, please, in the audience. Yeah, I know you've got lots of questions, but...
Lots of hands coming up, but yes. Mr. Puri, can you just tell about this Ukraine-Russia war going on? How long it will continue and what are the political...
You should address that question.
Mr. Jaishankar, okay,
we'll should address that question
we'll take
to my colleague or to...
One more question.
The presidents of the 2 countries or the others involved in supporting them.
Sir, I come from the 6th largest economy in the world. So I'm a little ashamed to be in front of you. But may I ask, you have covered this subject of battling fake news with great, really very, very good attitude to it. Why then is it necessary for government to intervene against fake news when the truth surely should be the best tool in battling fake news?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm not entirely sure whether I understood the question, but if I think I got, there may have been a sound issue involved.
What is the, why does the government need to have a role at all in countering fake news? Shouldn't the truth speak up for itself?
Yes, truth is the best defense in all cases. Only problem is when you have the responsibility of running a government and a piece of false news goes around, social media, mobilization, etc., it can create devastating consequences. Let me give you, if somebody spreads the news that there has been a social disturbance somewhere,
right,
and the root goes away and says, well, denominationally this is happening, minority, it can government does not need to counter everything. Therefore, everything that's written about me or my ministry, I don't counter. I follow our host's example and say, let the facts speak for them.
Correct.
But sometimes it becomes necessary in order to contain the damage.
Well, Mr. Puri, all I'll tell you is we love the way in which you fiercely counter the narrative. More power to you. And thank you very much for coming for the NBF summit, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Sir,
very much.
thank you, Mr.
Thank
Puri.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hardeep Singh Puri ji, for joining us in that riveting session. And thank you, Mr. Arnav Goswami, for moderating that session. We will, of course, be continuing these conversations through the day, of course, today, Niranjan, as we move forward in the NBF.
Yes, we're breaking for lunch for exactly 20 minutes. 20-minute lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it has to be a quick lunch because we have the Assam Chief Minister coming up after that, requesting everyone to reconvene at 2:50 p.m. At 2:50 we reconvene and we have a superb lineup in the second half. At 2:50 p.m. Superpower!
And be more collaborative. And as an ecosystem, all of us will work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Vikram.
Look, news was, is and will continue to be highly relevant to everybody. Everybody in India, everybody in the world. Since the question is future of news, I think the aspect I'd like to bring in is what will happen in a digital age. Currently, the way we talk about it is, we talk about TV, newspapers, digital, radio, so on and so forth, and we look at digital as a medium. Digital is not a medium. I think it's increasingly in the future, you will start looking at mediums a little sensorially as audiovisual, text, image, voice, experiential, like that. The audiovisual parts, even today, when I'm watching TV, and in fact this morning, for some reason my set-top box was not working, so I caught my morning news online. And it was good streaming, same TV channel, but I was watching it online. Connected TVs coming in, so on and so forth. So it's going to become, from a consumer standpoint, highly seamless, whether you're watching it linear or basically online. Worldwide, if you have to look across almost all of these mediums, the way we define them sensorially, about 30% of the viewership is coming from digital, and that will grow. The way I'm looking at future of news and the opportunity I'm seeing is, somewhere I think breaking news will break now online because it's here and now. And I think analysis, perspective, insight, and dare I say, inquisitions will happen on TV. And I think that is going to be the part where you really need to build. And I think that's where all news newscasters, they need to look at their digital practice a little differently from their linear TV practice. And I think in these two things, breaking news versus analysis insight.
Thanks, Vikram. Karthik, your words, and if you wish to sum up this discussion.
Well, I think I'd like to sum up by saying that news is here to stay. And the immediacy and the urgency of news cannot be replaced, whatever the medium be, whether it is through your set-top box or through your OTT platforms. Unlike GEC and other mediums, where the human brain has the ability to consume content when and where they want to consume, news will always have that immediacy and urgency, which is by its true nature not replaceable. Which is also true for sports. I mean, when the sport is happening, you need to watch it there and then. And the same logic applies for news. But having said that, I think the future of news lies in multiple manifestations. And I think people themselves will drive what they want to watch. The role of our editors and people who select news is going to go down. And we are going to become more driven on what people want to watch. That's the future of news.
Thank you very much. I think we had a great session. Thank you for coming down all the way from Bombay, Shashi. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you all. I'll just urge you to stay on stage for 60 more seconds. I want to quickly get in founding president of NBF, Mr. Arnab Goswami, for a quick reaction as well to this inaugural panel.
I was listening keenly. I know you have a flight to catch, PK, but PK, Shashi and Vikram, 30-second thought from me. There have been unnecessarily jarring conversations between industry and news. This conversation can be a new start. I saw you say that news is a reach builder. So that shows your commitment from an industry point of view. But we all NBF want to tell you, we all have an equal commitment to democracy. This conversation can be a game changer in the relationship between the media industry and the news side of our business. So we thank you, and we want to work collaboratively with you. In 1 month, we will come back from NBF with a white paper to you on how we can position our content in a way that is more applicable from a business point of view. I hope you give us an appointment when we seek it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So certainly the tone and tenor being set not just for the day today, but also the weeks and months ahead for the landscape of news in the country. Thank you once again, Mr. Prashant Kumar, Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Mr. Shashi Sinha, Mr. Kartikeya Sharma and Barun Das for that absorbing, riveting discussion, as I said, on the theme, the central premise of today's conclave, Future of News. And now we're quickly going to be moving across to our next session, Future of News, Bark and Beyond. To give you more details on that session, I'll quickly invite on stage my colleagues Krishna and Suyesha. Could we please have you on stage to introduce the next panelists and give us more details about the next session?
Thank you there. Yes, that was a cracker of a first session, wasn't it, Suyesha? It's time now to move on quickly to the next session. Up next is indeed a very interesting, quick and interactive session. It's with the Chairman and CEO of BARC, Mr. Shashi Sinha, who has just left the stage, requesting Mr. Shashi Sinha to take the stage again, please. And also Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, requesting him to take the stage as well for this session, BARC and Beyond. With the upward revisions in the sample size and the periodical hygiene check, BARC is the best bet available in the market for measurement. BARC has stepped up to ensure that their technology leaves a gap for undue commercial gains not. And in this session, as I've been telling you, Mr. Shashi Sinha, the Chairman and CEO of BARC, please requesting you to take a seat. Mr. Barun Das, MD and CEO of TV9 Network, to take a seat as well. We're requesting Jaggi Panda, the co-founder and director at OTV, founder and director at Ortel Communications, requesting Jaggi Panda to take the stage, and Suyesha as well.
And yes, of course, we also have Mr. Sanjeev Narayan. He's the founder of AM Television Private Limited. I also request him to grace the panel. Mr. Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief of Republic Media Network and the President of NBF. He will be chairing this session. Rinki Bhuyan, the Chairperson and Managing Director of Pride East Entertainments. Thank you all. Yes, and we now leave the floor to the editors to begin this discussion.
Okay, we got one empty seat in the house, so Karthik, can I request? Oh, you've just had a session, so come on. We have enough issues with BARC, don't forget. Huh? And we'll open up to the house also. Where do we get a chance to sit with the chairman of BARC, the child of controversy? They say I'm controversy's child. Today you are controversy's child. Shashi, thank you first of all. That was a great session, wasn't it? Let's have a round of applause for the last session. Absolutely brilliant. And we want to be candid. And I know this is going to be headline material. Chairman of BARC sitting with the organization and the channels who've complained the loudest to him over the last few months and years maybe. So Shashi, first question. Why have you agreed to do this? This is what you call self-inflicted punishment. I gave you a choice and you said, no, I want to do this.
No.
So why have you agreed to do this?
So I'll tell you. The session.
This session. This session. No, not
you said the chairmanship of BAC.
Both actually, yes. Thank you.
So firstly, before we go, I want to make one clarification. I am chairman. The chairman is elected from the board and it's a voluntary position. The CEO of BAC, as was called out, is not me. You can imagine mentally Nakul Chopra there. And if there are any mental knives, please, all the knives should come to Nakul Chopra behind there.
Oh, God.
So I carry the good karma there. To this session.
On a serious note, yeah.
I tell you why I agreed to do this session.
Yes.
I believe we must communicate. I believe this is a large forum. And I believe there is a lot of issues, some real, some perceived, as far as new genre is concerned.
Yeah.
So just like you have this, of putting me under the spotlight, it's for me to also use this opportunity to communicate a lot of things which I'm reasonably sure will be a discovery to your audience today that that's not what is true about BAC. It's best to, it's easy to run away. It's best to talk.
So should we open the questioning round? Anyone wants to throw the first question to, who wants to throw the first question to, no, Karthik?
Can I first respond to what Karthik has said in the previous panel? And, I thought he had a brilliant idea.
Can you hold your mic closer?
He spoke about TV plus digital, and just to let this audience know, and Karthik, I'm sure you know, that we have worked with BAC for the see, most of the problems with BAC are not technology or capability issues. I've been involved with BAC, well, I've been chairman for the last 5-6 months, but I've been involved with BAC in many capacities. This is a statement I want to make, and I'm sure most of you know this, that it's not a capability, it's a stakeholder management, it's a, so for example, we have worked on TV plus digital 5 years back. We paid Nielsen 15-20 crore rupees. We had to write it off. We were ready to roll. It's all about stakeholders agreeing that, we do need a common currency of TV plus digital. There are pros and cons. What are the challenges? So, and that's going to be my theme all through. Yeah. So it's not the capability issue. It's the stakeholder issue.
Okay. Shall I throw the first question at you? My first question to you is on landing pages. And you see, there is a responsibility that BAC has. You can't dodge the responsibility. Allow me to complete. You see, nowadays you have TV channels who say, we have a lot of money, we are going to throw money, we are going to spend 20, 30, 40 crores in buying landing pages. If we have the money, so be it. We'll be the #1 channel if we have a lot of money. This is an absurd proposition. Firstly, I think no channel should talk like this. I think news is about serving the audience with news, not trying to buy landing pages. Now, you have the technology to differentiate between what is a landing page viewership and what is a normal viewership, right? If these channels say that landing page is a marketing tool, then it can be defined as a marketing tool. But when that marketing tool upsets the viewership pattern in what is a very sensitive genre, where the numbers are easily affected, BAC has the ability to differentiate it. Why can't BAC put out two viewership with or without landing pages? It has the technology. It has the technology to do it. And the reason I'm asking you this is because would you want to see a situation, Shashi, where there are only people with lots of money who survive in the media business? Now we have corporate houses, biggest industrial houses of India doing the news. Would you like to see a situation, suppose each of them decides, we'll spend 100 crores on landing pages, let's finish the business, let's destroy, then none of us who are on the stage will survive as channels. And I think you are in a very strong position. Am I speaking for NBF? Yeah? You're in a very strong position with one decision to make that change. You can go to these channels and say, if you believe in your content, then let your content get you the audience. Why don't you take that decisive step?
So may I respond? Thank you for asking the question. Thank you for making the opening question. Let me give you a context and not an evasive answer, but I'll give you the real answer. I speak from the heart, whatever it gets me into trouble, but so be it. So, BAC created a landing page algorithm about, I forget, 3 years back. At that time, I was not the chairman, but I was involved running the TechCom, along with, the core TechCom, the broadcaster and an advertiser. So the then CEO of BAC, and there was an oversight committee in Praveen Tripathi, various people designed the algorithm, and they came back saying that we must cut out the entire session. So if we are discovering landing page, the entire session should go out, correct? Which is in a way what you're asking for, that the entire session should go out. At that point in time, the broadcaster nominee, and there's a point I'm going to make at the end of it. The broadcaster nominee on the co-techcom was from a large GEC, and he turned around and said they were also playing cricket. He said, are you trying to say when I get a big tournament like IPL, and if you take out whatever the landing page, the whole session will go out, the whole match will go out. And he said, this is not acceptable. You know, we are doing it as a sampling mechanism, and sampling is there if someone is staying on, so you find out what is less and you want to move out. This is one point. The second suggestion which was made, and then the advertiser member on the co-techcom, very respected and able guy, he said, listen, we as advertisers, and I remember those words vividly, you know, we do shop displays, and shop displays, if you're doing merchandising, and if someone buys because of that, so be it. So this was the interesting thing. I don't know. The interesting thing was that BARC had recommended knock off the entire session, and you know, it was shut down.
So you are saying that in spirit, allow me to complete. You are saying that in spirit you disagree with the measurement of landing pages. On the shop floor issue, one counter to you.
No, listen,
if I go to a shop,
let me complete the whole story.
Okay, sure.
The story is there. Now, so point I'm making, what I have where in my IPG hat is a separate point, in my point of view. But as BARC, our capability exists to knock off the entire session, correct? It was shot down by the collective wisdom of the board and the TechCom at that point in time, of which I was part of. Having said that, 10 days back, without going to, finally you must understand, BARC is represented, broadcast is represented what is called by IBDF, where all of you are members of IBDF, correct? So, rightly or wrongly, they are the ones who represent. 10 days back, with the president of IBDF, this issue came up again. And I narrated the story. I said, listen, it is your decision to tell us collectively, and then we'll carry the other stakeholders, whether you want the entire session to be knocked off or not. In fact, the algorithm for knocking off the entire session makes our life far easier than doing this business of what we are doing. So now, this is just a 10-day-old story, and IBDF has to get back. It's not a BARC decision. It's a
Did you take a decision at that meeting of IBDF?
So IBDF has to revert whether they want to go. As you know, this is a split house. You know, we also suggested, if you feel uncomfortable doing it for all genres, do it only for news. Correct?
Yes.
So my request is that it is not a issue of, and this is where when I talked about collaboration in this session, this could be one attempt. There are few broadcasters today who are for landing pages, many more. So it's for the IBDF to tell the organization, listen, we agree, you knock off the entire session. It will take off the entire session.
Since, I'm sorry, I'm taking too many questions. After this, I won't ask questions. I promise. Odd. You see, I'm not anchoring tonight, so I have to make up. No, I'm just saying to you, Shashi, you're a reasonable person. You have great wisdom and experience, and I know that what you're saying is very genuine.
This is to be a very, very special session with someone who minces no words, the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sharma. And this, of course, is the inaugural NBF Conclave titled Future of News. Up next, we're going to be having a discussion on the future of news in India with the perspective of One India, Many Voices. When we talk about One India, Many Voices, it's impossible, remember, to forget the role of the vernacular press in the freedom struggle. The regional languages played the role of informing people and stirred in them across the country a sense of Indian nationalism, which was steeped in an anti-colonial British sentiment. Today as well, over a century has passed, but misinformation, of course, continues to thrive. However, through this, the cancerous proliferation of regional news media, which is also happening across the length and breadth of the nation, it has become very important to trace a common link, bypassing all editorial differences to that common ground of local reportage and breaking stories in the interests of the nation. It's very, very important to re-emphasize today that this conclave is broadcasting in over 40 channels, not just in the north of the country, where we are physically coming to you from, but to the west, to the east, and to the south, and in multiple regional languages as well, not just English and Hindi. To set the tone and tenor for the next session, let's please have an AV before we call the CM of Assam and Mr. Arnab Goswami on stage.
News has no barriers. News cannot be limited to big media conglomerates operating in big mega metros. News media has embraced domains and genres with ease and perfection. Editorially diverse, and unrivaled. Indian news is made up of many voices.
मैं जानता हूं as a minimum कि Assam should be in the top 5 state of the India and India should be the world strongest, mightiest state in the world. इतना ही philosophy है.
An outspoken leader and believer in the India story. Joining us now at the NBF National Conclave is the Chief Minister of Assam, Himanta Biswa Sarma, for a fireside chat on future of news. One India, many voices.
May I now invite Mr. Arnab Goswami for a fireside chat with the dynamic Chief Minister of Assam, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma. Mr. Sharma's work in Assam and efforts to instill a sense of nationalism have inspired leaders across the Northeast. Mr. Sharma will tell us how each of these voices of the vernacular media speak the development and people's stories of India and the challenges they face in this age of misinformation. Please, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma and Mr. Arnab Goswami on stage. And as an Assamese, মই খুব গৌৰৱ অনুভৱ কৰিছোঁ যে Mr. Arnab Goswami is here with our very own Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's have a proper round of applause for Himanta Biswa Sarma. Not only one of the most popular, dynamic, controversial, but also one of the best performing chief ministers in the country today. We're very happy and proud to have you with us, sir. Thank you very much. Please, sir. Please, thank you. We deliberately kept you for a post-lunch session.
No.
Do you know why, Himanta?
So that everybody become bored after the lines, everybody becomes sleepy.
No, because two things. You wake up people. Secondly, you get the audiences back. That's the reason. And you know that you've become a viral sensation over the last few months increasingly. Have you noticed any clip with some of his comments gets the highest traction? Is there any doubt about it? Any doubt?
I think that is for my broken English and broken Hindi.
Your broken English and Hindi? No, you're perfectly fine. You're perfectly fine in both. But great to have you with us.
Thank you so much, Arnab.
So, Himanta, the News Broadcasters Federation. First, I want to just tell you why we had this federation, because we felt, and I keep repeating it, we felt the need to de-Lutyanize the Indian media. We felt almost frustrated that 4 or 5 channels so nobody watches and 2 or 3 websites claim they dominate the media landscape in the country. And we have worked very, very hard to get 78 channels under one platform. All of you politicians run coalition governments, but you will never have as large and as functioning a coalition as this federation.
But you are almost acting like Atal Bihari Vajpayee. 78 news channel and still it is going strong.
But we are going to last a long time.
I think you should and you must.
Thank you. But you know, I want to get you on this thought. You are from Assam. You are now center stage in national politics. How do you view the media in this country? A broad question to start with. How do you view the media landscape in India from where you are, from where you have been and have come, and as you look towards the future of this country?
You see, our country is going...
Can you just hold the mic a little closer?
Yeah. Our country is going through an interesting political phase. There are people who are trying to strengthen country. There are people who are trying to make India a Vishwaguru again. But there are people within the country who wants to see India as a very, very weak country. Even in media, I see both the trend. One part of media who is strongly advocating the cause of India, cause of nationalism, Bharatiyata everywhere. But there are media who believe that covering China is more important than covering India's sacrifice of Indian army. There are media who believe that how much China has advanced towards India wrongly, you give focus on that. but do not make headline that how much Indian army is doing, how much they are sacrificing for protecting India's sovereignty. You don't give the headline when India's economy suppress your even British economy who ruled us for hundreds of years. But you give publicity when Indian rupee for some reason weaken by maybe by 50 paisa, 1 rupee on that day. I mean, there are people who are constantly opposing the growth of India as a world superpower. So, what I see in politics, what I see in intellectual world, the sharp division, I see that in media also.
But there are those who say that the media is not being critical enough. They say that you should instead of talking, for example, about the strengthening of the dollar, you should talk about the collapse of the rupee. Now, it can be a subjective thing, whether the rupee is collapsed or not and how much it is because of global trends, American capital, whatever is happening there. But they say you're not being critical enough of this government. And more so, since there isn't enough an active opposition in this country, the role of the media as the opposition becomes more critical.
First of all, I don't think that media, somebody has voted media to be the voice of opposition. I think that media's role should be to promote India, irrespective of political party. But today, certain media, in the name of opposing Prime Minister Modi, actually they are opposing the country. Even somebody got gold prize in gold in Olympic, they don't want to promote that pride moment for the country also, because they feel that it might ultimately give some credit to Narendra Modi also. So, in my view, that media must promote India, must promote Bhartiyata, and should not be influenced by Western thought, Western culture, and Western type of that no, media should play this role, media play that role. Nobody has defined कि media को विरोधी का role play करना है. किसने बोला?
What is this Western type in your view? Can you elaborate?
I mean, there are a Western democracy had set certain standard that how people, institutions should behave. We should not follow that. We should follow the standard which for long India has developed as our own. During the freedom movement, Indian press supported freedom of India. Today, there is another freedom movement going on in Assam, because in India, because we want to get freedom from poverty, we want to get freedom from illiteracy, we want to promote India as a superpower. In my view, Indian media should aggressively promote Bharatiyata, India's nationalism.
Are you actually indirectly trying to tell the media to promote the BJP?
If
BJP, is that the attention? Is that the intention?
No. If BJP is promoting Indianness, if BJP is promoting nationalism, then what is harm in supporting BJP?
Are you trying to appropriate nationalism politically?
No. I mean, it is all about how you think. Today, the country has banned PFI. Everybody realized that PFI is an element which poses challenge to India's integrity. Now, what is harm in supporting that move of government? Because whether in BJP or Congress, we want that PFI should have been banned long back. So, if today the government of the day has banned PFI, then media should be unequivocal.
No, but earlier for the last 6 months to 1 year, the argument was you were not targeting the PFI, you were trying to indirectly target the minority community.
That is the problem. Indian media should be with the country. Indian media
is being anti-PFI, being for country.
In my view, yes. As long as you write against PFI, you are contributing to the growth of the country. You should write right and left against the communal forces. Then you become actually Indian. I don't want that you should write against, if somebody is doing corruption, definitely you write. But if somebody is posing threat to the country's sovereignty, then you must work in tandem with the government.
Are you putting politics first or nation first?
I think politics cannot be first. Nation has to be first.
If it is not politics first and if it is nation first, then you are from Assam, I am from Assam. For the longest time in Assam, it has always been, the issue has been the anti-foreigners agitation. Well, one minute. It's been the anti-foreigners agitation, right? But when your government says bring in the CA, right? When your government says bring in the CA, change the legislation, you are saying that Hindus from Bangladesh should come, but they are also foreigners. This changes the full premise of the same students' agitation with which you have been associated yourself.
I have answered this question to you in the last Republic Summit also, that India as a nation has a historical responsibility towards the persecuted Hindus of the world. Hindu doesn't have any address except India. So the problem in Assam we can resolve, that whether Assam has a great share of the burden, that we can resolve in the country. But as an Indian, no one can deny the rights of persecuted Hindu to come back to their own motherland. That you cannot deny.
But this line you have taken for the last 2 or 3 years.
I think I am stand by that line for last, from the day I started politics. If you see my assembly speech when I was in Congress also, I strongly advocate that line. Kahan jayega besera log? Can Hindu go to Arab? Can Hindu go to Pakistan? Can Hindu go to certain other country? Hindus has to come here. All media has to work with government in that on those cases. If you oppose CA, ultimately you are telling what? That persecuted Hindus should not come back to India. Rather, they should change their religion in Pakistan.
No, I am saying on the basis of religion, you can't give entry into a country.
I think India is a country which has developed on the culture and ethos of Sanatan. You can't deny
on the culture and ethos of?
Culture and ethos of Sanatan Dharma. You can't deny that it was a Hindu tradition. It was a Hindu civilization, and you can't deny that. India is today a secular country because in our Constituent Assembly, the Hindu thought process has taken over.
But you and I are from a state which has, you are heading a state which is believed to have more than 35% Muslim population. Are you not isolating them when you say that?
No.
Are you not isolating them?
No. I don't think that Indian Muslim has any problem, because Indian Muslim also knows that till Mughal comes to India was a Hindustan, India was a state based on Hindu culture and thought. So how can I write the history completely different? You are a son of Colonel Manoranjan Goswami. Now how you can deny that? So whatever may be the political context, everybody has to say that India's destiny was shaped by our great sages, our great Vedas, Upanishads for 5,000 years. Thereafter Mughal
but
came.
But that is your political line.
No, thereafter Mughal comes, that is also part of your history.
But in the context of today's panel, this is a media event, that is a line a politician can take. It is not a line the media can take, because the moment, allow me to complete.
I think media will write history differently. That Veda was not born in India. Upanishad was not written in India.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what line media will
I am trying to say that the line that you are taking, Mr. Sharma, is great, and I'm sure this audience, a lot of people will applaud for you. But the media cannot take that line.
The problem,
or rather, I'm playing devil's advocate with you. How can the media take that line?
Problem with the Western media or so-called Indian media influenced by Western thought, they think that India has born in 1947. They did not realize that India is a country with the 5,000 years of civilizational thought and civilizational process. They think that country has born just in 1947. That was the basic issue, and I strongly believe you in the name of criticizing Prime Minister Modi, don't criticize India's growth story. Don't dilute the achievement of Indians. Don't do that. That is what my advice to the media.
No, you're talking about the media. By the way, when you talk about nation and nationalism, your friend, you know which one?
Yes.
Which one?
Who is taking great trouble nowadays in walking the street? I mean, I am clear about my friend and foe.
I was checking. I was checking. No, but your friend does not believes, and he actually went to a foreign university and said India has never been a nation at all. He said, and I was appalled. How can an Indian politician go outside India and say my country has never been a nation?
No, but
he said it was a gift of the British. India never existed as a nation before the British gifted it to us. And then if you saw, a young bureaucrat corrected him and said, you don't know about Chanakya, you don't know about Janpads, you don't know about nationalism in this country. But that's the
problem.
So you don't blame the media for it, you should blame your friend.
No, Arnab, I don't want to blame my friend because election is in Gujarat, he is working in Andhra Pradesh. I don't want to blame him because that is his USP of thinking. So the problem is that this country has born, according to me, in 5,000 years back. Chanakya spoke in detail about India, Bharat. Western influenced Indians. They think that India has born as a country in 1947. They think that this is written in Constitution. But the same kind of people has written Constitution in India, and the same kind of people written Constitution in Pakistan. But the people, those who has written Constitution for India, they were Hindus, so they have produced a secular Constitution. The other people, they were fundamentalists, so they produced a Constitution which is in nature of full fundamentalist thought. So today India is secular country. Today India respect everyone because of our civilizational thought process.
In 1962, when the Chinese crossed and when they went through Nepal and were on the borders and almost entered Assam, Nehru went on radio, I think, and he said, my heart goes out to the people of Assam. Which means the Prime Minister of India at that time almost gave up Assam or was willing to give up without a fight. That is one situation. And the same media at that time and even now says, no, strategic mistakes, etc., but has never quite blamed Nehru for it. Now you put this to the present context of Doklam. When the Chinese tried to get the heights, and when we moved the guns, and when we outstared them, and when Mr. Doval actually met the Chinese equivalent of the National Security Advisor, bargained with him and got them to back off. We see the change in approach. And yet it is that the narrative in India has not quite changed, or nobody's quite, I can say that I'm speaking for a lot of the media, they still find mistakes in the government's handling of its China policy. So I would like your view on that, both from the point of view of Assam, your state, and nationally. And in the context of the discussion that we are having.
I'll just go to 1962 for a brief while.
Please.
I have seen the Nehru speech completely. Nehru in that speech, he said that countrymen, now we are losing battles. Everywhere we are losing. But don't worry, we will win one day. So you must read the entire speech. That is more dangerous than what you have quoted. He said openly on the news, openly on that broadcast, he said that as of now we are losing everywhere. But don't worry, there will be time will come, one day we will win. So that was the exact meaning of his speech. I am quoting him. But today, when India, it is not about BJP or somebody. Today, India's army is basically fighting with Chinese army eye to eye. They are defending their territory. Instead of media speaking about that, some media will say, order inquiry, what is going on. So I am of the view that there are media who knowingly, unknowingly, trying to strengthen the views of opponents of the country, not the opponents of the BJP. That is why I feel you need media now who, irrespective of political party, support the cause of nation without being critical about India.
Now the assumption is you are not you don't expect neutrality. You don't expect I am constantly coming back to it. Are you against a neutral media?
I do not support neutrality because in this world people cannot be neutral. You have to support India. Who can be neutral, you tell me? You, as a human, you have to have a choice. You go to vote. So you have to vote somebody. So how can you be neutral? In your mind, you support something. So I do not believe that neutrality is the way. I believe you have to support unequivocally the cause of India, because for next 20 years, if you keep on supporting India, then India will be superpower.
And the same view of yours that neutrality is not possible applies to media also. Are you saying that the media cannot be neutral?
No, if you, Arnab, when you spoke about Tukre gang, somebody was supporting that game, those people. Where is the neutrality? You have supported the cause of the country. Somebody has supported the cause of those people. Look, they are becoming victims. So what is that? So nobody is neutral. The question is, somebody in the name of opposing Prime Minister Modi, today unknowingly they are opposing India. That should not happen. You be strongly support India. You be with the India, and you can see that next 20 years India will be a superpower. But I do not, let me have a rider. You have a free choice to criticize any politician whenever they do things wrong to the country. But when it comes to India versus Pakistan, India versus China, or when it comes about India, support India. There I don't want neutrality.
No, these are very sharp views that you have. But you are basically making a case for a nationalist media, if I'm not mistaken.
Exactly, I am for a nationalist media. I believe if next 20 years everybody support cause of India, India will be respected in the world scenario the way today many people respect America or China.
Give me bullet points. What are the 3 or 4 things which you are saying is the cause of India which needs to be supported?
No, I think when it comes to fundamentalists, condemn it equivocally. Then don't talk about liberty. Because once liberty...
Don't talk about liberty.
Liberty of those people. Because if you advocate liberty of one people who is hand in glove with terrorists, then ultimately that will be responsible for killing hundreds of innocent after 5 years.
This includes supporters of terrorists.
I mean, I strongly believe that people who are opposing this country, for them, the concept of liberty should not be...
Some will say that is your subjective view. You will lumpenize your political opponents as anti-national.
I mean, you see, when it comes to PFI, they are not contesting election against BJP. So how can they be my political opponent? The problem is with their own thought process. The thought process is against the country. India has a constitution. You will say there should be a law of Sharia. Now, this is opposed to your constitution. That is opposed to your ethos. That is opposed to your culture. But yes, within the constitution, you can talk about secularism. That is a wholly different ballgame. So, when it comes to constitution and the people who are opposing constitution, then you cannot be with them. When there are people who are opposing country with certain thoughts which is alien to this country's civilization, then you have to oppose them.
But Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi says that he is for the nation, but he feels that you are anti-Muslim, anti-minority, and that in the guise of nationalism, that is your political goal.
I'll say he is anti-Hindu. If he is I am anti-Muslim, I'll say you are anti-Hindu. So in this country there is a fashion, no, you are anti-Muslim. But there should be a counter fashion also. Brother, you are also anti-Hindu. Then people will not speak about who is anti-Hindu, anti-Muslim. People will start speaking who is for India and against India.
The other thing, the view about people like you, and I hope you don't mind all this, I'm asking you straight, I'm taking some liberty with you.
You can.
But the feeling is that you and especially the core leaders of your party, your nationalism is at the cost of federalism. And this is a federation, Himantada. This is a federation of states. And by the way, your friend says we were never a nation. We are only a federation of states.
An union of states.
A union of states.
Sorry to...
Right, with the union,
Yes.
Yeah. So, is your nationalism, and all this is extremely relevant in the context of the ongoing debates on and about the media. I pride myself on the fact that today in this session and after this session, I was telling my senior Prokhanto Rajguru and then Zarir Hussain is here. You have anchors from other channels, regional channels all coming. They're fantastic. I'm proud of them. Is your nationalism accommodative enough to allow the birth, creation, continuance, encouragement of an aspirational regional identity as well? Or are you going to annihilate the regional identity, which is the kind of positioning which is happening? You know how it is in Tamil Nadu now, there's an ongoing debate about how you are a threat to the identity,
I mean,
the Tamil identity. So I want your response to
My
that.
whole view is, when you talk to Tamil language, it is not only the language of Tamils, it is also a Indian's language. Tamil will also a language for Assamese people.
Yes.
So when you talk about Assamese language, it is also a language for Tamil people. We have to create the environment of this country that every regional language are the carry tradition of this Bharat birth.
Yes.
You have to create that psychology in our country that development of Assam means also development of Tamil Nadu. You have to, when a Tamil boy gets an Olympic medal, there must be jubilation in Assam also. So federalism means that it cannot be basically we are states within the country. And we must remember we are Indian first, then we have our regional identity. You strengthen your regional identity, but not at the cost of Bharat.
Coming back to that again and again, it's like a recurrent theme in everything that you're saying here today. And you also give a rider, you are among the breed of politicians now who are now coming, a new breed of politicians who say we are unapologetically and openly nationalist. That is at the core of our identity. I'm not asking you what is the role of the nationalist media. I want to know what is legitimate criticism and what do you consider illegitimate criticism.
No.
You have said criticism is allowed, but you are going to add a rider to it.
No,
I will allow legitimate criticism.
This difference
Who defines that? Does Himanta Biswa Sharma define that?
This difference is very simple. You don't have to analyze that. You criticize Narendra Modi, but don't criticize Rafale deal.
Don't criticize the Rafale deal.
Don't criticize Rafale. Because if you criticize Rafale and postpone acquisition of Rafale by the Indian Air Force, indirectly you are helping whom? You are helping your enemy. So there must be a distinction in your criticism. Do not criticize the country, criticize individual. But today, when you want to criticize an individual, actually you are criticizing country. No, this country has achieved nothing in last 10 years. Why you want Rafale? You talk about poverty. But these are two distinguished things. You need to eradicate poverty. At the same time, you need Rafale. Rather, you need fourth generation aircraft for the Indian Air Force. So, in the name of criticizing...
Is your governance beyond criticism? Is your running of the country, your running of the state, are you beyond criticism? Do you come with an assumption?
I am very, very simplistic on that. You can criticize Himanta Biswa Sharma, you can criticize Arnab Goswami, but in the process, you don't demoralize the Indian Army. That's the difference. You have to draw that finer line that, okay, we'll criticize up to this level. But if we criticize furthermore, then Indian Air Force will be
as a media
deprived by
person, I'll tell you the criticism is that
Rafale.
you're not sharing enough information. Your government, the argument is that you're being opaque, you're not sharing enough information. You're not accessible enough, you built a wall.
No. A government should call certain people, give them breakfast, and divulge all details about Indian Army. So that kind of transparency you want. Who are you, brother? Why I have to divulge you about the Indians' defense secret? So that's the kind of.
No, you're taking an extreme case out there. That's not what I meant.
No, I am on extreme. My line of thinking is extreme.
How can you say that as a politician? You're saying you're extreme?
I have right to speak, I am saying. So simple.
Tell me, we don't worry about it when you say things like this, that my line of thinking is extreme.
Very simple thing. You criticize every individual. You scrutinize the lifestyle of individual, you scrutinize the political thought of that individual, you criticize party, you go for post-mortem of BJP, all fine. But do not criticize the country. Do not criticize the Bharat. When there is a Doklam, you have to support Bharat. You cannot support indirectly China. You cannot meet Chinese ambassador during that critical period. So that are the finer distinction media has to draw.
I'll take 2 or 3 questions from the audience now, Himantada. Okay, any questions for Himanta Biswa Sarma? I see a lot of hands go up. Okay, we're going to take 2 or 3 questions out there. Can the mic be rolled up? Can the mic be rolled up quickly, please?
Who should we go to
Please
first?
go
Okay,
on.
yes.
Move among the audience quickly. So Mr. Sharma has made this unapologetic argument for a nationalist media, which is very interesting in the context of our federation particularly. I see one hand there. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Himanta Da, we appreciate your nationalism and patriotism. However, my question is very specific. You are doing a lot of work to modernize madrasas in Assam. Now let me know if the Muslims are supporting you, if they are with you, are they assisting you? This is very important because no Muslim has come on the roads, against you. Thank you.
Okay. Today morning we arrested 4 more PFI. Total PFI we arrested in Assam now stood at 40. But there is no murmur of protest in Assam. We have changed complete architecture of madrasa education in Assam. We have closed down 700 madrasa in Assam. No protest from Assam's Muslim community. I keep on visiting Assam's Muslim area. There are a lot of euphoria. Now there are many discussion, people are speaking openly that we want to actually see our daughters and sons as a doctor and engineers. I think people in Assam, at least the Muslim community, is greatly appreciating our thought process. We have not seen any kind of protest in Assam. We see some protest in the certain media, but we don't see protest on the ground in Assam.
We take one more question for Himanta Biswa Sarma, who's got the mic. Can you stand up, please, sir, so we can see you there?
Sir, you said that criticize the individual, not the objective. Like you say, criticize Modi ji, but don't criticize Rafael. But you see, if you are only criticizing the individual and not object, then what do you say about corruption? Because after individual is doing corruption and poverty is coming from out of that corruption. So how you can justify that? Don't criticize the things, criticize only individual.
When Indian Air Force clarified that Rafale is the need of our, and in Rafale deals we have maintained complete transparency, then debate should stop there. If you keep on debating thereafter also, you are basically demoralizing a cause of the country.
Okay.
No, that's my view. My view is, as long as politician says that this is a transparent deal, don't believe. But the moment your armed forces say who are going to lay down their lives fighting for the country, then you have to stop.
Well, we appreciate the fact
that... So you have to stop somewhere, otherwise this country will be weakened. Yeah. I am saying whether it is a Rafale, nuclear weapon, 4th generation things, once army says that this has been done transparently, no hanky-panky, we stand by that, then debate should end.
Okay, now
that includes Rafale.
I will close it at this with just one last comment. I have observed Mr. Sarma's political career for a long time. He's consistently on this one line today. I think he's come with a thought that he wants to push for a nationalist media. You made that your consistent theme throughout. And I think I appreciate the fact that he stayed true to the theme throughout his presentation. So,
Arnab, I only say one thing. India's contact with Pragya or Gyan for 5,000 years.
Yeah.
This Western media we used to know for 100 years. So do something which we have done consistently for 4,900 years. Do not be influenced by Western media.
well, this federation is completely true only to the Bharatiya spirit. And I think you know that, and I thank you very much for it. Himanta Biswa Sharma, it's fantastic
simple
having you.
thing.
Yeah, tell me.
Today, why you are popular among the masses of the country? Because you have the capacity, you have the courage to speak about Tukre gang. You have not cared how much in British newspaper will criticize you, how much America will criticize you.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter the least to us.
The way all the media should follow a strict nationalist cause, India will be superpower in 20 years. There will be no poverty, there will be nothing.
Fantastic.
Do not weaken the country from inside.
Thank you, Himanta da. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for a fantastic presentation in our post-lunch session. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shri Himanta Biswa Sharma, for taking time out to be with us here on the NBF National Conclave. I request everybody to just settle down because we have a very exciting next session coming up as well with a very special guest who is about to join us. We have the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, about to join us. He's just walking in, about to take his seat. Requesting him to take his seat. Requesting the audience to give a big round of applause to the Governor of Kerala, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan. So, time now to move on to the next session. It's called News and Nation Building. Now, news and nation building are complementary. But by nature, the news media is supposed to play the adversarial role that loves an anti-establishment stance. But it's time now to forget all of that and get on with the chief guest of the moment. I request the Honorable Governor of Kerala, Mr. Arif Mohammad Khan, to please take the stage, to take the podium and deliver that keynote speech. Over there, sir, over there. Please requesting you to take the mic.
Arnabji, thank you very much for your kind invite. But the problem is that I have to catch the flight. And I was scheduled to come here at 3:30. Now it's already 4. So I think I will make it very short statement. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There cannot be any doubt that media plays extremely important role, not just in India, but in every democracy. And constitutionally speaking, freedom of speech is established as a cornerstone in Indian democracy. In a democracy, it is duty of every institution to empower people, to enable them to take informed decisions. And that empowerment surely comes through the media. So questions are raised whether media is performing its role as it should. And they follow the norm of being free from any bias or prejudice and truly uphold independent press. On the question of independent press, I was surprised to read something which a very leading journalist of New York Times spoke more than 100 years back. He was a very senior journalist, and an event was organized and somebody raised toast in the name of independent press. Then John Swinton, who was the chief guest, what I was surprised about, that this is more than 100-year-old speech. He said, there is no such thing at this date of the world's history in America as an independent press. You know it and I know it. There is not one of you, these are not my words, these are of John Swinton. There is not one of you who dares to write your honest opinions. And if you did, you know beforehand that it would never appear in print. I am paid weekly for keeping my honest opinion out of the paper I am connected with. Others of you are paid similar salaries for similar things, and any of you who would be so foolish as to write honest opinions would be out on the streets looking for another job. And he goes on, there are a few more paras, and the last para is such which I would definitely not like to read to this audience. It's so strong. So these are the actually, it has been said that the greatness of a society does not depend on the enforcement of the positive laws and not just free choice. There is a grave area in between, which is called obedience of the unenforceable. Obedience of the unenforceable. Certain lines, or if I say that in our own Indian term, maryada, that line has to be respected. And that, when it comes to maryada, it cannot happen through some enforcement agency. This is something which a discipline which one imposes on oneself voluntarily. And I feel that now that maybe I add one more sentence. When I was in the, I did not go through 10+2 system. In our days, pre-university was there. So after my high school, I went to the university. And I remember, because I had started taking part in the debates, essay writing competitions. So my teachers, who were very kind, they would insist that I not only read newspapers, but I should write particularly the editorials. That those editorials I should read and write them in my own handwriting and read them again and again. Naturally, their aim was that I am able to improve my language, my writing, etc. But since last about 1 week, I am really wondering, because Kerala, I am facing a situation where there is certain code of conduct. I want to differ with the Prime Minister, or I differ with the Prime Minister in 1986. I resigned my job before I started criticizing the decision which he had taken. No minister can criticize the head of the government. But a minister in Delhi dared to criticize the head of the state. If you recall, because most of the people here must be from the media background, it was during the time of Gyani Zail Singh ji. And the situation had become so tense. Finally, that minister had to be dropped from the cabinet. And here, since CAA, I'm governor of a state where government and the opposition both were opposed to CAA. I am representative of the president. An act which has been passed by parliament, which has been signed by the president, I thought that it is my duty, my dharma, to defend that. And this was about 3 or 4 months after I assumed my duty as governor of Kerala. Immediately a campaign started. Every day statement, I am here to implement BJP RSS agenda. I am here for this purpose. I am here for this purpose. I wondered that if the ministers cannot criticize the head of the government, how dare they criticize the head of the state? Therefore, last week, I put a Twitter. I said if any minister makes a statement which aimed at lowering the dignity of the office of the governor, it will invite action, including withdrawal of pleasure. One may agree, one may disagree. But I am so surprised to see channels, newspapers, everybody, in fact, I consulted every dictionary, whether pleasure is synonym of sacking. But everybody is saying that I have threatened to sack the minister. No, I even consulted the Black's Law Dictionary. Nowhere pleasure is a synonym of sacking. Because as governor, there are 2 parts of my oath. One is to defend, protect, and preserve the Constitution. Second is to serve the people of my state to the best of my ability. If I see something happening, for instance, my state is the only state where every minister has a right to appoint 25 persons in his personal staff, and they become entitled to lifelong pension after serving for 2 years. Whereas a man in the army, he cannot become entitled to pension before he has completed 10 years of service. Therefore, what I said before this Twitter, I said that I have taken oath also to serve the people of Kerala to the best of my ability. If I see government doing something which I consider is injurious to the long-term interest of the people of the state, and I do not have the legal power to stop it, at least the least that I can do is that I must inform the people what they are doing. Through this withdrawing pleasure, what I meant was, I will withdraw my pleasure. It is for the chief minister to if he wants still to retain the man, he can retain it. But let people discuss what these people are doing. But I am so surprised. Channels are saying that I have threatened to sack them. Newspapers in their editorials are saying that I have threatened to sack them. I have not. I have said I will withdraw my pleasure. Both the words are not synonymous. So therefore, the only thing that I can say is that I am a great believer in the obedience of the unenforceable. And there are two lines from one of our scripture which says that Sattasya Vachanam Shreya. It is very well, in fact desirable, needed to speak the truth. Satya dapi hitam vade. But that truth should be spoken which serves the larger interest of the people. Yad bhuthita matyantam etat satyam matam mam. What is beneficial, what serves the interest of Lok Sangra, Lok Kalyan is the best truth. I hope and pray that when all these 68 channels from all over India have come together, it will become much easier to prepare some guidelines, to impose some self-discipline, to see all these issues, because ultimately every institution in democracy must aim to serve the public interest. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Arif Mohammad Khan, Kerala Governor, for that keynote address. Arif Mohammad Khan, of course, sharing his always candid views on the topic, future of news. We're now going to be swiftly moving ahead to our next session, because our next newsmaker, our next special guest is already with us, Akshata.
With the explosion in the sheer number of newsrooms across India, there is sprouting of editorial lines. This variety of editorial lines represent the huge spectrum of views that exist. Given such a background, and in sticking to the agenda of editorial lines, often news media is seen as biased and colored in their coverage. There needs to be a balanced reporting, presentation of news, and an inquisitorial line which questions every side of the spectrum to maintain the objectivity of news. But there are gaps, and there is some degree of editorial bias. To eliminate that is a constant effort.
Remember, we're trying to get you as many voices from across the country as possible today, because it is not just a conclave on Hindi media and English media. It is cutting across regional media as well, as we've been telling you continuously. And to talk with us further now on the topic, future of news, is there a bias? We have Ms. YS Sharmila with us. She's the chief of the YSTRP. She, remember, launched the YSRTP in fact, July 2021, having experience in handling political campaigns. She has an insight into how the media covers politics and the apparent biases they hold and project as well. As the saying goes, it's important for us to be fair, but no less important to be seen to be fair as well. Well, Niranjan Iyer, the executive editor of Republic Media Network, will of course be with us for this fireside chat, along with Ms. YS Sharmila, chief of the YSRTP. But before we invite them on stage, let's quickly play out an AV setting the tone for this next special session.
Objectivity is in the DNA of news. Editorial subjectivity is a reality too. At the crossroads, there are open claims of bias. Is there a gap? Is there a need to course correct? Or are the allegations simply by those who are cornered by news reportage? Now on the NBF National Conclave, it is the YSR Telangana Party Chief, YS Sharmila, for a fireside chat on the future of news. Is there a bias?
And we are, of course, now going to be inviting them on stage for this next very, very engaging fireside chat. It promises to be a stimulating discussion. As we've told you, we've been trying to get you voices from all across the country to speak on this very, very important and, let me also say, groundbreaking inaugural edition of the NBF National Conclave. The theme, of course, of today's Future of News. All right, we're ready for the next session. Loud round of applause for Miss Y.S. Sharmila and the moderator, Niranjan. Niranjan, the floor is yours. Over to you.
Check. Thank you, Sharmila ji, for coming all the way to Delhi. It means a lot to us at NBF. And Y.S. Sharmila is the founder and president of the Yuvajana Shramika Raitu Telangana Party. She is the daughter of Y.S. Rajshekar Reddy.
Correction, Niranjan. This is just YSR Telangana Party.
Yes.
It stands
Yes.
by the name of my father, YSR.
Yes.
This is YSR Telangana Party.
YSR Telangana Party. And can I ask you, when I speak to people from your party, your outfit, they say you're a political startup. Why are you a political startup, and why did you choose Telangana?
First of all, a great big thank you to Arnab for inviting me. And a huge thanks to everybody who made this idea possible. A platform where voices from the other parts of India are welcome and heard.
Yes.
And coming back to your question now, why Telangana?
Yeah.
Why not Telangana? I have grown up in Telangana. I have grown up in Hyderabad. I have studied in Hyderabad. I have married in Hyderabad. I have delivered 2 children in Hyderabad. I belong there. If there is any place in this whole country I call home,
Yeah.
it is in Hyderabad. Then why not Telangana? My past is there. My future is going to be there. My life is there. Why not Telangana?
You've decided it's going to be Telangana.
It has always been Telangana.
And it will always be Telangana.
Yes. Why not? Looks like that.
Hello, mic check.
And
1,
actually,
2, 3, 4,
a huge round of applause because Y.S. Sharmila has walked 2,700 kilometers, has paused the Padyatra to be with us here in Delhi.
Okay.
A lot of people, Sharmila, a lot of people, and in the media, of course, sometimes it's the front page, it's the second page, it's, every feature story is on pictures of a leader who has perhaps covered 1,000 kilometers. But not a lot of people across India know that you've covered 2,700 kilometers. Why are you doing this Padyatra, and what are you trying to do with this Padyatra?
For bad narratives that plague the mindset of the people.
Absolutely, and to carefully understand the importance of battling such fake narratives from across and within the borders, we have none other than Union Minister of Petroleum, Housing and Urban Affairs, a former diplomat, and he knows precisely how important narrative is in nation building and global footing.
Absolutely. Before I invite Mr. Arnab Goswami, founding president of NBF and editor-in-chief of Republic Media Network, to take this session forward, could we please have an AV on this special session with Union Minister Hardeep Puri?
Change is brewing in India. India is building up like never before. India is reclaiming its identity.
स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद पहली बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता, सशक्त नेतृत्व और दृढ़ संकल्प के परिणाम स्वरूप देश के सबसे बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल प्रोजेक्ट का शुभ आरंभ किया जा रहा है.
India is breaking away from the shackles of the past. But fake news continues. A counter-narrative devoid of fact permeates. The need of the hour is to reclaim our truth. One minister has been at the forefront of this journey.
और अभी जो फॉल्स नैरेटिव क्रिएट करते हैं, हमारे जिन्होंने 2012 में एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, वी बैडली नीड अ न्यू पार्लियामेंट बिल्डिंग. दिस वन सिंपली इजंट फंक्शनल एंड इज आउटडेटेड. ये 2012 का जयराम जी का एक आर्टिकल है.
A former diplomat, a fierce nationalist, a man committed to building India. Joining us now on the NBF National Conclave is the Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Hardeep Puri, on Future of News, Building India, Battling Fake News.
Calling on stage Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri and Mr. Arnab Goswami for this fireside chat. Let's have a huge round of applause for the gentlemen as we look forward to this chat.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. You're very popular. I must say this, that pre-lunch, I was just telling Mr. Puri that usually, you know, the audience thins out during the pre-lunch and the post-lunch session. Now, in our case, when you have Hardeep Puri as the pre-lunch session and Himanta Biswa Sarma as the post-lunch session, you don't have the problem. So a round of applause to him, please. He's a freewheeling speaker, and before I start, I want to tell you that he's my senior from Hindu College. And in Hindu College, you're either a senior or a facha, as they say. So I'm like a fresher asking you the questions, Mr. Puri. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Anyone who's had the privilege of being grilled by you in Republic, on Republic, or in Times Now before that, knows exactly what he's in for, and that is what makes it more worthwhile.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll try my bit. A headline: ignominy of building the Indian Parliament by breaking the law. Another headline: bit by bit and trick by trick. Mr. Puri, they're calling you a trickster. Bit by bit and trick by trick, how the Central Vista became a reality. And one last one. Sitaram Yechuri. 20,000 crore central government money spent on the new house for the Prime Minister and other beautification schemes. Should I continue, or would you like to start?
No,
should I provoke you a bit more?
No.
These are the kind of headlines that you've attracted in the context of our... See, this is a news federation. In the context of the ongoing debate on fake news, etc., I'd like your response to this, please.
Thank you, Arnab. First of all, thank you for having me on your show this afternoon. I don't know whether this is pre-lunch or post-lunch, but I'm ready to be served here, you know. Look, I've been a student of the false narrative for longer than I can remember. I've also written a book in which I deal with the issue of the false narrative. But I think what we are facing here is not a false narrative in terms of an alternate set of facts. Arnab, I really think what we are dealing with here is a motivated, not properly thought through set of attacks against the government and in particular against the Chief Executive, the Honorable Prime Minister, on something on which if somebody had introspected and reflected on it, those who are producing that false narratives can only be losers. Let me explain. All those quotes you give, and there are many more that come to line. First of all, legality. My issue is who owns the land? The government owns the land. Where are government offices situated? In the capital city, many are situated outside and the government pays 1,000 crores by way of rentals. If the government owns the land, is it within its right to build or not to build? The answer is yes. So how can you say it is illegal? Then, lie upon lie. Now, first of all, I would be surprised if it came from people who are not educated or who are not aware of the environment within which they work. But let me share with your audience that I once appeared, and I think you had a clip on that there, when somebody brought to my attention a letter signed by 106 retired civil servants, amongst them former cabinet secretaries, amongst them former foreign secretaries. And the letter went on to say that the new parliament is being constructed because there is a feeling that the old parliament building is jinxed. Therefore, you need a new one. Then they went on to sign, put their signatures on that piece of paper which said, and Central Vista Avenue, what we now call Kartavya Path, is going to be completely destroyed because all the jamun trees will disappear, the green cover will be reduced, and Mummy, Daddy and Pappu will not be able to go for picnic there in the evening.
No, they said uprooting, why uprooting jamun trees for the Central Vista revamp is a terrible idea.
Now, I addressed that in the press conference and I said precisely what I'm going to say now. I said, ye kaun padhe likhe विद्वान है जिन्होंने अपना सिग्नेचर ऐसे कागज पे लगाया without either reading the contents or this thing. So it became fashionable to attack the government. So I took some of your colleagues, distinguished members of the Fourth Estate, to the Central Vista Avenue, what it was called then, Kartavya Path, when it was under construction. And I said, aren't you going to ask me कि वो जामुन trees जो uproot किए गए थे, so he said, हम आपसे पूछ नहीं सकते हैं because you're standing under one, full bloom. So I mean, from the Kartavya Path, not a single tree was uprooted. We replanted 101 acres of greenery. We built about, 19 kilometers of additional footpath. We built 16 bridges over the water bodies because the path, Kartavya Path, previously beyond the water bodies was not accessible. So all that is done. Now it's there for everyone to see. I have been traveling relentlessly. And I asked, what is the likely footfall going to be over the weekend on one day? It says 100,000 people. Now the people have accepted it, but the quarters from which that false narrative was coming, I mean, one of your colleagues, one of our friends.
Why do you keep referring to them as my colleagues?
Because you indulge them. Yeah, I mean, like you indulge me, sometimes you indulge them. But no, okay, I should withdraw that. I should withdraw it.
No, but
somebody is fixated on that domesticated pet, which has grown into a angry lion.
Yes.
Now,
3 angry lions.
3 angry lions. So I had to write a polite letter saying, look, my friend, the original Sarnath lion is on the ground. Its height is 1 meter something. When you take an emblem and you have to put it on top of a parliament building, it's not on the ground level, it's at 33, 34 meters high, and it is 7.8 meters instead of 1 meter in terms of length. So you take something like this, obviously the mouth will also open up, and what you thought was a domesticated pet earlier now looks like a normal lion.
Yeah.
But they go on and on.
But I have a question for you. See, Mr. Puri, there are 78 channels part of this federation. I want to tell you about 3 years back we started the federation. We said these channels must have a voice. And we said we want to de-Lutyanize the media in India. Lutyens being not a demographic or a geographical idea, it's a state of mind. Mindset. So we are all de-Lutyanized in our mindset. Question to you, sir. These people can't even agree on how much you spent. Somebody says 20,000 crores. Anand Sharma says 25,000 crores. Somebody else, Randeep Surjewala, says 13,451 crores. They can't even agree on how much money you spent. But why do you care for them so much? In the sense, allow me to complete. One more side. Sir, this media is a very marginal media. These websites, with respect to them, who sometimes react to you are very tiny, very small, and the only thing they enjoy is your response. And they like saying the odd thing, tweeting the odd thing. In terms of mass reach and mass impact, they're negligible. Sir, before you have 78 channels. Each of them would reach to crores of people each. There are some networks here who reach 400, 500 million people on a monthly basis. Do you, since this is a federation of channels across India, do you feel too much emphasis is given to 1 or 2 websites or 1 or 2 channels that operate for a small and limited audience out of this city?
So I should be very careful before I answer that question.
Sir.
On the importance of the media, the importance of a federation, entirely I agree with you.
Okay.
In any democracy anchored in the rule of law, which believes in free speech, clearly whatever anyone says is important. But why does it become important, and why do I need to respond? Because if I don't respond, then who was it? Goebbels, who said that if you take a lie and repeat it 1,000 times, someone might start believing it. Why I said initially that they had not thought this through, because one day the building will be ready. And then the question is how much you spent or how big is the angry lion will be clear, whether the jamun trees are there or not. I make the limited submission to you and to your viewers that a government which is sensitive to what is said is better off than a government which is insensitive. People say that, you know, there are certain tendencies which are, you know, authoritarian. I have lived 39 years in countries abroad. I was a member of the Foreign Service. I don't know of any other country at any given point of time where the ruling democratically elected government is abused so roundly and in such vicious terms, and people say that democratic things are under this thing. The only time that democratic credentials were under threat in this country is when civil liberties were curtailed in 1975. Today, anyone can get up and abuse anyone. So I think good defamation, libel laws is the answer. But for a minister of the government, and today I must say, Modi ji's ministers are like chief operating officers in departments. Now, excellent, where you have to take cognizance even of criticism. Now you come to the question of cost. By anyone who knows anything, this is an open tendering business. So we have what are called budget estimates. And after the budget estimates, there is a system of floating tenders. Very often, the budget estimates are very realistic and the tender is close to that, but is always lower. I mean, if you can get a parliament building built, I don't remember offhand, but I think 1,200 crores.
Correct.
How is the Prime Minister's house, whenever it's built, going to cost 20,000 crores? I mean, it stands to reason. The total cost of the project, which means 8 new central secretariat buildings, all that. But we will only know when the tenders are done. We are at a very initial stage yet. We've done Kartavya Path. I think the budget estimate was, what, 600 crores or something like that, and we've got it done for, what, 450 or so, as far as I remember. So, as I said, this is not just make-believe, but they tried to create a narrative to somehow say that during the COVID pandemic, the government was being wasteful and building. I went hoarse trying to tell them that the COVID management is a completely different thing. And look, again, the facts speak for themselves. We have, rather the system, the Prime Minister's operation have resulted in 219 crore vaccine doses to be distributed free almost to all our citizens.
True.
Whenever I go into a public debate, I ask people, is there anyone amongst you who's not had 2 shots? Not a single. And I ask, many of you have had 3 shots? Hands go up. And what was the opposition saying then? Mr. Jairam Ramesh, one of the gentlemen whose quote you read, said the government is not completed the clinical trials for the domestically produced vaccine, Covaxin. Otherwise, government must have applied its mind, government must have done something. Now, I'm not sure if that argument being advanced then was designed to facilitate the import of expensive foreign vaccines.
You're saying political parties can become a conduit or lobbies for corporates?
Well, I'll give you another example. There is a Yuva Neta. Now, you don't require much imagination.
How old is he, sir?
Looks 25, maybe 50, I don't know. He turned around and said, Modi ji, हमारे बच्चों की vaccine कहाँ है? And me in my normal style, I said, राजस्थान में जहाँ आपकी सरकार है, उसके वहाँ पे आपने कूड़े में फेंक दिया, और पंजाब में आपकी सरकार है, उस समय थी, वहाँ पे आप मुनाफाखोरी कर रहे हैं. So that vaccine, when we are talking about false news, false narrative, it's not anything I deal with. Anything I deal with, it comes. Because there are...
Is it changing? Because I saw recently things are changing, like a magazine that is constantly against India and keeps abusing India, maybe to reach out to a particular audience, has now started accepting that we are one of the fastest growing economies?
You know why it's changing?
Why?
Because the reality is asserting itself. You're right.
You're right. But
I'm 100% sure.
But I get angry. I'll tell you why I get angry. I'm told this is Bloomberg. I'm not sure. Look at this headline, gentlemen. And by the way, Mr. Puri, your next answer, it will be my last question. Open it up. By the way, Mr. Puri has been one of the finest diplomats representing India globally and especially in the United Nations. So there is something we need to ask him here. When this news agency says Britain drops behind India to become the world's 6th largest economy. Look at this. Britain drops to become the 6th largest economy.
I thought the one that is becoming something is the one which is...
No, see the next line. See the next line. The former British colony jumped past the UK in 3 months to become the 5th largest economy. They are describing India after 75 as a former colony. I'm talking to you about mindsets. You've talked to me about falsities, information war internally. But I also believe there is a greater battle externally. And I believe it's time we need a counter. I truly believe this country needs a stronger counter, but I'd like your thoughts on it.
But before you throw this open, I have just one small comment.
Please, please.
You know, as a student of history, I can tell you that we had republics in the east of India, Vaishali, hundreds of years before Christ. We are a 7,000-year-old civilization. That British exposure, look, I'm an admirer of the UK. I have a lot of friends, so I'm not going to that. You've studied there, so I have to be polite. But where? At Oxford, don't do that?
Oxford and Cambridge.
Okay. Now, issue is the British interaction with us was only 190 years out of a total history of 7,000 years. So if we reclaim what is legitimately ours and shed aside the colonial mindset, that's something that should be celebrated. But these people are not accepting that. So I totally say it's not that India has become the 5th largest economy. I want to add something to that. India will be the 3rd largest economy in the world by 2030.
Whoa. That's a good headline to give us, sir. 3rd largest by 2030.
I have no doubt about that.
That's incredible.
I travel all around the world on my job. Don't see this kind of economic buzz that I see in India anywhere in the world.
You and Jaishankar, Mr. Jaishankar, and you are the angry young men in this government now.
Angry.
Angry. You are a little more angry, and he's also angry. So it's like a Amitabh Bachchan, Shashi Kapoor combination. But we are enjoying it. I enjoy it when you go to the US and elegantly lose your cool when it comes to questions about our imports of oil from Russia, for example, right? I want to know from you how the Western world responds to you.
I told a young colleague who's a member of the Foreign Service who's now working in my ministry, and he said, we are likely to come under this, that, and the other. He was saying like pressure. I told him, young man, pressure is something, unless you're doing weight training, it's only something that can be felt in the mind. But if your mind is wired not to feel the pressure, I don't think there's anyone who can pressure Modi's India.
Oh,
Simply all that.
Fantastic. Okay, opening up to some questions. All right, Uday, let's rotate the mic around a bit. You got a mic rotating? Okay, I'll take 3 questions. Okay, any of the NBF members, anyone wants to put a question here? We'll put a couple of questions. Anyone here? Anyone internally? Okay, Karthik's putting a question, then I'll take the mic behind.
Sir, Arnab just spoke about how Bloomberg had positioned India on becoming the 5th largest economy. Do you feel that the foreign media is fair to India in the way we have progressed in the last 8 years, and India's position in the world globally has become more formidable? Do you find that the global media is giving India its due credit, what it deserves?
Look, first of all, my distinguished colleague and friend in the Rajya Sabha, first of all, India is not looking for credit, point 1. Number 2, who is the foreign media? Now, most of the people I know in the foreign media who have any knowledge of India are the Indians working for the foreign media stationed in Delhi. Okay. Now, they have habitually got used to looking for that narrative where something is going wrong.
Correct.
It's been part of their DNA.
Snake
Arey bhai, wo
of the nation. All the guests in this next panel are stalwarts in their own individual capacity, in their own individual political party, and actually, as I said, are from all across the nation. We are quickly now going to be moving to our next panel, which is titled, as I said, Future of News, Federalism and Free Press.
India's mosaic of ideas and ethnicities is best catered by its federal structure. Mirroring this is the rise of regional news media, which no longer operates within its traditional sense of boundaries. The power center has diffused from the concentration and narrative building set only by the Hindi or English-speaking media. Therefore, industry estimates which show a steady growth of regional media channels comes as no surprise.
Indeed, Akshata, there are, of course, a whirlwind of challenges that still need to be addressed to keep the media free at a federal level. What are those challenges? What are the obstacles in the path to achieve this goal and these challenges? This is something we will, of course, be discussing, as I said, with our very, very experienced political guests. We have in this next session the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, Annamalai, is, of course, joining us live here. Let's welcome all of them with a loud round of applause. I will call you in just a bit to the stage. We also have chief spokesperson of the National Conference Party, Tanveer Sadiq. Tanveer Sadiq is with us as well. Welcome, Tanveer, to the show. We also have the Biju Janata Dal Member of Parliament, who is just come back from representing India in Rwanda at the IPU, Sasmit Patra, with us as well. Sasmitji, welcome to the conclave of NBF. We are going to be joined also by the editor-in-chief of Prague News, Prasanto Rajguru, as the moderator for this next session. Let's quickly first, to set the tone for this session, play out an AV on the theme.
Quasi-federalism is a key feature of Indian democracy. The rise of Indian states is mirrored by the rising regional news media. Regional and local media entities are a crucial part of the industry. Federalism and free press are key ingredients of our democracy. Now on the NBF National Conclave, gear up for an unmissable discussion on the future of news, federalism and free press.
And let's welcome them with a loud round of applause. May I please invite on stage Tanveer Sadiq, Sasmit Patra, Annamalai, and Prasanto Rajguru. Yeah, please. Prasantaji will just be joining you for the moderation of this session. Could we please have you on stage as well? Mr. Rajguru, the floor is yours. Over to you for this very, very interesting session titled Future of News, Federalism and Free Press.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all the guests, all the faces sitting here are very much familiar to you. You know all of them. And my face is, of course, not known to you. I'm from Assam. I look after the editorial desk of one Assamese channel, namely Prague News. We have been airing Assamese news for last 22 years. Ladies and gentlemen, this session's issue is federalism and free press. And while we were given the subject, the NBF had given us certain terms of reference. The terms of reference were very specific, mandate is very specific. We are supposed to discuss about the growth of regional media along with the growth of Hindi and English media. And NBF is very clear that the national media, quote unquote, does not exist at all. the term national media we have been using is actually meant for the Hindi and English media. There is no existence of national media as of now or as on date. Ladies and gentlemen, while discussing the federalism, all of us will appreciate that the very term federalism is a plural term. And the very idea of India is also plural. So, you cannot detach federalism from pluralism of our nation. So, while discussing the federalism, we must keep it in mind that the states were reorganized on the basis of language. And language has a very crucial role to play as far as the reorganization of states is concerned. Later on, in late 70s or after 70s, some states were carved out on the basis of ethnicity like Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, etc., etc. So, the federalism, the parameters of federalism was, one, the language, the state reorganization, number one, language, and number two, ethnicity. That reflects the plural and federal character of India. Now, my first question to Mr. Annamalai, the chief of the BJP, that one slogan or one narrative is making round in the popular notion that Hindu, Hindi, Hindutva. In that narrative, where is the space for federalism, Mr. Annamalai?
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me here. If there is somebody who is pitching this narrative sitting in Delhi, that India is a country of people sitting in Delhi and deciding what narrative people should speak, I don't think anybody in the South is going to agree, or I don't think even leaders, many leaders in Delhi is going to agree with that. The problem is, in this age of information consumption, if 10 guys start peddling the same lie again and again and again, that it is only going to be this kind of country, this kind of party is going to do this kind of thing in a particular state, that driven by news channels, especially in the South, run by political parties. I come from a state where there are at least 12, 13 news channels run by 5 political parties. In terms of TRPs, the highest TRPs are claimed by news channels run by political parties. They have an agenda. For example, if there is a committee of official languages recently, which is doing rounds across India, in the report when it says, instead of Hindi in a category A state, it can be, instead of English in a category A state, can be replaced by Hindi. And category C state like Tamil Nadu, English can be replaced by Tamil. Okay. This part is edited out. Only the first part is taken. And the news channels, they go to town crying that central government is trying to impose Hindi, somebody from Delhi trying to impose Hindi. Nobody said it. But the only problem is the voice is higher. The voice is much larger. Because when you, as I said, 13 channels, maybe 2-3 channels I see in the NBF board here from Tamil Nadu. That is why they have chosen to join this NBF federation. I think they are also leading channels from Tamil Nadu. That needs to stop. It is not somebody is doing it. The noise some regional news channels create, that is run by political parties to suit their agenda of divisiveness, right from 1960, the same divisiveness you keep speaking over and over. Some bureaucrat in Delhi writing some Hindi letter to somebody in Tamil Nadu, immediately announce that as the central government's policy of everybody writing Hindi to the state of Tamil Nadu. That needs to stop, sir. I don't believe in that narrative, but that narrative is being said by people who can't take on the developmental politics or people who can't take on the Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji.
Thank you, Mr. Annamalai. Same question to Mr. Sasmit Patra. So, Mr. Patra, where is the space of federalism and in that narrative? Hindu, Hindi, Hindustan?
You see, firstly, I don't know where this narrative is coming in from. But my simple, humble submission would be that when you go into states and you talk to people in the regional languages, there is a misnomer that probably media knows better is wrong. The people in the states know much better than the people sitting in Delhi. When you go for politics, and all the three of us come from political parties and you have been closely following politics, in a panchayat election, there is more politics than probably a Vidhan Sabha or a Lok Sabha election. And I'll tell you the reason why. We generally assume that people in the state, when they are going into regional channels or regional identities, are not very much aware about it. They know what is happening in Delhi, what is the narrative being set from Delhi, and they will choose what they think is right for them and will reject what they do not think right. And this entire TRP business, I'm not going into that. But my sense is, I come from Odisha, I come from the Biju Janata Dal, from Mr. Naveen Patnaik ji's party, and we are a party that has been in power for 5 consecutive terms. We are 22 years and counting. And in this period of time, you've had the Congress party and you had the BJP. So you had a national narrative that was always there and will be. But despite that, why does Odisha choose a regional party? It's not because of the narrative being set by Delhi, but in terms of governance that is set by the state. So ultimately, what is the narrative is probably gets you 2 or 3% or 4% of the margins of population. The larger population, whether it's Tamil Nadu or Jammu Kashmir or Odisha, know very well what's right for them and they'll choose it, irrespective of whether television channels in Delhi or Bhubaneswar think otherwise. So therefore, narrative setting and narrative imposition is counterproductive to the same people who are setting that narrative, whichever media it is. Over a period of time, they may watch that media because that media seems to have entertainment value. But they will not take that media seriously when they decide on their preferences and choices in governance. That would be my 2 cents.
Thank you, thank you. Tanvir, your take, please.
Thank you very much, NBF, and all of you here to invite us. You know, I personally believe that, you know, it is the strengthening of federal structure and the recognition of diversity of this country that somehow strengthens the country and shows the vibe, the whole strength of this country. The fact that we all, whether it is from Tamil Nadu, Odisha, you, all of us from different background, different religion, different states, come together on a stage. The only thing that binds us is a country called India. I think there is nothing else to it than a huge country like this. But you know, I come from a state of Jammu and Kashmir, and I think I have been at a total opposite of what federalism means here. I will not go into how the Article 370 was abolished or revoked.
We shall come to the question later on. Article 370.
No, I'm just telling you how we have been on the receiving end. The fact that federalism, there was a prosperous state. Because see, this country will only grow when the states will be strengthened. And I believe when the state of Jammu and Kashmir, when it was downgraded from a prosperous state to a UT and then divided into 2, I think that is something that the whole country should have woken up and said, this is wrong. I mean, I'll not, like I said, 370 is a part of it, but this was something that strengthened the federalism structure here. Unfortunately, the media celebrated it. And media said that this, I mean, there was not a single voice who said, look here, Jammu and Kashmir has been downgraded to a UT, that is wrong. And that also without the mandate of the people. This is something that actually hurts us. Because do you decide the states by how many seats they have? Or do you decide that if Jammu and Kashmir is a part of this country, then of course what is good for Maharashtra, UP, Tamil Nadu or any other state is as good for Jammu and Kashmir. So this is something that we have been on the receiving end, And I feel that this country can only grow if the federal structure is strengthened. If you try to weaken it and centralize the whole system, then I believe that this country will not only stop growing, there will be a lot of alienation and a lot of demands, which of course the center will not listen to. So I feel federalism is very important in this country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, while I was given the agenda, I saw the name of Mr. Sasmit Patra, but I didn't notice his party's name. So I was of the idea that Mr. Sambit Patra is coming. So, so finally I found Mr. Sasmit Patra. Glad to see you, sir. But thing is that, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sambit Patra is from Orissa. He's a BJP leader. He's a regular happening in every television channel. You must have already seen him almost regularly. But the state from which he is coming, the issues of Orissa, once in a blue moon we used to see in the Hindi or English television. So space, the deserving space for the regional issues, it is not been given. Y.S. Sharmila has openly complained it in this platform few minutes back. So I would like to hear from Sasmit Patra. Did Orissa get the deserving space in the English or Hindi media?
Well, I'll not join the issue and say that Odisha has got or hasn't got. I'll give 2 or 3 instances that will say for itself whether we have. 2020 COVID, oxygen was in short supply. Odisha stepped up, and oxygen from many of the areas within Odisha came up because we have a large manufacturing base of steel. And the national media covered. When Hockey India was forgotten and hockey started doing very well, people started looking for where is hockey coming in from. They realized it was Odisha.
True.
So they started looking at Odisha. When disaster management is there and they say there is visual casualty, where do they look for? They look for Odisha. So I think if the stories are compelling from different states, if the stories hold water, and if the stories hold the national imagination, the national media cannot afford to ignore. And I'll tell you the simple reason why. The national media can afford to ignore for a certain period of time, but today you have social media. So even if the national media forgets or affords to ignore, the social media will also carry those stories in parallel, and people will start looking for those stories, and the national media will automatically start getting onto track. So earlier there was a situation, we had only the newspaper, the radio, the TV, they were the only media. Because what is media? Medium. Medium was what? For communication. Today you have multiple communication platforms.
Yes.
And therefore a media, if it feels it can ignore, a state cannot, as long as, and again I say, if a state is willing to walk the talk, deliver on governance, ensure the right aspects at a national level, the entire national media will watch. They watched in oxygen supply, they watched in hockey, they watched in disaster management, and they'll keep watching.
Couple of days back, your government has regularized as many as 57,000 casual employees. Have you seen this news in English or Hindi media?
I'm not really looking forward to English and Hindi carrying me. I'm not. Why should? Because we have regularized, we are doing governance for the last 22 years, led by Honorable Chief Minister Shri Naveen Patnaik ji. When Naveen Babu, you've asked on various platforms, and they said, sir, why can't you speak so more? He says, let my work speak for itself. Why should my words? And that's the secret source of success behind Biju Janata Dal and Naveen Patnaik. He doesn't speak, his work speaks. We talked about oxygen and hockey. Did he go to town and put up full-page newspaper ads? Have you ever seen a full-page newspaper ad nationally coming from Odisha and from Mr. Naveen Patnaik? Never. But you listen to him, you want to know what he says, and you want to know what he does. That is important.
Mr. Annamalai, your take please. Is your state, Tamil Nadu, is getting the adequate and deserving space in Hindi and English media?
I think more than the deserving space, I would say, many a times when the debate from Delhi happens, it doesn't happen with the correct narrative. When regional party in Tamil Nadu talks about the Dravidian development model, And people don't have the patience, people don't have the understanding to get into it, behind it, see it, what it is. When Tamil Nadu talks about the center being against it, when DMK keeps making that statement, of course we get a space. It is not about the space, it is about the complete non-understanding of the issue at hand, not seeing from a Tamil Nadu perspective, not debating the actual points that is in the ground. In fact, I would say, with respect to the state of Tamil Nadu, it is overrepresented many a time, not especially from the Delhi, from the media space. I don't think any other state has got the number of channels that we have. Our state is a leading pioneer which has managed to marry news to a general entertainment to a corporate. If you see a corporate belonging to a political party owns a media, and not only is it a news channel, it will be a general entertainment channel also, which will showcase a movie. Then at 8 o'clock, they'll put a news. They have taken it to a different level. They know how to hook the audience, present the news. So the fine lines of separation is not there between corporate, between a political party, between a news. It has all merged. And from the Delhi perspective, it is all the wrong narratives that people talk from the studio here, which actually doesn't resonate with the state of Tamil Nadu. That is my 2 complaints here.
Your take, please, Mr. Tanveer Sadiq, very briefly, that did Jammu and Kashmir get the adequate space or the deserving space in English and Hindi media?
Unfortunately, we've been deprived of democracy from the last 4.5 years. So whatever is happening right now is done by Raj Bhavan. So, and again, it brings again the federalism and how the news channels have been biased towards us. The fact that if you read the local newspapers, you will have only big pictures of the LG there, while as it should have been a democratically elected government. The fact that all along, and I'll not blame the present dispensation, right from Congress rule, I feel Raj Bhavan has been all along used to weaken the democracy. And especially since I come from Jammu and Kashmir and I belong to the party headed by Farooq Abdullah. So I believe when the media should have woken up and said, look here, this is wrong. It is not Raj Bhavan which should run the affairs of the state, but it should be a democratically elected government. Like I said, Congress has its track record and it's pretty bad. So is now whatever is happening right till the 2019. So I believe I know Arnab Goswami has done more than shows on Kashmir than probably all the 75 news channels have done. And he knows Kashmir very well. Unfortunately, I expected him to have a debate on democracy because I know he fights for democracy on his channel. But unfortunately, when we don't have friends here in Delhi who don't speak about democracy, you may have reasons to believe that probably my party or we don't have the same ideology as other political parties, but we are Indians. We believe in the Constitution. We believe that this country can only grow when the states are strengthened. Unfortunately, the narrative that is, I'll tell you on a different scale. A government is formed by people where the people vote for them. They give the mandate to the government to govern for 5 years. Then if they do wrong or right, it is decided after 5 years. But during those 5 years, it is the role of the media to tell the government what wrong they are doing. Because for the right reasons, they've already been elected. It is for the wrong reasons that you need to tell them, look here, this is wrong. And there where you should stop. Unfortunately, we've been, like I said, on the receiving end, not only from the media, but also from the people because of the narrative that has been caused. So unfortunately, you may claim a lot of development in Jammu and Kashmir, but it is the duty of the government there, an elected government, not the Raj Bhavan or not the non-elected people. So I feel it's been very unfair when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are already behind the schedule, and I have been asked to wind up. So thank you for being with us. See you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prashantada. Thank you, Annamalai-ji. Thank you, Tanveer, and thank you, Mr. Shashmit Patra. Moving on to our next panel this evening, we have a special guest joining us on video, and he's joining us live from Andhra Pradesh this evening. Now, is the news media biased in favor of the ruling dispensation? Often there's a charge level that hyper-competitive news media scenario in the country, national, regional, local, tends to be the voice of the ruling dispensation. Is it the lure of the government advertisement or pure ideological push that drives a pro-government stance? The truth of the matter is that despite a strong federal India and a strong center, the opposition voice is here to stay and will stay, and that is due to the plurality of the news media where no one voice prevails. How does one draw the roadmap with mushrooming digital media with little or no oversight? Talking to us today about this alleged bias is the head of the TDP, the Telugu Desam party. He served as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh from 1995 to 2004. From 2014 to 2019, Mr. Chandrababu Naidu will have the unique perspective of having followed the media as an NDA alliance partner and then as an outlier for the last 4 years. And for this conversation, I'd like to bring up on stage Rishabh Gulati, the managing editor of NewsX. Can I have Rishabh on stage? Rishabh, the dais is yours. Mr. Naidu is joining us live. Rishabh.
Niranjan, thank you. Chandrababu Naidu ji, welcome to the first National Broadcasting Federation's first conclave, sir. It's a pleasure to have you on video call with us. Chandrababu ji, in your state, sir, you've just come back where you've been protesting against what you call illegal detention of Pawan Kalyan in a hotel. You face trial and tribulations. You can argue that your security taken away, searched at airport, harassment. Your opponent in Andhra Pradesh can also argue that he's faced trials and tribulations, cases, imprisonment, arrest. What is to blame, sir? Is politics to blame for all of this, or is the media to blame for all of this?
No, respected Rishad and friends who are all there, and also Arnab Goswami, editor Republic TV, and Niranjan, and friends, ladies and gentlemen. This is a unique opportunity for people like us to express our views. This National Broadcasters Federation is organizing National Conclave. Especially, they have given me a subject, media and opposition, what is happening in Andhra Pradesh. I am very happy to express some of my views for you.
Go ahead, sir. We can hear you.
Always, media is very, very crucial. Yeah, there is some resound. That's why. Okay.
So you're not able to
Resound.
Because
of this,
sir, but we can hear you just fine. You can carry on. We'll try to get that echo fixed. You please carry on, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you. In democracy, always there are 4 pillars. One is legislature, executive, judiciary, and media. In democracy, always opposition parties or political parties are playing different roles, especially opposition, other political parties. This is how democracy has to function smoothly. Everybody should have freedom to express and communicate and expose the public issues. Especially media and opposition has to work together. In history, if you see, media played so many times very, very vital role in exposing corruption. Even opposition parties always will collect information and will expose in assembly and outside all platforms. That reports, media will take it up and then they will communicate to the people in an effective way. In Andhra Pradesh, all these things are becoming very, very bad condition, bad to worse. If you see here, there is a reverse. One is, media is not giving adequate space
for opposition parties in different levels. It may be national level or state level, all these things. Even other issue, if you see here, governments are giving so much of money for advertisements. Thereby, they wanted to carry only positive news and no opposition party news. This is another very, very bad trends are going on. As a matter of fact, I was in opposition for the last 3.5 years. Earlier also I was in opposition for 10 years. We were in ruling 22 years, but 19 years we are in opposition. But first time, we are seeing this type of governance or political party which is totally snubbing all political parties and also opposition party especially. They brought one GO 2430. If you see here, this GO is very clear. Powers to department HODs to file cases on media through GO number 2430. After careful examination of the matter, government hereby accord permission to delegate powers to the secretaries of respective departments to issue rejoinders, file complaints and lodge appropriate cases, if need be, through public prosecutor against defamatory news items published, telecast, posted in print, electronic, social media, pertaining to their respective departments after following due powers of law. What I am saying,
it's the politicians to blame. It's the governance that puts media also under threat, and it's the politicians fighting amongst themselves. Why is the media to blame in here, sir?
No, I am not blaming media. There is manipulation for media. That is one step. Those who are writing, they are blackmailing them, this type of GO, and no reporter is able to write. Is it democracy? That is what I wanted to highlight. Even so-called your press council or Broadcasters Federation or Editors Guild, nobody is able to fight. That is the pity. That is what I wanted to highlight. One is this issue.
How can podiums
we are
like
moving in a big way for 75 years.
How can federations better representing the regional press? And there is a specific
That's
other
what I'm
example
saying.
that has been raised, where a lot of the regional press sometimes is owned by political parties. How can that fair voice be represented then, sir?
That is what I am asking you. Some political parties are having media. Added to that, those who are independently acting, they are putting this type of blackmailing tactics and also facing booking cases against them. How can they act? Finally, what is happening, opposition role or communication has become practically very difficult. One example I am telling you. Recently in Visakhapatnam, Pavan Kalyan, Janasena president, he wanted to visit that place for a program, Janavani. When he landed there, they wanted to put restrictions on him. Then they attacked, and also in turn, he was totally harassed day in, day out. Very bad incident. Even political parties are unable to perform. Even media is unable to write. Is it not the responsibility of national media to take it up? That is what I am questioning here.
But
this is where, if you protect democracy, then only we can do all these things.
You've been alliance at the center,
Please.
you've ruled the state for more than 20 years, sir. They lobby the media and pressure the media, but sometimes it's convenient for oppositions, in opposition's sake, to say that the media is not with us. The first question I asked you were about Pavan Kalyan. The problem is the politics, the problem is not the media.
No, not the media, but media is snubbing. That is what I wanted to highlight in this platform. It is not only media and opposition. It is media, ruling party, and also opposition parties, all political parties for that matter. Okay. That is what I wanted to emphasize here.
You know, you've been
even during my tenure also, you have seen national level.
State, sir. You've been lobbying for farmers in your state. A lot of them have been on tour in Delhi to lobby media houses to cover their cause. When you saw the farmer agitation that was brought to Delhi and the kind of coverage it got, do you feel then frustration that there is a regional disparity, although your cause was different, but the community was the same?
No, what I'm saying, even there also not adequate coverage at national media. Sometimes media at a national level, you are giving priority for some issues, but genuine issues. One is Amravati farmers. You are unable to focus. This is what I wanted to emphasize here. This is the historic fight they are doing. Government has given right for them. Court has upheld. They wanted to go for protest. They want to go rally, Padayatra. Even Padayatra, they are unable to do it. Is it a democracy? This is where I am questioning, or I am highlighting this forum. Even national media has to take it up.
To whom? So
earlier, if you see, on your own, public issues you have highlighted.
So you are, of course, hoping we criticize Jagan Reddy and give greater coverage. I'm assuming you are hoping we criticize the national government. But when it comes to the criticism of the opposition, then the media is painted as sold out. How is that fair?
No, I am not saying that. Impartial way in a democracy. Only issue based you have to highlight. That is what I am asking. Media and opposition, that is the role we have to play. I have seen all these things for the last 40 years, not today. Even before economic reforms, after economic reforms. I am watching at national level so many political developments. I am not blaming anybody. But at the same time, this is the platform I want to express my views. We are all working for this great country, to empower this great country. And ultimately, everybody should express their views freely. Media has to cover. That is what I want to emphasize.
Chandrababuji, last thoughts and last question to you is, in keeping with what you just said, there is a Team India approach, but oftentimes opposition becomes for the sake of opposition. Is it okay, in your opinion, that when something good happens and when governments do good things, that equally vehemently they should be praised for it, not just finding fault and criticizing?
No, I am very clear. India is a great country. All of us has to remember this. After economic reforms, India is moving very fast. And at the same time, in a knowledge economy, India is playing very vital role. In future, we are going to play more vital role. In knowledge economy, IT is the backbone. That India is very strong. If you see all Indians all over the world, they are doing extremely well. Another 25 years, they are going to do further better. Why I am saying all these things? There is a great time for India if all of us as team work together, irrespective of our political differences. Finally, India will become 100 years Independence Day, either 1 or 2. This is going to happen. For all these things, India is having a demographic advantage. No other country is having. This is where I want to emphasize. Minor differences will be there, but broad principles, how to empower people of India is very important.
Okay.
That is what I wanted to. Never I opposed anything which is good for the nation.
Well, Chandrababu Naiduji, I know this is not the podium for the political questions on whether you regret leaving the NDA or your prospective conversation with the Jan Sena, so I'm going to leave it at that. Really appreciate you joining us, and thank you so much for waiting and addressing this forum, which is beaming across 40 news channels as we speak. Can we give him a big round of applause, please?
एक ऐसा पहुंचाए आप सब जुड़े आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Thank you for that, Chandrababu Naiduji, and thank you for that, Rishabh. We have a very short address now, a very special address. Speaking to us via this video message will be Mr. Anurag Thakur, India's current Minister of Information and Broadcasting. Mr. Thakur is known for his hardcore stance of national interest above everything else. Anurag Thakur, the Honorable Minister, has repeatedly warned us about the dangers of exaggerated news. And we know Indian media is uniquely placed to present a global template for diverse growth of the media. And though the media in India is served best when it remains free from any government control, it is incumbent upon the government to ensure, at one hand, a level playing field, while at the same time giving space to new age media innovation and entrepreneurship. Addressing this challenge of balancing the delivery of traditional news with maintaining the sanctity of information disseminated via new and upcoming media, Mr. Anurag Thakur will talk about the administrative challenges of his ministry and the various perspectives in Indian media, which is kept in mind as India embraces digitization. An address by the Honorable Minister for Information and Broadcasting.
नमस्कार। न्यूज़ ब्रॉडकास्टर्स फेडरेशन के सभी सदस्यों को मेरी ओर से दीपावली की, धनतेरस की बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। 55 से ज़्यादा सदस्य, और चाहे रीजनल हो या नेशनल हो, एक बहुत बड़ी भूमिका देश में निभा रहे हैं। और किसी भी लोकतंत्र के लिए वहाँ का मीडिया एक बहुत बड़ा एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म होता है जहाँ से सही खबर सही समय पर जन जन तक पहुँचाने का काम किया जाता है। और जैसा मैं जानता हूँ, न्यूज़ ब्रॉडकास्टर्स फेडरेशन ने ना केवल खबर पहुँचाने का काम किया है, आपके सदस्यों ने जन जन तक सही खबर भी सही समय तक पहुँचाई है। और आज मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद भी करना चाहता हूँ कि आप सब एक प्लेटफॉर्म पर इकट्ठे हुए हैं और इस लोकतंत्र को और मजबूत करने में मदद करेंगे। जन योजनाएं जो हैं हमारी, जनता के लाभ के लिए उनको आप जन जन तक पहुंचाते हैं। और यही नहीं, जहाँ पर चुनौतियां हैं, जहाँ पर सरकार को घेरने का काम है या जगाने का काम है, आप वहाँ भी पीछे नहीं रहते। एक सजग प्रहरी के रूप में आप लोग काम कर रहे हैं, मैं इसके लिए आपको बधाई देता हूँ। मैं क्षमा चाहता हूँ, मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से नहीं रह पाया। मैंने अर्नब गोस्वामी जी से कहा था कि मैं आपके सभी सदस्यों से मिलना चाहूँगा, लेकिन हिमाचल में चुनाव है और आज नामांकन में मुझे 5 स्थानों पर रहना था, मैं नहीं आ पाया। लेकिन जब भी आपकी भविष्य में बैठक होगी, मैं उसका हिस्सा बनना चाहूँगा। 2 बातें मैं यहाँ पर रखना चाहता हूँ कि इन्फोडेमिक, ये पेंडेमिक के समय कहा गया, और ये भारत ने दुनिया भर में एक बड़ी चुनौती के रूप में देखने को मिला कि सही खबर की बजाय एक फैब्रिकेटेड खबर के कारण लोगों की जानें तक चली गई। ये दुष्प्रचार जो है, ये सरकार को ही नहीं, समाज को भी बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाता है। मैं आशा करता हूं आप इन फैब्रिकेटेड और फेक न्यूज़ पर रोक लगाएंगे, और जैसे पीआईबी फैक्ट चेक करता है कि फर्जी खबर पर हम लोगों को जानकारी भी देते हैं और आगे भी देंगे। अगर फर्जी खबर को आप भी रोक लगाने का प्रयास करेंगे तो अच्छा होगा। मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं, सरकार की ओर से अगर आपको कुछ भी चाहिए हो, हम वो करने का प्रयास करेंगे। सेवा ब्रॉडकास्ट पोर्टल की अगर मैं बात करूं, अब ऑनलाइन ही आपको सब कुछ जानकारी भी मिलती है, आप एप्लीकेशन भी डाल सकते हैं, आप किसी को दफ्तर आने की ज़रूरत नहीं। हमने इसको सरल और सुलभ करने का काम किया है। टेक्नोलॉजी पर हमने नए नए कदम उठाए हैं। मैं आपके सुझाव आमंत्रित करता हूं, क्या और बदलाव आप हमारी पॉलिसीज़ में, नीतियों में देखना चाहते हो? भारत कंटेंट का हब कैसे बने, न्यूज़ का हब कैसे बने, और भारत जहां अन्य क्षेत्रों में एक लीडर के रूप में उभर रहा है, इस नए भारत में मेरे मीडिया के भाई ब्रॉडकास्टर्स भारत को एक लीडिंग रोल में कैसे ला सकते हैं? कृपया करके आप अपने सुझाव भी दें और आइए इकट्ठे मिलकर भारत को इस क्षेत्र में भी लीडर बनाएं। टेक्नोलॉजी हो, सॉफ्टवेयर हो, प्रेजेंटर हो, न्यूज़ रिपोर्टर हो, या आपकी तरह मीडिया ऑनर्स हों, आइए भारत को दुनिया के सर्वश्रेष्ठ देशों में न्यूज़ ब्रॉडकास्टिंग में अव्वल दर्जे पर पहुंचाएं। आप सब जुड़े, आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भविष्य में व्यक्तिगत रूप से मिलेंगे भी, तब के लिए शुभकामनाएं। दीपावली की बहुत बहुत बधाई।
On to our next session then, Future of News, News Beyond Luchins. As Indian media positions itself as an equal in the globalized world, it's important to self-reflect, be open to external scrutiny, and ask itself if it is taking all the stakeholders along in the journey. Now, the big question that the media needs to implore is whether or not it has done justice to mirror the aspirations of India beyond the 8 mega metro cities. Now, is there a narrative that caters and echoes the walls of the Lutyens circle, or is it investing in the editorial beyond the big cities of the country?
Absolutely, that certainly is the big question that we must ask. And it's time for editorials to set agendas. It's time for editorials and editorial teams cutting across the various gamuts of the media to invest in editorials beyond big cities. It's time for them to serve the news for the viewer at large, wherever they may be. Reimagining news is the need of the hour, with a pan-India view on issues that make a difference to the public at large. That certainly is the need of the hour, Krishna. And to discuss this, we do have a very, very special panel with us today.
Absolutely.
In fact, I will request our teams to also bring Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament and BJP senior leader who has arrived. Let's quickly try and bring him also into our main hall over here, Sudhanshu Trivedi ji. We have Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament and senior leader of the BJP, Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, joining us for this special session. We also have Samajwadi Party National Spokesperson Ghanshyam Tiwari live with us today at the NBF National Conclave themed Future of News. We also have, in fact, CPI senior leader Atul Anjan with us as well. Today we're privileged to have three very, very experienced politicians, three very, very experienced and erudite speakers from three different political parties, of course. And moderating this session will be Zarir Hussain of News Live. And of course, remember, it certainly is going to be a very, very interesting and important session. Let's first, though, before we hear the live conversation on Future of News, News Beyond Lutyens, play out an AV on the theme of the session.
It is time to look beyond the confines of the national capital. It is time to recognize the India story is scripted beyond just Delhi. It is time for an appraisal. It is time for news broadcasters to look beyond investing in big cities. Has the news media got its focus right? Is it time to move on and reimagine news coverage from a pan-India lens? Discussing this and much more at the NBF National Conclave is an esteemed panel on the theme Future of News, News Beyond Lutyens.
Let's welcome them with a loud round of applause. Let's please have on stage now Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament and Senior Leader of the BJP, Sudhanshu Trivedi ji. Dr. Trivedi, please come on to the stage. We also request SP National Spokesperson Ghanshyam Tiwari to join us.
As well. Please come on stage, sir.
Atul Anjan, Senior Leader of the CPI, could we please also have you on stage? And the moderator is also with us, Mr. Hussain of News Live. Let's get you on stage as well, sir. And we are, of course, going to hand over the floor to Mr. Hussain.
And the rest of the gentlemen as well.
Yes. Over to you. Let's take this conversation forward.
A very good evening to all of you. That has been always the grouse that news beyond Lutyens. That has been always the grouse from, say, people in the east, northeast, and down south. And I think in this just about an hour back, it has already been deliberated at length. Assam Chief Minister Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma has clearly spelled out how the media, Lutyens media, has seen the Northeast or has covered the Northeast. And a little while back, Y.S. Sharmila has expressed her anger and dismay that her 2,000-odd Padyatra has not been covered well. I would like to ask, before that, just one small thing that a friend of mine told me. He's a software engineer working in one of the top MNCs in Bangalore, and in their cafeteria, there were 3 television news channels on display. 2 were in English and 1 in Kannada. And in all those channels, there were Mumbai floods being shown. He said that I've got full sympathy, and I really sympathize with the people out there that are facing the hardships. But he asked me, we face about a month of floods in Assam every year, annual feature. But why don't we get the coverage? As a journalist, he had asked me. And honestly speaking, I didn't have much answer to that. So I'm looking for an answer. And as our friends out there said that there has to be some agenda set by the Lutyens media. The media editorial decisions has to be made. So let me begin by asking Mr. Ghanshyam Tiwari, a young politician. You have taken part in a lot of debates, but I'm very curious to know, have you ever taken part in any discussion related to Northeast, or just because I come from Assam? So I'm very interested to know, have you ever taken part as a national spokesperson in some discussion in a mainstream media on the Northeast?
Good evening, friends. Thank you so much for NBF, its organizers, Arnab, and other esteemed members of NBF team for inviting us here. And let me start by paying my prayers to the late Netaji. There is a prayer that is held across Uttar Pradesh for his departed soul. As far as your question is concerned, I think let's talk from the moment right now. In 2022, this is in the last 6 years of my being on television, I have participated in the least number of debates. And the reason is that I very vocally told people who would invite, people who invite guest coordinators here, that I don't participate in Hindu-Muslim debates. That reduces 70% of debates that happen on television channel. I don't participate in debates ki Modi ji mahan hai. That reduces another 20% of debates on Indian national television channels. And then the remaining 10% of debates that exist, you can define whether they represent Northeast or whether they represent Tamil Nadu, whether they represent Andhra Pradesh, Telangana. My father served Air Force. I grew up traveling across the country, largely living in southern states. And even the Doordarshan at that time would cover the entire nation. The CSDS has today released the survey of who are the viewers of various news channels. It is absolutely clear and that in this version of news is a business. It's a business where advertisement is played out. You have to ask who the advertiser is. You will play out an advertisement as per your viewers. If more than 50% of viewers of a channel, as per CSDS Lok Niti survey, are of one leaning, then you advertise products for that leaning. Now the question is, what is getting advertised? As I said, 70% Hindu-Muslim debates. Who wants to advertise Hindu-Muslim debates? There's no journalist here who will say that prior to 2014, every week they will do 3 or 4 Hindu-Muslim debates. What happened? That after 2014, they are forced to do every week 3 or 4 Hindu-Muslim debates. So if the advertisement becomes the idea of conflict in society, the advertisement becomes not the price of milk in Delhi or the fact that in an exam, you tell me, sir, if a government organizes the exam, and 100 students apply for it, what is failure? If 40 students do not even reach exam centers. In Uttar Pradesh, when the media played its usual agenda, 36 lakh students applied for an exam. In a government, we are talking about Modi ji giving some job bonanza. 36 lakh people. Do you know how many people did not reach the center? More than 16 lakh people did not reach the center. So we don't know what the agenda is, but we know who the advertiser is. And for that, I have brought the newspaper. This is Indian Express, one of the more centered newspapers. Look at the Indian Express. The one that fell right now is economy, by the way. That's how limited the economy is. This is the first page of Indian Express. So when news platforms become businesses that advertise, you must ask who the advertiser is, and that will tell you what the news is going to be. Thank you.
Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, I remember, like, Mizoram Chief Minister Zoramthanga, he very, very articulately described, saying that New Delhi only listens to the sound of bullets, because at that time insurgency was at its peak. But now with insurgency on the downslide, things are a little bit like, looking up. But let me ask you, do you agree to the fact that the more we are away from, the farthest from Delhi, the coverage in terms of, the media coverage gets lesser? That's why Sharmila a few minutes back had complained. So do you agree to that fact that Delhi mainstream media cannot see beyond Delhi in terms of news coverage?
Actually, the problem with Lutyens' zone was not geographical distancing. It was a consistent distancing from the soul of India.
Mindset?
I'm just telling you. If there is something in Northeast happening which is having a potential of having a negative impact on the national consciousness or national integrity of India, then it's a news. And even if something happening in just 50 kilometers away from Delhi in a village which is having potential of putting a negative impact on the social fabric of India or the national pride of India, it's a news. But if something positive happening, it's not a news. That's why I want to put forth a fact. He was asking about the advertisement and funds and others. I would just like to say, now look at the decades 60s, 70s and 80s when Lutyens' zone has reached to its zenith. What was the sources? Mitrokin's archive, KGB and the World Part 2. The details are there. Yuri Bachmanev, who was here, a KGB agent who was working here as a journalist, now he has disclosed what was the sources and how at the time the media and those who were considering themselves as an intellectual stalwart. I am not disrespecting anybody, but quote unquote in the words of Yuri Bachmanev, he was saying they were the useful idiots for us. It was his word. Because we were just watching that how useful he can be. For which agenda? He said that he was given an agenda to destroy the Indian culture, though he subsequently became admirer of that. And that's why, if I want to say 1975 during emergency, I'm not having that type of memory, but hardly Lutyens' media was taking any initiative in a movement against emergency. But that created a history. Now, from my memory, late 80s, entire Lutyens' media was against BJP, and BJP kept on rising. 89 we got 86, बस हो गया, इसके बाद नहीं. 91, 120, अरे बस maximum हो गया, इसके आगे नहीं. 196, 196, हो गया, इसके आगे नहीं. Entire Lutyens' media was against Bala Saheb Thackeray in the decade of 90s. He kept on rising. सब कहते रहे बीजेपी की सरकार नहीं बनेगी Lutyens' media में. We formed the government. Entire decade of 2000, मोदी जी के खिलाफ, मोदी जी बढ़ते रहे. मोदी जी कभी नहीं आएंगे, आ गए. एक बार हमारा भी साथ दिया था. 2004 इंडिया शाइनिंग और हम नहीं आए. तो नाउ इट इज फॉर लुटियंस मीडिया टू इंट्रोस्पेक्ट कि आपके पास वो कौन सी जादू की छड़ी है कि आप देख ही नहीं पाते हैं, या जो आप देखते हैं वो हमेशा गलत ही देखते हैं. दिस इज द बेसिक प्रॉब्लम दैट दे हैव नाउ स्टक इनटू एन एरा व्हिच इज ऑफ pre-2000. So I would like to conclude with a sentence. After we first time got a clear majority on 16th of May 2014, so I am quoting 18th May 2014, London's, which was Guardian, Sunday Guardian of London, because Lutyens' media respects the foreign media. Sunday Guardian of London has said that 16th of May 2014 should be considered as a date on which Britishers finally left India. Because from 1947 onwards, in the various systems, thought process, all things were going on mostly which were the carrier of the British colonial legacy. For the first time, that type of organization has got the power which has no connection with the previous British colonial legacy, and Lutyens' zone was nothing but a hangover of the previous British Raj, and when the Raj Path has become Kartavya Path. So I think that Lutyens should try also to relook at your own path.
Atul Anjanji, a few minutes back, as I have been repeatedly telling, Sharmila ji had also said the same thing. South, then East, Northeast, Sikkim generally comes to the forefront only when there is a Doklam-like standoff. Arunachal Pradesh, Assam Chief Minister has rightly said a few moments ago, saying that only when there is a standoff that the media shows or covers it. But when there are something, the Indian Army does something very good, it's never been projected. So what, according to you, you have been such a seasoned senior politician, you must have seen this or you must have observed this kind of disparity.
देखिए, भारतीय समाज बहुत विविधताओं का समाज है. Sorry, I'm speaking in a language which is known and spoken by the overwhelming majority of this country. And I think the message of this NBF must go to the maximum number of people. So I'm using that in. You should not take it that I'm very chauvinistic about my Hindi language. But I should also say, don't be very, 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 very dear to that language, which is an alien language and is spoken by only 3 crore of people of this country. But anyway, जब हम गुस्से में भारतीय आ जाता है तो अंग्रेजी बोलने लगता है. भारतीय जब गुस्से में आता है तो अंग्रेजी में बोलने लगता है. लेकिन समस्या समाज की ये है, समस्या समाज की ये है, भारत के अंदर जितने राज्य हैं उन राज्यों की समस्याओं को भारत का न्यूज़पेपर, भारत के इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया कवर करता है. एक ज़माना था जब टीवी नहीं था. कौन जानता था फिजो को? कौन जानता था नागालैंड के आंदोलन को? कौन जानता था आईएम को? कौन जानता था लालडेंगा को? ये प्रिंट मीडिया था. अब आप कह देंगे कि वो बिल्कुल किनारे पर था. नहीं, सारे देश जानते थे, वो मीडिया के थ्रू जानते थे और बड़ी एक्सक्लूसिव स्टोरी आती थी. एक ज़माना था जब अखबारों को पढ़ते थे लोग, समाचार पत्रों को पहले पेज पर पढ़ते थे. ये क्रिकेट में हो गया, ये हॉकी में हो गया, दुनिया के पैमाने पर ये हो गया, भारत का विकास दर ये हो गया, प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा. आज पहले पेज पर एक अधनंगी लड़की, कहाँ है महिला वो तमाम कार्यकर्ता, एक अधनंगी लड़की मर्सिडीज के सामने खड़े होकर के प्रचार कर रही है कि 30 लाख रुपए इस वक्त मर्सिडीज पर हमने रिलीफ दे दिया है, आओ लूट लो मर्सिडीज को. कहाँ है वो लोग? फर्स्ट पेज का वही हाल है, सेकंड पेज का वही हाल है, थर्ड पेज में अद्धा जो छपता है उसका भी हाल है, फोर्थ पेज में न्यूज़ है कि रणबीर कपूर कटरीना कैफ के घर से निकल गए 4 कॉलम के. तो आप देखिए ना क्या है स्थिति. हम लोग जब राजनीति में, स्टूडेंट पॉलिटिक्स में थे, ये हमारे छोटे भाई की तरह, बहुत स्नेह है मेरा इनके प्रति, दोनों के प्रति. मैं यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट यूनियन का लखनऊ का प्रेसिडेंट था. मैं एक प्राइमरी के स्कूल से गांव से पढ़ के आया था, अंग्रेजी नहीं जानता था और अंग्रेजी न जानने की वजह से मैं चेन्नई के रेलवे स्टेशन पर जूतों से पीटा गया था. जूतों से, एक आध बार नहीं कई बार पीटा गया था. सुनीता सत्यार्थी जयपुर विश्वविद्यालय छात्र संघ की अध्यक्ष थी स्टूडेंट यूनियन की, वो हिंदी बोल रही थी, वो पीटी गई थी. वो दौर था कुछ और, वो दौर था कुछ और. फिर मैंने अंग्रेजी सीखने की कोशिश की. मेरे गुरुजनों ने मुझे सिखाया, मेरे परिवार के, मेरे माता पिता ने मुझे सिखाया. लेकिन हम तब पढ़ते थे तो अंग्रेजी का अखबार पढ़ते थे, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, तो देखते थे कि इंदर मल्होत्रा ने एडिटोरियल क्या लिखा है, एक्सप्रेस में हृदय हरिमोहन कार्लेकर ने क्या लिखा है, गिरिलाल जैन ने क्या लिखा है, प्रभाष जोशी ने क्या लिखा है, नवभारत टाइम्स में राजेंद्र माथुर ने संपादकीय क्या लिखा है. आज तो संपादकीय पढ़ने की ही जरूरत नहीं है. देर इज नो एडिटोरियल, देर इज ए प्रोप्राइटोरियल. पढ़ो प्यारे, प्रोप्राइटर क्या कहता है, प्रोप्राइटर क्या कहता है. ये स्थिति जब आ जाए मीडिया की तो क्या करेंगे आप? महत्वपूर्ण खबर 7वें पेज पर चली गई. अगर हेडलाइंस ना हो टेलीविजन की तो टेलीविजन भी देखने लायक नहीं है. बदलो, बदलो. आप कह रहे हैं लोगों की गरीबी, गुर्बत, बिहार में क्या है और नॉर्थ ईस्ट में पानी आ गया, सिक्किम इतना खूबसूरत ऑर्गेनिक स्टेट है, उसके बारे में कौन लिख रहा है? कुछ नहीं लिख रहा है. बदलो अपनी जहनियत को. एनबीएफ ने ये काम किया है. अर्नब जी, इस काम को और आगे बढ़ाओ। व्हाट शुड बी द कंटेंट? कंटेंट क्या होना चाहिए? ये पीपल्स ओरिएंटेड कंटेंट होना चाहिए। जनता के सरोकारों का कंटेंट अखबारों में और टेलीविजन के मीडिया में होगी। डेवलपमेंटल स्टोरी होगी या प्रधानमंत्री का चेहरा दिखाया जाएगा? लीडर अपोजिशन की भी बात आएगी कि नहीं? विपक्ष की बात का स्थान तो मिल ही नहीं रहा अखबारों में। विपक्ष क्या कहता है? लगता है भारत में संसदीय लोकतंत्र का विपक्ष गायब हो चुका है। सरकार चाहती है कि नहीं चाहती है मुझे नहीं मालूम, समाचार पत्र और तमाम लोग तो यही चाहते हैं। सिर्फ मैं एक बात कह करके अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं। बहुत लंबी बात कहने से पहले एक आध शेर कह देने से सारी बात कवर हो जाती है। मशहूर शायरा मीना कुमारी एक बहुत अच्छी अदाकारा भी थी और शायरा भी थी। गुलजार साहब ने उनकी पूरी शायरी को एक डायरी में प्रिंट किया है। उसमें एक जगह लिखा है उन्होंने, मीना कुमारी ने, कि मसर्रत पे रवाज़ों का सख्त पहरा है। आपके रवाज़ के लिए, आपके रवाज़ के लिए मीडिया, मसर्रत पे रवाज़ों का सख्त पहरा है। और गरीब आदमी आपको पढ़ता है तो क्या कहता है? मसर्रत के पर रवाज़ों का सख्त पहरा है, न जाने कौन सी उम्मीद पर दिल ठहरा है। और मेरे जैसे लोग ये कहते हैं कि तेरे आँखों में झलकते गम की कसम, ऐ दोस्त दर्द का रिश्ता बहुत गहरा है। इसको समझेगा जिस दिन मीडिया काम बन जाएगा।
That was Atul Ajat ji in his inimitable style. He had mentioned one very interesting thing, and which I would like to endorse, that this platform has given us, editors like us, a chance to, this is a bridge kind of a thing between the mainstream and the regional media. So thanks very much to Arnav
Can I
for
add one
floating
thing?
this.
What he has said? अब इन्होंने एक शेर कहा है, तो लुटियन जोन वाले जिस जुस्तुजू में अपने दौर में चलते रहे, उनको भी मैं एक शेर में कहना चाहूँगा कि कश्ती भी नहीं बदली, दरिया भी नहीं बदला, पर इन डूबने वालों का जज्बा भी नहीं बदला। है शौक के सफ़र ऐसा, एक उम्र हुई हमने, मंजिल भी नहीं पाई, रास्ता भी नहीं बदला।
वाह, वाह। Again, like, you know, this is turning out to be a shairi kind of a session. But
and
then,
one more thing,
yes,
on the issue of representation of the opposition, sir. Now we are sitting in this era. 2/3 is the representation on
Yes.
media is of the opposition. Never was when prior to 1998 when BJP first time came in power. और एक दौर तो ऐसा आया था जब पूरी तरीके से मीडिया को रौन दिया गया था। अब जब आपने कहा तो सबसे बड़े शायर हुए गालिब, उसके बाद हुए शेख मोहम्मद इब्राहिम ज़ौक़, और उसके अलावा साहिल लुधियानवी। तो उस ज़माने में तो आपको ध्यान होगा, आप लोगों की तो युवावस्था की बात है, हम लोग होश संभालने से पहले की बात, क्या कहा जाता था इमरजेंसी के बारे में? ऐसा कंट्रोल कर लिया गया कि अब तो गालिब, ज़ौक़, साहिर, मीर सरकारी और शायरी की हो गई तासीर सरकारी। यानी सरकारी तासीर में लिखना पड़ता था। और आज प्रधानमंत्री जी को आलोचना छोड़िए, कटु आलोचना छोड़िए, घटिया से घटिया शब्दों का प्रयोग करके, मौत की कामना करके, मौत का प्रकार बताकर यह कहा जाता है अभिव्यक्ति की स्वतंत्रता नहीं है। तो मेरे विचार से those who are trying to project these type of narrative from the Lutean zone should again try to introspect. That's why they are unable to understand exactly the place where they are standing.
Yeah.
I think one point I just want to mention it here. In 1975, when the emergency was imposed, ये हिंदुस्तान में ही था, भारत में ही था संभव, जब तमाम अखबारों ने एडिटोरियल्स ब्लैंक कर दिए थे। भूल जाते हैं आप, विरोध का क्षण उस वक्त भी हिंदुस्तान के पत्रकारों में था। निखिल चक्रवर्ती, हिरण्मय कालेलकर, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस, रामनाथ गोयनका, टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया, इंदर मल्होत्रा, वो भूल जाते हैं। प्रतिरोध की शक्ति तब थी, लेकिन आज हो तुमको जो पसंद वही बात कहेंगे, तुम दिन को रात कहो रात कहेंगे।
I think it is important that this term Lutein media is reflected upon in the light of what happened in the most terrible years that India has faced in the last 3 years, especially COVID. How did Lutein, or whatever you call, I prefer the call somebody made, that lumpet media. How was it covered? Who told that Tablighi Jamaat was responsible for COVID? How was it covered? When the entire world was fighting that how should governments respond to COVID, we made it a communal virus. Who did it? Can anyone answer? Can anyone appreciate that? Did not minister and spokesperson, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, participate in that debate? They fanned those discussions. The anchors, whether you call it Lampert, Lutyens, whatever you call it, they fanned those debates. Then, nobody was ready to talk about the migrants, but we are ready to speak about Riya Chakravarti. Who was distracting the nation in crisis? I believe that Lutyens media and this term is used to distract people. Use of history is a way to distract people because you don't want to tell that India ranks poorly on hunger index. You don't want to acknowledge that youth in India today is unable to find a job. You don't want to acknowledge that today people are taking away their children from private schools because they are not able to pay fees. When the news become focused on what the advertisers want the nation to hear, the responsibility, just like the luminaries that we talked about, the responsibility of the news goes back to the citizens. I am very hopeful. I am very hopeful that the youth, a lot of them sitting here, the youth in colleges, even those who are getting used to fake news, they are going to become used to information and will be able to decipher what is real news. Today, it is not the media that is defining the frontier of what reaches the citizens. It is individual students, individual people who read and share among their own social media, their own WhatsApp groups. I believe 10 years down the line, when we speak, these leaders may not be there, but we will see a rise of a new citizenry who's much more informed and who take the responsibility of those editors in 1970s who took the responsibility to keep the nation informed. That new citizenry is what gives me hope. I don't have hope in the media that communalized the virus, in the media that went after Riya Chakravarti, in the media that rejects data in the face of reality, and in the media that chooses only to cover what their advertisers want to be covered.
I think Sudhanshu Trivedi will respond to Ghanshyam Tiwari.
Actually, what happened, now the democracy is really taking shape. He's asked a lot of things about what happened previously, but I want to ask, how was the reporting in 1990 Kashmir massacre? What was the reporting here? And what was the tone and tenor of reporting? So I just want to say India got independence in 47, but real democracy came in 77 when the parties have started changing the government. Otherwise, there was only one party. So democracy started in 77. In 90s, what happened? The entire intellectual establishment and media was controlled by one thought. There is no scope of other. Monopolies and restrictive trade practices. You have heard about that. In 90s, the vernacular media became free from the clutches. And now, the national media is becoming free from the clutches of the monopoly of one thought, one and exclusive copyright of only one set of people. That's why the organizations like NBF are coming. ये और कुछ नहीं है जनाब, जागीरदारी राजे महाराजों की चली गई थी 47 में, तो उनके दिल में भी दर्द हुआ था. जब 77 में इमरजेंसी के बाद सरकार चली गई थी तो भी मोनोपोली खत्म हुई थी. अब वो मोनोपोली खत्म हो रही है, डेमोक्रेसी आ रही है, दूसरे थॉट को भी दीजिए. और मैं इनकी बात से अच्छा मानता हूँ, ये तो हार्वर्ड के पढ़े हुए हैं. अब प्रॉब्लम जानते क्या हो गई है? प्रीवियसली आपने अच्छा कहा, एडिटोरियल्स में लिखा जाता था. फिर मैं कह रहा हूँ, वो तो एडवर्टोरियल्स होते थे और वो भी कहाँ से स्पॉन्सर्ड होते थे. मैं और भी 3-4 किताबें बता दूंगा. अब सब डिटेल में कैसे कैसे क्या क्या लिखवाया जाता था. भारत से ही नहीं, बाहर से भी लिखवाया जाता था. वो सारी बातें तो अपनी जगह, परंतु अब परिस्थिति में बदलाव आया है. टेक्नोलॉजी ने मार दिया है साहब. अब तो सबके हाथ में मोबाइल है. इफ एनीबडी वांट्स टू वेरीफाई एनी फैक्ट, I can say even by using internet, at least up to 90% he or she can reach to the truth. अब बड़ा मुश्किल है इस बात को कंट्रोल करना. फॉर एग्जाम्पल 2014 से पहले बाबा साहब अंबेडकर की बुक थॉट्स ऑन पाकिस्तान वॉज वर्चुअली आउट ऑफ इंटायर अंबेडकर साहित्य. आपको मिलती नहीं कहीं, यहां खूब खोज डालते नहीं मिलती. बट कोलंबिया यूनिवर्सिटी में थी, अब वहाँ से अवेलेबल है, अब तो PDF भी है, जो आदमी चाहे पढ़ सकता है. This democracy is creating ruffles and they are not ready to accept that their era has gone. लाइक राजे रजवाड़ों का एरा 47 में गया था, 75 साल के बाद इनका एरा जा रहा है जिसे वो एक्सेप्ट करने को तैयार नहीं है. इसलिए ओपन माइंडेड होकर. और लास्ट में आपने बात कही कि कंट्री के डेवलपमेंट और इसकी बात डिस्कस होती है, तो मैं पूछना चाहता हूं, अगर हम 5th लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी बने, अभी IMF की रिपोर्ट के अनुसार हम 6.1% ग्रोथ, बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है, बट हाईएस्ट अमंग ऑल मेजर इकोनॉमीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड. वही CMI का डाटा जिसको 2 महीने पहले कोट करके कहते थे कि साहब हमारी जो बेरोजगारी है वो मैक्सिमम है 8.4%. दैट सेम CMI has said in the month of September it has come to 6.4%. and I want to say n number of debates you have seen. 50 साल की सबसे बड़ी बेरोजगारी, 50 साल की सबसे बुरी अर्थव्यवस्था, 50 साल का सब कुछ. You have heard this phrase. अगर ये जमाना नहीं होता तो ये 50 साल लोगों को सच लगता. अब भूल गए लोग. एनीबडी कैन चेक 1991 डिवैल्यूएशन ऑफ द रूपी, सोना गिरवी, फॉरेन एक्सचेंज रिजर्व लेस देन 1%, बेरोजगारी की दर 14%, सॉरी रेट ऑफ इन्फ्लेशन 14%, और जाने क्या क्या 2% ग्रोथ रेट रहती थी, सब कुछ रहता था. एनीथिंग कैन बी चेक्ड. सो दैट monopolistic control is being diluted and the democratic forces emerging in the field of media, which is becoming a difficult thing to digest. Who are considering their feudal fiefdom feeling of controlling the intellectual establishment of India.
Yeah, just let me put on record, if it will be unfair if I don't put on record. Of late, things are beginning to look up, and most of the television channels are covering East and the Northeast and South. And I think Arnab has done one good thing, is that he has been since his channel is covering East or Northeast a little bit aggressively, other channels are following suit because they cannot afford to ignore once one channel covers that particular area aggressively. So definitely things are beginning to look up, and one must say that it's a little bit, news is going beyond Lutyens to an extent, but yes, we need to see more. Just things have to change, isn't it?
It is very much required. You're talking about the MRTP and other things. In the media, पहले ज़माने में टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया ग्रुप होता था, ट्रिब्यून का ग्रुप होता था, अजीत का ग्रुप होता था, लोकमत ग्रुप हुआ करता था, सकाल ग्रुप हुआ करता था, बिहार का 2 अखबार होता था, लखनऊ के अंदर स्वतंत्र भारत और पायनियर का ग्रुप होता था. आज क्या हो गया टेलीविजन में? एक कंपनी, अर्नब जी, 60 और 65 टेलीविजन चैनल्स को कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं. इज इट डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन? एक बाबूजी सभी के मालिक बन गए, दूसरे उसमें आ गए. ये मोनोपोलाइजेशन है ना. और जब मोनोपोलाइजेशन होगा तो खबरें भी मोनोपोलाइज तरीके से आएंगी, उसके अंदर कैरेक्टर नहीं रहेगा. ये एक बड़ा खतरा है. मेरे दोस्त, मेरे छोटे भाई ने डेमोक्रेसी की बात कही. इससे पहले डेमोक्रेसी नहीं थी देश में. हिंदुस्तान में डेमोक्रेसी थी. आज पिछले 10-15 वर्षों से देख रहे हैं कि पार्लियामेंट के सेशंस घटते चले जा रहे हैं. मिनिमम 100 डेज के पार्लियामेंट के सेशन होते थे, असेंबलीज के सेशन होते थे. 3 दिन के अंदर बजट सेशन होके, अभी उत्तर प्रदेश का बजट सेशन, मध्य प्रदेश का बजट सेशन 3 दिन में, राजस्थान का बजट सेशन 3 दिन में खत्म हो गया. देयर इज नो डिबेट. ये डेमोक्रेसी है. इशू वाइज चर्चा नहीं होगी, हेड वाइज चर्चा नहीं होगी कि बाल कल्याण पे कितना खर्च होगा, शिक्षा पर कितना खर्च होगा, स्वास्थ्य पर कितना खर्च होगा, यहां खर्च गलत है इसको घटाइए, वहां बढ़ाइए. ये डेमोक्रेसी है. जवाहरलाल नेहरू का वो शब्द अच्छा नहीं लगता है लोगों को, लेकिन वो सही है. फ्रीडम इज इन पेरिल, डेमोक्रेसी इज इन पेरिल, डिफेंड विथ योर ऑल माइट. आज जरूरत इस बात की है कि जमहूरियत को बचाया जाए. बोलने की आज़ादी नहीं है, बोलने की आज़ादी, मैं जिस राज्य से आता हूं, अब बोलने की आजादी नहीं है, प्रदर्शन करने की आजादी नहीं है, घूमने की आजादी नहीं है। घूमिए आप, लेकिन विरोध और प्रतिरोध के एक शब्द सुनने को तैयार नहीं है लोग। ये डेमोक्रेसी है। तो अखबारों की भी, मीडिया की भी डेमोक्रेसी और मीडिया का भी जनतंत्र, मीडिया की भी आज़ादी खतरे में है। हम सबको मिलकर के वो NBF को इस सवाल पर, सभी लोगों को, सुधांशु जी जैसे लोग और घनश्याम तिवारी जैसे लोग, हमारे जैसे लोग और आप जैसे लोग जो आज़ादी का मतलब समझते हैं, किसी पार्टी में हो, ये आज़ादी चली जाएगी तो न बोलने का अधिकार है, न रहने का अधिकार है। इस आज़ादी की हिफाजत के लिए अपने दल में, अपने समाज में, अपनी जगह पर, अपने न्यूज़ चैनल में जो भी स्पेस मिले उसमें अपनी आवाज़ बुलंद करें। यही हमारी राष्ट्रभक्ति है और यही राष्ट्रवाद है।
Absolutely, absolutely. Like, we are running short of time, and we sincerely hope that news will go beyond Delhi, beyond Lutyens, and every region in this country will get their adequate space and share. So I think, like, we'll have to. Sure.
कुछ परिवर्तन हुए होंगे। नहीं, मैं अब याद इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि अब कहने को तो कुछ लोग कह रहे थे कि मतवाले बेकार के थे, चंद्रशेखर आजाद और भगत सिंह को भी गाली देने वाले पैदा हैं। आइए उनके साथ हम भी अपनी आवाज बुलंद करें, हमारे देश की आजादी का संघर्ष नया स्वरूप लेगा। चलिए जिंदाबाद।
वैसे आपने एक अच्छी बात कही, चंद्रशेखर आजाद भगत सिंह जी को टेररिस्ट लिखने वाले कौन थे? यही JNU ब्रांड विपिन चंद्रा अपनी किताब में लिख दिए थे, रेवोल्यूशनरी टेररिस्ट। और जब यदवेंद्र सिंह संधू उनके भतीजे ने इस विषय को उठाया, 2016 में हमने पार्लियामेंट में उठाया, तो जानते क्या जवाब दिए? वो अगले वाले एडिशन में हटा देंगे, वो उस ढंग में नहीं प्रयोग होता था। और वन मोर थिंग ऑन द रिमोट इश्यूज, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में बोडो प्रॉब्लम सॉर्ट आउट हुई, सेटलमेंट हो गया, एमिकेबल सोल्यूशन। देन इवन द बोडो लैंग्वेज इशू हैज बीन आल्सो सेटल्ड। दे हैव आल्सो एग्रीड दैट द बोडो लैंग्वेज विल बी इंप्लीमेंटेड एंड विद द देवनागरी स्क्रिप्ट। किसने अप्रिशिएट किया कि सेटल डाउन हो गया? नहीं। ऑन द कॉन्ट्रेरी, एक दूसरी बात बताऊं, आपने कहा अगर विधानसभा में खड़े होकर कोई कुछ बवाल कर देगा, बहुत हेडलाइन बनेगी, लुटियंस में बड़ा चर्चा का विषय बनेगा। बट इसी देश में मार्च 2006 केरल, बहुत दूर है ना, केरल असेंबली 1998 कोयंबटूर ब्लास्ट के मेन एक्यूज टेररिस्ट अब्दुल नसीर मदनी जो तमिलनाडु की जेल में था, उसको छोड़ दिया जाए, इसके लिए स्पेशल सेशन ऑफ केरल असेंबली इज ब्रॉट। All 117 MLAs, all Congress, all Communists voted in block in favor of that. No discussion. एक आतंकवादी के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव पारित हो गया। कभी किसी ने चर्चा सुनी है? यही था, कौन सी चीज दबानी है, कौन सी चीज उठानी है। वो मोनोपोली खत्म हो गई, क्योंकि सर उस जमाने में सबका मालिक एक था, वो एक ही तय करता था दिल्ली में बैठकर कि क्या छपना है। क्योंकि उस दौर में एक और भी अच्छाई थी, वो रिपोर्टर जाता था, डेस्क पे जाता था, डेस्क से एडिटर पे जाता था, रात में अखबार छपता था, सुबह डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता था, 12-14 घंटे का वक्त होता था सरकार के पास। और ऐसे भी जर्नलिस्ट रहे जिन्होंने खुद लिखा, खुशवंत सिंह जी जैसे लोग, जिन्होंने कहा कि मेरे ऊपर मुझे सरकार ने, मैंने उनको ये इस चीज में सपोर्ट किया तो मुझे हिंदुस्तान टाइम्स का एडिटर बनाया, मुझे राज्यसभा दी। ये तो ओपनली उन्होंने लिखा हुआ है भाई। और इसलिए आज के जमाने में मौका ही नहीं है, 12 सेकंड में तो न्यूज यहां की वहां चली जाती है। तो अब जो भी आप जिसको भी मालिक कह लें, आज मालिक कोई नहीं, आज मालिक जनता है और मालिक टेक्नोलॉजी।
मैं तो समझता हूं कि 1 मिनट, कई मुख्यमंत्री लोग अपने ऊपर 40-40 मुकदमे हैं, मुख्यमंत्री बन जाएं, सीरियस मुकदमे हैं, हम अपने आप अपने मुकदमे वापस ले लें। ये भी यही है जनतंत्र में, ये भी यही जनतंत्र में होता है। रेवोल्यूशनरी टेररिस्ट जब लाला लाजपत राय को मार दिया इंपीरियलिस्टों ने, तो कहा यस, HSRA के डॉक्यूमेंट पढ़िए, उन्होंने कहा यस। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि मेरे पिताजी भी 18 साल उस मूवमेंट में HSRA के जेल में रहे। उन्होंने अपने को कहा यस, वी आर रेवोल्यूशनरी टेररिस्ट, वी आर रेवोल्यूशनरी। छोड़िए उन बातों को, अब क्या होगा क्या नहीं होगा, आज की बात करो, इसकी बात करना छोड़िए। बहस इस बात की नहीं है, बहस इस बात की है कि बिल्ली
वैसे
काली है या सफेद है, इस पर बहस मत करो। बिल्ली चूहा खाती है कि नहीं खाती है, ये सवाल।
I think
वैसे एक बात कह दूं,
और मैं आपसे कहूं 22 करोड़ लोगों ने, 22 करोड़ नौजवानों ने, अभी पार्लियामेंट में जवाब हुआ, अखबारों में नहीं छपा, 22 करोड़ लोगों ने 1,64,000 नौकरियों के लिए अप्लाई किया, कहीं अखबार में नहीं छपा। संसद में केंद्रीय मंत्री जितेंद्र सिंह ने जवाब लिखते हुए कहा कि 1,64,000 नौकरियों के लिए 22 करोड़ नौजवानों ने अप्लाई किया था। छोड़िए,
तो सर 40 IAS की नौकरियों के लिए 5 लाख हर साल अप्लाई करते हैं।
छोड़िए, जाने दीजिए सबको।
देखिए इसी एक लाइन
हरी कथा अनंता।
अच्छे लोग हर पार्टी में होते हैं। अतुल अंजान जी के पिताजी फ्रीडम फाइटर थे, ही इज फ्रॉम ए फ्रीडम फाइटर फैमिली होते हैं। सोमनाथ चटर्जी इनकी पार्टी के नेता थे, उनके पिताजी हिंदू महासभा में थे। अब कई बार क्या होता है, व्यक्ति भटक कर गलत रास्ते पे चला जाता तो भी उसकी अच्छाई नहीं खत्म होती है, अच्छे संस्कार दिखते हैं और यह विचार है।
सावरकर जी 1910 के पहले अच्छे थे, बाद में बदल गए, अच्छी बात है।
वैसे 1910 में कांग्रेस का अध्यक्ष कौन था जब सावरकर को सजा हुई थी? विलियम वैडनबर्न, ब्रिटिश सरकार का सेक्रेटरी।
सावरकर जी ने तो कहा था गौमांस खाना बहुत अच्छा है।
on this. Thank you very much, Atul Anjan ji, Sudhanshu Trivedi ji, Ghanshyam Tiwari.
Thank you,
Thank you
Sarita.
so much. Very gripping kind of an analysis and observations. Thank you once again for this
Thank you,
wonderful
Sarita.
discussion.
Thank you, Atul Anjan. Thank you, Mr. Trivedi, and thank you, Ghanshyam. On to our next panel now. We have two very special guests. Narrative setting from a position of strength in the world, which enables the news consumer to access global news media like never before, is as ever challenging issue. Now, India is often painted with racist almost and typecasted views in the global news media. And for a country with an aim to be a global superpower and making leaps and bounds in every industry, it's time for India to set its record straight and no longer be burdened by a stereotyped view of India. We have a very special conversation now with two erudite speakers on this discussion. Mr. Kanchan Gupta, Senior Advisor for the Minister of Information and Broadcasting, and Mr. Pawan Verma, former diplomat, author, columnist. We have Sandeep Unnithan moderating this session. Sandeep, over to you.
Thank you, Niranjan. More than 30 of the world's biggest media companies are in Europe or in the United States, except for two each in Japan and China. Now they boast of market capitalizations of trillions of dollars, they have revenues of billions of dollars, and they command global attention and help shape world opinion. Now the Nigerian author Chinua Achebe famously said, and I quote, "Until the lions have their own storytellers, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter." Are Indian news consumers hearing the lion's story, or are they still being told the history of the hunt? Joining me to discuss the Indian narrative today is my very distinguished panel. Mr. Verma, you wrote recently how the Nobel Prizes are distinctly Eurocentric, and the fact that the greatest messiah of non-violence ever, Mahatma Gandhi, was never awarded the Nobel Prize. But Dr. Henry Kissinger, who's known for anything but non-violence, got the prize. How does a civilizational state like India deal with this so-called Western objectivity?
Thank you, Sandeep. You cannot deal with this Western subjectivity unless you begin to reappropriate your own sense of culture, history, and civilization. And I've said this often, that the success of colonialism is not your physical subjugation only. In fact, that is more easily removed. The success of colonialism is the colonization of your mind. And that takes much longer to erase. It can take decades after political independence. So, therefore, I've written extensively on this subject. I have a book called Becoming Indian, The Unfinished Revolution of Culture and Identity. And I also discuss this in my latest book, The Great Hindu Civilization. That we need to become more confident in our own roots and in a real knowledge of our civilizational legacy without looking so eagerly for either endorsements from the West, which produce in us either excessive criticism or unnecessary adulation, and learn to make our own decisions objectively.
Mr. Gupta, how does India reappropriate its narrative? How do you define the Indian narrative? You agree with what Verma ji just said?
There is no one single Indian narrative. You have to look at what's the domineering or dominating issue of the day. And the Indian narrative obviously also has to accordingly reshape itself and move forward. I am personally against straitjacketing the Indian narrative into one particular story or storyline. That's what has been done till now. Now, Pawan mentioned about the colonization of the Indian mind, which is true. And one particular book of Pawan's, I mean, I have sort of reviewed a few of his books. One particular book, I'm now forgetting the one. Was it The Indian Middle Class or which one? Being Indian, either of the two. And where he addresses this question of how the Indian mind is colonized. And, you know, after the departure of the British, after the end of colonial rule around the world, there was this great surge of post-colonial writing. Now, who were the people doing that post-colonial writing? They were academics with the most colonized minds. So their perception of colonization was entirely shaped by a very Eurocentric view. And that's why that decolonization never really happened. In the previous session, we had a fiery communist telling us how revolution is the path forward. But even communism is a colonial import. It is not something which is indigenous to this land. The political ideologies that existed in India were all colonial products or byproducts across the spectrum. So to look at it from a very narrow perspective that this shall be my narrative, maybe that's not the way forward, because that's the way we were. We have to now skillfully create stories around the new India. I mean, it is a new country. Look at the demography of the country, the young Indians. Look at the issues that agitate these young Indians. It's the economy. So we have to craft stories around the Indian economy. I mean, the IMF has conceded that we are the only glimmer of hope in a very dark scenario. So the point is that you have to pick and choose your story, and you should be in a position to stand up and say, hey, listen, this is my story, and you got to hear me out. And to reach that point, you need to be confident, you need to be courageous, you have to have a commitment to India, and you have to have a sense of conviction that this India, this country is now set for bigger things in life.
It's interesting you should mention this because in a couple of the previous sessions we spoke about how well the Indian economy is doing. We've already overtaken Great Britain and very soon we are going to be the third largest economy in the world by the end of this decade. So Mr. Verma, do you think that we are still the subject of a lot of stereotyping by the West? You know, I was reminded of that New York Times cartoon, that very racist cartoon when we launched the Mars mission. We achieved the orbit around Mars, and you had this cartoon on the NYT which showed this Indian farmer with a cow knocking at the doors of these elite space clubs. So you think these kind of stereotypes are still prevalent in the West and it's going to take a while for us to break out of that?
No, some are stereotypes. Some may be too real for us to fully accept. I think we should give up our obsession with the West. The time has come to assert our own identity. Now, that is a process. If I could ask, and Kanchan, I would be happy for his reaction. See, it's a process. In 1947, there was a strong school which believed that the way forward has to be interpreted in terms of Western modernity. I'm a great admirer, contrary now to some biases, of Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. But in a sense, and I've written about this so I don't need to shy away from stating it publicly, he has written more than once that his impatience about getting rid of the deadwood of the past. He tended to conflate much of the past with superstition and prejudice, rather than understanding that our civilizational legacy has seen peaks of refinement as well, not that it is blemishless, and that there is no point throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So a lot of the history that was written was already tinted by a certain desire to push away from our roots. And that needs to be interrogated, rightly. Again, there was an attempt, and probably well-intentioned given the background of 1947 and the partition, and our conscious adoption of a multicultural, plural and secular state, of portraying, for instance, the Islamic period of our history in a manner where it almost seemed that the invaders came in a tourist bus and offered some biryani here, and we gave them some laddus and a Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb built. The truth is, this kind of glossing over historical narratives creates its own backlash. We must accept the extent of damage to the civilizational legacy of this country until then by the damage to our temples, to artifacts and to centers of learning. I mean, Nalanda burned for 1 year after it was set ablaze. I mean, the Nalanda library, it was so rich with manuscripts. Having said that, now this is where I'm coming to the point where we need the right balance. You have to acknowledge it, but you have not to allow today the acrimonies of the past to be resurfaced with an attempt to correct history by force. You can't do it. You must accept it, move on. South Africa set up the Truth and Reconciliation mission, and it moved on. That is one. The last point I want to make is that recognizing and reappropriating your past should not lead to chauvinism and over-glorification of the past at the cost of other narratives which are equally important in the making of India. So against neglecting that past, and partly I have written my book, The Great Hindu in Civilization, to acknowledge the sheer profundity and exuberance, intellectual celebration of that period of history. But from there, I say it with respect also, but you cannot go to the Dinanath Batra school of history, where you say everything that is happening today was happening in our ancient past. Airplanes, advanced surgery, motor cars were flying, and so on and so forth. I mean, don't trivialize history in an attempt to once again reappropriate the richness of its legacy. We need to stop doing that. And that applies equally to correcting the attempt to gloss over history by then the opposite reaction of only focusing on those aspects where everybody is seen as alien except the Hindu mainstream. And I have great respect for the recitation of Hindu civilization, but these are extremes which we must avoid if we want to create a sane, balanced, confident and culturally rooted India.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Gupta? How do you achieve this fine balance that Mr. Verma speaks of?
You know, it's very easy to say just accept and move on. Unfortunately, that never happens. Number one. Number two, let us just wind back to the point where he began. For all his claimed greatness, Jawaharlal Nehru was perhaps the most deracinated leader this country has ever had the misfortune of having. He never could fathom the soul of India, and that is where Gandhi scored over him. Gandhiji realized that the soul of India is deeply spiritual, it is deeply rooted to the soil. And that brought about these distortions in governance, and ultimately those distortions percolate down to academics, the history writing project. Why would I just give a pass to the manner in which history was written and not scrutinize it to expose those who were behind, or the thought processes that were behind the writing of that particularly blotted, concocted history? It's very easy to say that, we have to accept and move on. Why? Why is it that a road in Lutyens, Delhi should have been named after Aurangzeb? Why is it, Pawan just mentioned, the sacking of Nalanda? Why is it that we still have a railway station and a town named after Bakhtiyar? Why is it that I am expected to grin and bear it? Now, these are questions which the multitudes now have begun to ask, and there are no convincing replies. You can't just say, I will not change the name of Bakhtiyarpur because that is going to hurt sentiments. My big fat toe. Here was a man who sacked perhaps the world's oldest library and definitely the world's largest library of that time. And that sacking was preceded by a very particularly brutal massacre. And yet we are reluctant to accept. If you accept, then change. If you don't change, then that means you neither accept nor are you willing to concede that you were wrong. No, but my contention is slightly more than that. When you talk about looking for something as simple as inspirational Indians, why is it that the dispensation which India has had till now never tried to make someone like Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar into an inspirational figure, because he was a Sanskrit teacher. But look at his social achievements. He is the man who got widow remarriage legalized in this country. He is the man who introduced formal education for women and girls in this country. Now we were never told this story. How many beyond Bengal are aware of these stories? And it's a long list. I just gave you one example.
Or Netaji Subhash.
Or Netaji Subhash. We just heard someone begin at the previous session said, I would like to begin with prayers to Netaji. I thought, wow, that's very impressive. He meant Mulayam Singh Yadav, but today is the day. How many of you in the audience are aware that today, on this day in 1943, Subhash Chandra Bose declared the formation of the provisional government of Azad Hind? Hands up, please. How many of you are actually aware of this fact? See, you have your answer. And when this happens, there is deracination becomes a fashion statement. It becomes a way of life. And this great hoax of Western modernization then becomes the substitute. And that is something which we must agitate against. And I personally feel media can play an effective role. And I'm glad that on 2 recent instances, media played quite an effective role. One on the very stupid debate on whether the lions of the new lion capital atop the new parliament building, whether they look fierce, whether they look angry.
Yeah.
Excuse me. And the other one was when they finally got around to dropping Abide by Me from the beating retreat. And the chest beating that happened, as if India's fundamental character, fundamental identity was getting despoiled. It was getting destroyed by dropping that hymn. So that is the extent of colonization of the Indian mind. And lastly, although not really connected, but let us also not over glorify media as it existed. I think Arnab does a far more fierce and fearless job than many other editors did when we were growing up. I was in high school when emergency happened, 1975-77. And there is this great myth that the media and the press fought against it, which is just not true. Every newspaper crumbled. Ultimately, even Indian Express crumbled. There are these myths that newspapers carried black boxes as editorials. One newspaper, Indian Express, carried it, and after that, the emergency regime came down so strongly that even they crumbled, which led to L.K. Advani's famous comment as INB minister after the emergency, that he said that when asked to bend, you chose to crawl. So hopefully that era is over, and media today is way more independent. It is definitely more conscious to news consumers, what they want. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, after all, you are producing news for consumption. And so long as the demand is not for pornographic or salacious content, if it is for good content which resonates with your viewer, with your reader, you should do it. That should be the way forward towards creating a truly Indian narrative.
You mentioned the emergency, and when I was growing up in the 70s and 80s, I heard about this phrase called the foreign hand. And then much later, one hears of how foreign governments and intelligence organizations engage in narrative building. There's a lovely book out by Vikram Sood which talks about this. Mr. Verma, do you agree with this, the fact that the ultimate goal of nations is to actually build narratives, and we all pray to one narrative or the other, whether it's the...
You see, every nation should have narratives. I hesitate to say that a nation's narrative should only be this, because there is, by that very statement, a sense of exclusion and a certain hesitancy to enter into a debate. After all, we are a dialogic civilization. The Bhagavad Gita is a dialogue. 3 foundational texts of Hinduism. The Upanishad is a dialogue. It's not a fiat. It's not a certitude. So there is room for discussion and debate. The Brahma Sutras are always allow for the opponent's point of view to be put in before they come to an conclusion. This is the nature of our civilization. And if we have to recall it in its entirety, I am again a little wary of people who say this is the narrative that we now must adopt. Because what is our civilizational legacy? One of our Mahavakyas is Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. There is one truth, but wise people call it by different names. That is the kind of deliberative, cerebral civilization we need to once again resuscitate. If you say, Ano Bhadra Kritavo Yantu Vishvata, let good thoughts flow to me from all directions, then you must be open for that debate. And that is why I say that in this process of rebuilding our narrative, we need to avoid dogmatism. We need to be careful about the things we need to erase, and there are many, and I have detailed them in some of my recent writings. Erase or interrogate. But equally it is important that you do not use political power to impose, because the project of decolonization is itself under evolution. If suppose, in order to reclaim our culture and history, we begin to say in a patriarchal society that there is a certain definition of a chaste Hindu Nari, and that anything else is conjured as being against that civilizational legacy, I believe that would be wrong. So we need to find that balance. And one of the important things, and Kanchan mentioned it, so I'm going to give you a very small anecdote in 2 minutes. A leading media journalist, icon for many, who runs a particular program called Aapki Adalat. Now, he had invited Prime Minister Vajpayee, when Prime Minister, for that function. And when it finished, as the Prime Minister was leaving, he told, I might as well take the name, Rajat, and this was told to me by Rajat Sharma. He said to him, "Main aapse khush nahi hu. I am not happy with you," and left. And Rajat told me that he couldn't sleep that night, that maybe he has asked an awkward, uncomfortable question to the Prime Minister, or been far too dominant as an interviewer. So next day he asked for time, and 2 days later and he met the Prime Minister at the Prime Minister's residence, and Vajpayee ji on his lawn having a cup of tea, and as Rajat came, he said, "Sir, मैंने कुछ आपने कहा आप खुश नहीं हो?" उसने कहा, "हाँ Rajat ji," and they are friends, आपने अपने पत्रकारिता के धर्म से बगावत की. You have betrayed your dharma as a journalist. You did not ask me a difficult question. And this is important today. Where is that sense of tolerance in the imperative for change? For getting a new narrative, you must allow space for dissent, for questions, for interrogations, and that process becomes fragile and dangerous when you do not allow anything but your definition of what change needs to be allowed.
Can I just weigh?
Of course.
Yeah. Disclosure, I was Atalji's OST, as Pawan knows.
I translated his poem, so we had become good friends.
And Atalji was given to these enigmatic statements. Someone who also worked in the PMO one day came late for a meeting, and Atalji looked at him and said, "Aap late ho?" So he said, "Sorry, I was having a bath or something," he said. "Acha, aap nahate bhi hain?" So I would discount his off-the-cuff remarks. See, I work for Government of India, so I have no hesitation in saying this. My job is to push an India story that shows India in the best of colors. Now, if I try to show India in the worst of colors, I would be dishonest to my job. My Prime Minister's job is to sell the best of India to the world. My government's job is to amplify that part, that bit. And that's why I said there is no one narrative. Today, the best narrative for India, the only, and I would suggest the only narrative for India which should be focused on, is the economy. Now, never mind the Cassandras, all the, कौन था वो RBI का governor?
Raghuram Rajan.
Raghuram Rajan, who after finding 1 million faults now says that India should not get into manufacturing to save the environment. So, never mind Cassandras. And you are in the bright spot today. What happens a fortnight later, a month later, a year later, I mean, neither you have seen it nor I have seen it. Kal kisne dekha hai? So today my story is this, and I shall push it. I shall push my envelope. Tomorrow my story would be, I mean, when Mangalayaan happened, on which New York Times ran a racist cartoon, I mean, my story was that we were able to send a mission to Mars with Indian technology, indigenous technology developed by Indian scientists at a fraction of the cost of similar missions. So these stories will change. These stories will change from day to day, from month to month, from quarter to quarter. And we must pick, at least I have to pick on the best story to push that. You see, the problem is, I really don't think much of white media, I mean the Western media. They have no stakes in India. They are not invested in India. But it is Indian media which has stakes in India, in India's prosperity, in India's growth, in India's development, because as India grows, the media also grows. And sadly, there are doubters among us. A trashy report like the hunger index. Nobody, I mean, again, I would ask your audience, how many of you actually know who prepares the World Hunger Index? And how many of you know how is it prepared? There was this joke about it. I get a call in the morning, someone asks me, are you hungry? I say, yes, because I was hungry, I hadn't had my breakfast. And he says, yeah, I say, yes, I'm hungry. And this guy says, oh, thank you, I was doing the survey for World Hunger Index. Now, that is how frivolous is the process. That is how trivial is the process. All these indices. Now, anybody in this room who says that there is no press freedom in this country, every morning just look at your newspapers, at your editorials. Every evening look at your primetime TV. Now, if supporting India is to be conflated with supporting the government, then I guess, yeah, there is a problem.
You buy that, Mr. Verma?
No, Kanchan is an old friend, and we go back a long time.
And both of you smoke pipes.
And there's a great deal of mutual respect, but I must disagree with him here. For instance, his statement that today the spotlight is on India's economy, I accept. But then he says something which, having served in some countries abroad which were not democratic, I am very concerned about. He says, but there are doubters. Why shouldn't there be doubters in a democracy who hold a different point of view? There are people who, we are all proud of some of the achievements of our economy and of the government. At the same time, if 800 million people are getting one meal a day still, after so many years of independence, on government dole, and there are 200 million people living below the poverty line as per objective verifiable data, we must say that the successful cannot secede from this country to form their own republic. Jeena yahan, marna yahan, sabko saath hi jeena hai. So there can be different points of view even on the economy. Secondly, see, one thing is to say that anybody who raises a question is a Cassandra, either Cassandra or anti-national. I am not attributing it to you, but I've heard it enough, which is a way of stifling dissent. What is the image we want to project to the world? We want to project an image of a vibrant democracy which has managed to grow economically while remaining democratic. That is our real achievement. China doesn't have it. Russia doesn't have it. And that is an image which is the core of our soft power. Now I give you an example, and I am not making this political, and I don't want to make it. Since 2014, Kanchan, 405 sedition cases have been filed. Of these, and my statistics are subject to correction, 149 of these sedition cases have been filed against people accused of making quote-unquote critical or quote-unquote derogatory remarks against the Prime Minister. And 144 have been filed for similar kind of remarks against Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now, I am not saying necessarily that we are undemocratic, but I worry sometimes that in our attempt to build a narrative, are we in some way negating the richest essence of our legacy, which is to allow for counter narratives? Not deracinated Western irrelevant narratives, but our own narrative can have many facets to it. And if we stop allowing them or become hostile to them or treat them as adversarial, I don't believe we are doing our nation in the long run a good service, especially a nation and a civilization like this.
Do you want to respond to that, Mr. Gupta?
Yeah, you know, I will not wade into statistics over here unless I have seen and verified. On the issue of sedition, I think the government of India has taken a quasi position which has been communicated to the courts, and we have to see how it goes. So let's keep it out. Counter narratives, I'm perfectly fine with. Counter views, I'm perfectly fine with. But when I bring in a law, a very simple law, that any Hindu, any Buddhist, any Jain, any Sikh, any Parsi, that is the 5 designated minorities in Pakistan, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, they suffer harassment, intimidation, outrage, whatever. Government of India shall step forward and help them by giving them expedited, not exclusive, but expedited citizenship. Anybody can ask and get for citizenship. Here, it was about fast-track citizenship. And the protests that break out, that is counter-narrative. That is to ensure that the tormentors in these 3 countries can continue to torment, because that is a privilege, and these so-called counter-narrative wallahs, they want to protect that privilege. We have to understand, we can trivialize and this discussion and say, oh, any voice of dissent. Of course, there must be dissent, there must be disagreement, there must be debate, there must be deliberation. What else is democracy about? But now we have taken it to a point where dissent, or rather anarchy, means dissent. Where if the government says, look, it's a good sunny day, people will say, how dare you, it's the dark night. And that's how it happens. But yes, the government or the state cannot wield a stick all the time. It has to carry, and it must carry everybody along.
And this is what we've seen with the CAA protests and the farmer agitation.
Farmers' agitation.
Yes.
And how many of you are aware that the latest story out of Punjab farmers are selling their rice to markets in Haryana because they're getting a better price over there? So what was the agitation about? That was also a counter narrative. Now, Sandeep, this is not something which I say with a great degree of happiness. But I increasingly find that in the name of giving space to a counter view, the absurdest of absurd stuff is given a pass and media plays it up. There is no scrutiny, there is no questioning, there is no application of mind. Pawan, recently Mamata Banerjee says that I did not chase Tatas out of West Bengal, the CPM did. And media runs it in toto. when facts are to the contrary. So fact check is to be reserved for only a few and everybody else gets a pass. So yes, when it comes to the India narrative, we should not make it into a party political issue. We should not make it into a partisan issue. It is something to showcase India. It is to exhibit India. It is to, as I said, it is to present the best of India. And I think we are nearing the end of it.
Nearing the end of it.
Okay, so the last word I will give to Pawan. I will give it to Pawan, but before that, I mean, it's a very favorite folk tale, which I often give as an example. It's a folk tale about a Cossack. So there is this young Cossack who always wanted a horse that would be the best horse in the village. So he works hard, he saves money, and he goes to the animal market and he buys this stallion, white stallion with a flowing mane, full set of teeth, 7 feet tall, and he rides the horse back to his village square. It was a Sunday and the villagers were gathered over there. He dismounts and presents his horse, that look, I bought this horse. And everybody is thrilled. So some people go around patting the horse, checking its tail, checking its teeth, etc. Now there was this local resident intellectual who also happened to be the Pravda correspondent of that village. So the intellectual goes, now everybody has praised the horse. Huh? So the intellectual goes, lifts the horse's tail, smells and says the horse stinks. Now that is what dissent in our country has come to mean, Pawan. That is what disagreement in our country has come to mean. So here is this fine nation doing so well at this point of time. But no, you must go lift the tail, smell and say, no, it stinks.
I'll allow Mr. Verma to respond to that before we wind up.
There's a shortage of time. If a citizen of a democracy where under Article 19(1)(a) of the fundamental rights gives him the fundamental right to say that the horse stinks, he has the right to say it. And therefore, everything that is contrary to your point of view cannot be dismissed as either absurd or frivolous. That's point number one. And I know Kanchan will never become that, but I am concerned about a mindset that sees a difference of opinion as being subversive or somehow unacceptable. Here were two giants, Adi Shankaracharya and Mandan Mishra, came from radically opposite schools, the Karamkand marg and the Gyan marg. And each could have said, what you are saying is rubbishing our philosophical, metaphysical and spiritual legacy. But they sat down to discuss it, debated it, and in the absence of social media, all of India followed it by word of mouth. That is the kind of civilization we come from. Let us not be impatient or intolerant of narratives which are not in frozen conformity with what those in power think it should be.
Thank you very much, Mr. Verma. So that is the civilization that we come from, and with that we come to the end of this extremely engaging session. Thank you very much, Mr. Verma. Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Mr. Pavan Verma, Mr. Kanchan Gupta and Mr. Sandeep Punithan of the TV9 network for that fascinating session that just concluded. Another fascinating session on the NBF National Conclave Day. We have a very exciting next session that is coming up. We have a very special guest who's just joined us and who will be taking the stage along with the inimitable Mr. Arnab Goswami in just a few moments. But before that, let's quickly get an understanding of what this session is going to be about. News and nationalism. That's the name of the session, ladies and gentlemen. News is disseminated to ensure citizens benefit and uplift the nation. Using this medium as a vehicle for nationalism would propel a socio-economic change. And to talk all about that, we have a very special guest joining us, and that's none other than Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, a nationalist himself, a former union minister and a parliamentarian. But before we get him on stage, let's quickly have the audio visual on him.
News is disseminated to ensure citizens benefit. News is delivered to uplift the nation. News is a means to critique. News is a means to propel change. And news is inherently a vehicle for nationalism. A nationalist, a former union minister, and a parliamentarian. Joining us now on the NBF National Conclave is Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad on the future of news and nationalism.
So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Make no more ado. Inviting on stage Mr. Ravi Shankar Prasad, a nationalist, a former union minister and a parliamentarian, to speak on news and nationalism, and of course our very own Mr. Arnab Goswami as well. Gentlemen, the floor is all yours. Can't wait to hear you.
Sir, the mic is yours. No, you sit, sir, please. Please, unless you want to leave and you're tired of my questions, you can sit here. We can sit here as long as we like. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the 1990s, once I was doing a TV program, that is when I started doing a program occasionally on TV. I got an opportunity to do a debate program. I was very young, and I was told that we have this new speaker who is going to join us on a link from Patna. And we were about 10 minutes late on him. Like, we made him wait 10 minutes. And he said, this man has a huge temper. He's getting very angry. He's threatening to walk out of the program. And I said, who is it? Who is it? They said, no, he's the first time we are getting him on television. First time this man is coming on national television. I said, who is this unique personality who is getting an opportunity for the first time on national television and is throwing a gigantic tantrum? That person was Ravi Shankar Prasad. His first television appearance was with me, where he was very angry because I made him wait 10 minutes. And obviously he's mellowed down because I made him wait 15 minutes today, but you've not walked out. What a journey for you, right?
Well, friends, Arnav is a very good friend. I take all his barb with a smile. In fact, he has forgotten, he only remembered the Patna chapter. My first formal TV appearance was with him when I became an MP in the year 2000, I suppose, or 2001. He is sitting with some of his very eminent friends who are now on the other side. And that was my first appearance with him. And thereafter, he rose very high in life. I am very happy with his performance. I am proud of him. The way he left his mark on the entire television news ecosystem of the country. And today, when I see him leading this NBF, a vast coalition of news channels from across the country, of all sides. In a lighter vein, you know how difficult it is to run a coalition, you know, and heading a coalition of broadcasters or news channels is not a small job. Therefore, my compliments to him. Let's go straight away on the job.
Well, you know, yeah, I know. This is a, but as I was telling, you know, my dear friends at NBF, this is a stable coalition.
Yes, it is.
Unlike you politicians, we run stable coalitions, are we right? We're a stable and functioning coalition with its own governance mechanism inside it. But should we hit the ground running now, Mr. Prasad?
One comment in lighter vein. Coalition to run also need to have an effective leader. And on a very lighter note and with great respect to all, with malice to none, the age of Deve Gowdas and Inder Gujral are over now. Therefore, if some people are trying to revive the coalition in the same model, sorry Arnav Goswami, it is not going to have any future.
You are creating an imaginary opposition where you have effectively reduced, where you've created a situation where there is no opposition in the country. But Mr. Prasad, let's hit the ground running, and let me just, this has been a broad sweep conversation. We began the day with industry giants, people from the world of business. So we had about 6 or 7 sessions on the world of business. Then we had keynote speakers on politics. We've had sessions on politics. Now I just want you to turn the clock back 25 years, Mr. Prasad. Then and now, as a participant in the media, as a stakeholder in the media in a way, right? As an observer in the media, in your regulatory function as the Union Minister for Information and Broadcasting, a ministry which you have held in the Vajpayee government and in the Modi government. So I don't know too many people who have held the same ministry after a span of 15 years.
I was IT and communication in Modi government.
So, you know, you've had this interface with the media.
I was law common in both the government.
Yeah, law was common, sorry. But you have had this interface with the media for 25 years. Give me a bird's eye view of how you see the media evolve over 25 years in this country.
Well, friends, let me give you my own understanding of media. The first was when Congress was all-powerful. And the most glaring example was emergency, because I'm also a product of JP movement. We fought against the emergency. And the best part, some very leading lights were arrested. It is a lesson for those who criticize us today. They need to ponder. Kuldeep Nair was arrested, an eminent editor, and there was not even a whisper. And I remember Advani ji coining a famous expression, or no, when they were asked to bend, they were prepared to crawl. And that was the whole scenario. Then came 80s. Then came the Ram Janmabhoomi movement you talked about. I was Advani ji's lawyer also. Was Ram Janmabhoomi movement a great newsworthy event or not? It was. How it was painted, it changed the politics of the country in many ways. Now, you need to project the news as it is. You can give your views also, but the way this movement or my party, the BJP, was portrayed, we all know it. Take the case of Vajpayee government. When Vajpayee ji became the Prime Minister for 13 days, how he was caricatured, how could you become the Prime Minister? BJP was the biggest party, and the rest is history, is too well known to you. Then Arno, again I wish to compliment Arno, he was on then other channel. I was an important voice of opposition in the parliament, also the deputy leader of my party in the Rajya Sabha. Great gruesome cases of corruption came. I don't know, some of you remember it or not, the 2G, to a spectrum allocation, to a whole lot of other things happened. How did media behave? And I would like to say with great respect, except few exceptions, how did the print media behave? 1-2 exception newspapers were there, I need to salute them. And thereafter, I remember Arnav Goswami taking a frontal lead therein, and some others also joined in. And ultimately what happened, we all know it. Therefore, when we talk of media today, we have to keep this perspective in mind. I'm sorry to make this comment, ladies and gentlemen, but how much my Prime Minister has been victimized. as a Gujarat Chief Minister. He was getting elected and re-elected. Riots anywhere is unfortunate or no. Those who have perpetrated need to be ultimately suffer the process of law. Mr. Modi has to suffer it. Supreme Court set up a SIT. The SIT investigated him for 2 years. A sitting elected chief minister was subjected to 12 hours of investigation by the SIT. And mind you, on Gujarat there was no public protest by BJP as it happened in case of a leader, in the case of the great National Herald scam case. You know it very well. How did the media report? He was exonerated, yet questions were asked. It's a different matter. Today he has come with flying colors. Now I come, Arnav, to this stage where I have to raise some questions, and I will be happy if we engage in that. When the PFI was banned, why there was no clear voice of appreciation in some columns? Forget about the political leaders who maintain a conspicuous silence. Why no questions were asked that this rank anti-national group, which is out to wreck the country because of terrorism and their own radical agenda, must be put in its place? Why silence? And therefore, today I am asking this question from this forum and this platform. The second question I would like to ask, I see many of my distinguished women colleagues here. Triple talaq, you know, I had the privilege and honor that the Prime Minister asked me to lead the abolition of that bill in the Parliament. Today it became a law. Except the BJP and the allies of NDA, except one, all other opposed. All means all. Was any question asked by the media to the Congress party, headed by a woman leader of some distinction, or to Mamta ji, who is also a woman leader in Bengal? Why you are opposing it? Many Islamic countries have already completely regulated and controlled this vicious, barbaric practice of triple talaq. और उन्होंने आपको बताया हम इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे थे ना, तो I was shocked to hear रोटी जली हुई बन गई 3 तलाक, पत्नी लेट से उठी 3 तलाक. And I met an IT professional. She came to meet me. She gave birth to the 3rd girl child और husband ने गल्फ कंट्री से व्हाट्सएप से भेज दिया तलाक तलाक तलाक. It was so atrocious. लेकिन बड़ा सवाल मैं आपके सामने उठाना चाहता हूं कि क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी, क्या बीएसपी, क्या लेफ्ट पार्टी, क्या सीपीआई, क्या सीपीएम, क्या डीएमके ये खामोश रहे और बाकी लीडिंग मीडिया भी उन्होंने सवाल क्यों नहीं पूछा जो हमसे रोज सवाल पूछते हैं, जो रोज बाकी बात करते हैं? तो ये सवाल उठने चाहिए. And the third issue, or no, which I would like to flag here, is nationalism a dirty word? आप डिफर कर सकते हैं, आप हमारे से डिफर करिए, इट्स योर राइट. आप औरों से डिफर करिए, इट इज योर राइट. But the very idea of India, the very idea of a sovereign, secure India, why should it become an anathema? And the last point, or no, before we come to discussing, because I thought I must convey what I thought on this particular forum. If Modi ji is reviving the beauty of Kashi Vishwanath, if he is reviving the beauty of Ujjain Mahakal, or restoring the glory of Kedarnath and Badrinath, I see people are uncomfortable. Why? Is the civilizational heritage of India so bad? It was a pleasure to see him talking about the great glory of the temples of South India, all thousands years old. Why not? Why can't Ayodhya and Mathura and Kashi and other Rameshwaram can become as beautiful, as glorious as other cities of the world having the religious significance. That is very important. If you do that, then India is being taken backward. No.
Now, this is great, but...
That is a narrative.
No, this is great, but there's the other narrative, you see. As they say in English, and I need a clarification on this, because you see, we are a very robust body. Within this coalition of this federation of the News Broadcasters Federation are people with an independent spirit. If I call you for one of our coffee sessions, you will never be able to find a situation where anyone agrees with each other. And I shouldn't be telling a politician how the media has fights within, but anyway. Fundamentally, the question is, as they say in English, Mr. Prasad, the shoe pinches when it's on the other foot. I remember you as opposition leader. But you believe in the rights when you are in the opposition. And you believe in the restrictions when you're in power. The restrictions on 19(1)(a) were introduced by Nehru, am I right? Rhythm? And a few years after, when he realized that he cannot allow us the same level of freedom as in the other countries who he referred to. Are you open to a real dialogue? If you are, then are you open to the contrary position being told to you? Or do you also react much in the same way? First question. So do you then start using the same clauses brought in by Nehru, the same restrictions brought in by your political opponents, who you have never had any ideological convergence with? Do you shoot off their shoulder? That's question one. Question two, I'm glad you reminded me. You were a minister in the Vajpayee government. Did you not try to set a narrative in your own way? Did you not go on this massive publicity campaign of India shining? Were you not closeted? Did you not start believing in your own narrative? And did the people of India not prove you wrong? So I have two questions. One is, do you practice what you preach when you are in power? Two, when you are in power, do you try to set the narrative too hard? I'm not saying you have an equivalent of India shining now, but you do remember India shining and you were in government then. So I want a clear answer to both these thoughts, Mr. Prasad.
I must tell you, friends, I'm one-to-one with him after some time. The same style, the same eloquence, the same vehemence. Good or no, keep it up. We have not met on television for some time.
You're welcome, sir, you're welcome.
We have not met on television for some time. Well, friends, let me be very, very honest. Janta Malik hai. People are the boss. We are very proud the way this whole national road connectivity got started. The way the other initiative started by Vajpayee government. The way India became an atomic power. We lost. We lost. We have never cribbled about that. But to say that our achievements were not something significant is something I am not willing to accept. In democracy, the biggest thing is people know who they are and they can change the government. But Arno, since you are asking me this question in a different context, let me reply to you straight away in this context. समस्या अर्णव बाबू ये होती है कि कुछ लोग को परेशानी होती है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जीत कैसे जाते हैं. Why Mr. Modi wins? He won a complete majority in the year 2014. He won a complete majority in 2019. Who knows, he will again repeat thrice in 2024 as well. Hopefully all indications are to that extent. But the way he has led India, led the country, or now see his courage. Today he was in Mana village, Badrinath Yatra. And from there, did he not give some indication to China also? Just to give you one example, the roads between India and China on the borders were never a priority agenda for the Manmohan Singh government. There is a statement by Mr. Anthony, as the defense minister, we don't want to create trouble with China by making our roads very perfect there. Now see all the roads, connectivity, all the bridges. India's global prestige, respect, it must have been talked about. Economic clout, it must have been talked about. But the point I'm trying to say is, you criticize, but try to see the positive aspect as well. Now on 19, let me give a reply both as a student of India's constitution and also as a political activist. When 19 was introduced as a fundamental right, Rhythm, kindly check it up, freedom of speech and expression. At the same time, 19.2 was also introduced. What is Article 19.2? Reasonable restrictions can be imposed in the case of safety, security, integrity and sovereignty of India. And on many other clauses, association, vagara, vagara. Therefore, who introduced this particular clause? Dr. Rajendra Prasad, Sardar Patel, Jawaharlal Nehru, Maulana Azad, Dr. Ambedkar, and a host of other makers of India's constitution. Therefore, reasonable restriction part is a part of that. We have not brought it. But Arno, let me ask a counter question to you in this context.
I am moderating the session.
No, but I have to. Then you reply and then we'll proceed. You have mentioned it in the course of debate on your channel. And now the police investigation confirms. And then I was handling these portfolios, I had also sensitive information. If from across the border, you are getting sponsored WhatsApp messages, unidentified, mark the word, designed to provoke on false propaganda, should the government keep quiet in the plea of freedom of speech and expression? Allow the riots to take place? My young friends are sitting before me. As an IT minister, I used to get a lot of complaint. Mother said, my daughter's morphed image is being circulated by the ex-boyfriend. Please help me. Should I keep quiet? Or I should respect the dignity of that young woman? These are questions to be considered when you talk of freedom of speech and expression. And what they used to say, go and file a complaint in America. No, you have to abide by the laws of India. Therefore, or no, it is both ways. Let me in your presence commit on behalf of my party, Narendra Modi ji and our school of thought, we respect freedom of speech and expression.
Can I respond to, if
Yes.
that was a question?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I believe that you have allowed American tech giants to plunder our market. Allow me to complete. You've been IT minister. If you want me to be frank, I'll tell you. Organizations whose servers are not in India and nor will they be in India, who are therefore not committed to follow the Indian law, will continually be in litigation with you in Indian courts, are controlling the narrative as you have seen. You battled it yourself. I compliment you. But I find it both amusing and worrying that an organization like Twitter continues to be the central social media tool for millions of Indians. Are we incapable of building an alternative, or are we incapable of promoting an alternative, is the thought which we have to ask ourselves. That's one question. My second question to you, sir, that's my response. So I want to draw you into this narrative building thing. We are all journalists, we run media companies, we edit media companies. Our lives are in the media. You said people are against you, but are you not also making mistakes yourself? Why is it that after you got such a big verdict in 2014, was your government completely put on the edge over the land acquisition bill? Sir, May 16, 2014, you got elected. By January, your government was completely up to the wall. Now, either you had a problem then in communication. Second example, why was your government completely put to the wall over quote-unquote the farmers' agitation, which I don't believe was a farmers' agitation. I believe it was propelled, but many other people believe it was genuine. But why for 1 year was there an up and down on it, sir? It started from around November, November 2021. And, my standing joke is that these controversies last as long as my legal cases. The third point is on Shaheen Bagh, on CA. You spoke about the riots, but why did 56 people have to die in this city, sir? So are you also making fundamental mistakes of communication? Will you at least concede that? You can't always blame an opposition party or blame the media for it. Is there a problem in your communication or not? Does the House agree with me? Yes, sir. Mr. Prasad, please, your turn, sir.
As a democratic government, if you respect, as a democratic government, I'm replying to your point number 2 on the 2 bills. As a democratic government, if we wish to respect some sentiments and seek to revisit the law, it does not mean we are caving in. That is what democracy is about. And land acquisition, we gave the power to the states, and many states are pursuing it. Your opposition, fine, but now many states are pursuing it. Therefore, you should not call it a day. On the agriculture law, I can only tell you this. The Prime Minister had a dialogue with them for so many months. A team under his direction was talking to them. Some people were not willing to understand at all. Then the Prime Minister said, let the democratic view take its course. And what happened in Uttar Pradesh, you saw it very well. Western UP was the fulcrum of their agitation. But the process of reform in the agriculture sector will go on. And that results, you are seeing how modern technology is taking such big giant steps in the field of agriculture. That is a debate, separate chapter. We'll do it later on. On Twitter specific or no, I quite concede your point. But you have seen me taking a firm stand that Twitter banning the account of people who were raising the Capitol Hill in Washington.
Right.
And Twitter appreciating, eulogizing those who were jumping over the Red Fort with naked sword as freedom of speech and expression is plainly not acceptable. If Capitol Hill is a shining example of American democracy, the Red Fort is a shining example of Indian democracy, where the Prime Minister unfurls the national flag. And ultimately they conceded. I took a tough stand, nothing doing. You are right, the filed cases, ultimately they had to appoint. Now the present minister and the others will respond to it. But have you seen a very interesting thing or no?
Sir.
It led to a lot of changes in Twitter itself. You have seen that, the way they handle India. Let us not go into that. Yes, you have a point, should we complete, but by the way, coup came or not? I know you promote coup, I promote coup. Republic engagement is also many much through that platform. So Indian initiative is also coming about. India's startup movement, I'm very happy I had a role to play in that. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to tell you, India's IT ecosystem remembered 2 facts very clearly. Indian startup movement, the 3rd biggest in the world. Today, 100 Indian startups are unicorn. Unicorns mean you know very well, $1 billion revenue, 7,000 crores. Young people, all the fields, salute to their great innovation and enterprise. The second, one statistics always remember. India population 1.33 billion. India home to about 1.31 billion Aadhaar card, digital identity. About 1.18 billion mobile phones, out of which nearly 80 million are smartphones. This is a unique phenomena happening in the country, and for me, the biggest sense of satisfaction comes about when I go to the rural part of India and young people say, Sir, hum bhi Googling karte hain, hum bhi search engine chalate hain. That's good innovation of India. So let us not be very indifferent to this kind of aspiration happening in the country. But you have a point or no? And I am very clear, the government of Narendra Modi is equally clear, while giving them all the space to operate in India, you will need to follow the laws of India. And I am very sure they cannot afford to ignore India, because India is the biggest market for them also. Whether it's the Facebook or the WhatsApp or the others. And Indians are also doing so well in those companies because of the great ability and technological prowess of Indians. This is how we need to see about it. अच्छा और ना बाबू एक बात मैं आपसे और कहूँगा. कृपा करके आप भारत को इतना कमजोर मत समझिए।
समझता
कोई आ जाएगा
मैं तो
इंग्लैंड की तरह और भारत को कैप्चर कर लेगा।
मैं तो उल्टा
अब हम लोग बहुत मजबूत हैं और यहाँ के नौजवान भी बहुत मजबूत हैं और नरेंद्र मोदी भी बहुत मजबूत हैं। ये आप निश्चित रहिए।
मैं तो बिल्कुल नहीं समझता हूं। मैं तो ये कह रहा हूं रविशंकर प्रसाद जी कि आप और आपकी सरकार जो जियोपॉलिटिक्स में लेवरेज कर रही है भारत के स्ट्रेंथ को, उसको मैं सपोर्ट करता हूं। We are one of the largest digital economies in the world. मैं तो कहता हूं that we should leverage that more. We should leverage that more. I am pushing you in that direction. You are fully aware.
My young friend, sorry for interrupting you. Can you believe 200 crores vaccination was intimated how? On your mobile phone or not? When you will get the vaccination? At what destination? Can you believe it? Today, by direct benefit transfer, we have transferred how many billions of rupees and how much we have saved? 20,000 crores. Duplicate, fake. Hardly 3-4 days, the Prime Minister sent about 1 lakh crore to 11 crore farmers at a click of a button. You know it very well. So therefore, we are seeing all those things happening in India. And we'll continue to do that. Huh?
Okay, so one quick question to you. Do you worry about, I worry about the absence of an opposition in this country. Does it give you sleepless nights? I mean, you know, we always think about, why? You find that question amusing?
Achha, mere friends.
No, I know, Mr. Prasad.
I will talk to my friends. अच्छा मेरे साथियों एक चीज बताइए, अपोजिशन बनाना हमारा काम है क्या? मुझे बता दीजिए।
No, but what is the?
एक मिनट रुकिए।
that's all right.
अगर उनको वोट नहीं देते हैं, तो उनको वोट हम दिलवाएं क्या? उनके नेता यात्रा करते हैं, करते रहे।
प्रसाद इधर देखिए।
एक मिनट मैं आपको तरफ नहीं देखूंगा। आपका जवाब मैं तो रुकिए एक मिनट। हमारा आपका ओल्ड सिस्टम चलने दीजिए एक मिनट।
ओल्ड सिस्टम चलेगा। आई एम आस्किंग यू, इट्स अ सीरियस क्वेश्चन। आप पहले इधर देखिए। You are trying to be a populist. I know you are winning Lok Sabha elections nowadays, but you see Karthik, he's got completely spoiled since he started fighting. He doesn't even address the anchor anymore. Mr. Prasad.
We are close friends. Take it easy. Yes.
No, Mr. Prasad, what is, in your view, the impact of a cluttered opposition in a country as vast and as globally significant as India, overall on society and the media? I just like your take on that.
Well, or no, let's be very clear. In democracy, you need to have opposition. Why not? We are most welcome. Opposition of all the shades. We are all in favor of a healthy opposition, a good debate, a good questioning. लेकिन आजकल तो संसद में क्या है कि वो हल्ला करते हैं, अपनी बात कहें, हमारा जवाब भी सुने, तो कुछ हमें भी आनंद आए। वो तो गाहे बगाहे गले भी पड़ जाते हैं आजकल, आप देखते हैं, उसको आपने देखा होगा। छोड़िए इस बात को। But what I am trying to say is, it is not my responsibility or BJP's responsibility to ensure that they get votes. अब क्या करें हम? कभी हुआ पुत्री जी आएंगे तो पार्टी खूब आगे बढ़ जाएगी, नहीं हुआ। अब कहा पुत्री जी को भेज दीजिए तो पार्टी खूब आगे बढ़ जाएगी। तो यूपी में क्या हुआ आपने देखा। अब कहीं और पुत्र आ गए तो वो पार्टी आगे बढ़ जाएगी। Remember the tectonic shift in the politics of India. The politics of India or now has become aspirationals. The young people of India, the demographic dividend we talk about, know what they expect from their leader, what kind of performance they seek. And most important, they have understood the great advantage when India is led by a popular leader and there is a stable government. That they have understood. Let's leave it to people. हम ये हमेशा कहेंगे कि कांग्रेस पार्टी जीते हमारी शुभकामना है, अपोजिशन भी आए हमारी शुभकामना है, लेकिन अगर जनता उनको वोट नहीं देती और नरेंद्र मोदी के काम को अच्छा मानती है तो इसके लिए आप मुझे क्यों आलोचना करते हैं?
नहीं, आपको नहीं कर रहा, मैं आपको नहीं कर रहा।
मत करिए आप।
I know you like the Congress. They are your biggest asset. We all know that. There's no problem on that. Every chance you get, you promote the Congress. Have you ever promoted the Aam Aadmi Party like you promote the Congress? Have you ever promoted KCR? Have you ever promoted any political party like you promote the Congress? You actively promote the Congress and you ensure that they have a longer existence. No problem with that. It could be a political strategy. My last question to you is, we can afford to have a joke at each other's expense. Only I can take these kind of liberties with you, sir. It's all right. It's all right. They've chosen me for this event. Last question to you. We need diversity in politics and society. We also need diversity in media. What if I were to take these 78 channels out? Riniki? If 78 channels are removed from the face of the Indian media, will be a better democracy? And now you'll ask me, why are you asking this question or not? You have 78 channels. You'll say it's not my responsibility to run the channels. But I'd remind you that it is. Then you'll ask me how. I'd say to you, sir, in our first session, our second session, and you'll understand this well because you've been MIB, talk was of consolidation. Who can afford to consolidate? Those who have capital. You've been IT minister. Who can afford to park capital? Like they say in India, you make an investment in India of thousands of crores, you make losses over years. Who can afford to do that, sir? The Walmarts and the Facebooks can afford to do that, not entrepreneurs. Therefore, my question is very pertinent. If Indian, and I know there are big corporate houses who are entering the media, and that's the context of my question. Isn't it the government's responsibility to ensure that there remains a level playing field? If sometimes step out of its way to encourage entrepreneurs. Out of these channels, there are many entrepreneurs, sir. They've sacrificed lives. We employ people. We believe we are passionate about the business. For us, media is a business, but is not only a business. And therefore, my last question to you, and I hope I'm speaking for the House, is it not the responsibility of the government to step in when it knows that there are large capital which is coming into the media, and therefore the smaller groups? If you're supporting SMEs in all sections, why not support and actually patronize SMEs in the media sector, and more specifically the news media sector, where in India there is no subscription income. What is the subscription income, Barun? 5%, 6%, not even that. It's basically we run free-to-air channels. It's a public service. We pay crores of rupees to Prasar Bharati to be on their Dish TV free dish platform. We perform a public service. We pay lots of money for it. And then we are put to battle with huge corporate organizations whose ability to park capital in a manner which is unsustainable for us. Is it sustainable for us, Shankar? I wanted to make this point. If we want to preserve Indian democracy, we have to preserve the small and medium players in the Indian news media. Am I not? And if the government does not support us, who will? Therefore, I seek your response on this, and after that, I will close.
Or no, it would have been more appropriate had you asked this question to some sitting ministers, but having handled these portfolios in some way, let me reply to it. A free press is essential for Indian democracy. And I am committed to that, and so is our government, so is our party. That is the point number one. Criticism by the media is also welcome, because that gives us the right to also reflect as to what are the shortcomings. Now the third part is concerned, this foreign giant with big money bags trying to influence the media is a larger question of debate, and I share your concerns. I have been very clear about it, that Indian media space should not be allowed to be dominated by foreign institutional investors in a big way. No, I am very clear about it. And I remember when as an INB minister, we allowed FDI or no, tumko yaad hoga.
But you also restricted it.
I wrote in the files, the foreign investors will have no editorial control whatsoever. And ultimately, it holds the field even today. That we have ensured. Now, regarding the level playing field, is a larger question which requires some consultation, discussions, and debate. But speaking for myself as a great supporter of free media, I am not in favor of very undue government regulation part which cages the freedom of media. How it can be done, in what manner it can be done is the question to be considered. Let me see the silver lining. Or no, don't you see how digital media is rising? Including those who are not very, very big brand names are doing so well. How I foresee, as many entrepreneurs are setting up good universities in India, which are making a big name for itself, I foresee in future good Indian entrepreneurs also setting up digital media, which will become a big player in itself to give a level playing field. This is how you see. But ultimately, what is my final take today, ladies and gentlemen? Trust India and trust Indian entrepreneurship. भारत के लोगों को न्यूज़ से इतना प्रेम है कि जब तक सुबह उठते अखबार नहीं पढ़ेंगे और अर्णव बाबू का चेहरा नहीं देखेंगे, तब तक चाय पूरी नहीं होती है। और रात में जब तक अर्णव बाबू को सुनेंगे नहीं, डिनर नहीं पूरा होता है। तो let this newsy instinct of Indians remain there. And so long as it is there, the future of media in India is always bright. Huh?
Mr. Prasad, I first of all thank you. And you still retain a little bit of that angry young man who wanted to walk out of my show 25 years back. Well, huh? No, should we take two questions? We'll wrap up because he's totally, he's, no, sir, I'll wrap up now because of want of time. Yeah, I'm sure he will. But let's have a nice round of applause for Mr. Prasad. Thank you. It's a wonderful session with you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ravishankar Prasad. Thank you, Arnab, for that.
Ending this insightful day will be the editors of the News Broadcasters Federation, under whose aegis this entire summit was held. The News Broadcasters Federation, NBF, is India's largest association of over 78 news channels. The importance of this summit cannot be stated enough when the body of 78 news channels in 14 languages representing broadcasters from 25 states comes to talk about the future of news in India. While talking about the new age editors, the NBF editors panel talks about the differences which have come to be in the many, many years during which what constitutes valuable news itself has undergone an immense change. Editorial lines in such a context can play a major role in polarizing or pacifying the society.
Well, every country in the course of its evolution as a republic goes through this phase of clashing narratives and the instruments of which are media. And I want to now invite up on stage all the new age editors, the media owners, the leaders of the NBF. Let me start by introducing Mr. Kartikeya Sharma. Can I request Mr. Barun Das, Mr. Arnab Goswami? Can I have Mr. Vivek Parak, Mr. Divakar, Mr. Manoj Gairola, Ms. Riniki Bhuyan? Yes, can I have all the NBF representatives on stage, please? All the NBF representatives. Everyone who's traveled from every part of the country up on stage. Shankar Can I have Mr. Kishore from NE24? Just going through the checklist. Ms. Jaggi Panda, if you're in the house. Sanjeev Da is here on stage. Mr. Ravi Ankam, Anand Sankeshwar, Mr. Shankar Bala, Mr. Ankad, Kishore Bora, Anirban Das. If Hemanji is here from TV9, I'm not sure he is. Litisha Panda. Okay, Akshata. Request you to also join them. And can I get a mic, please, can we get a mic? Mic on stage. Arnab, I'm handing it over to you. Do you have a mic?
Well, let everyone come in, Ranjan.
I think everyone's with you, Arnab, on stage.
Our entire coalition government is here.
Yes, everyone's up on stage.
I'm actually going to invite Aishwarya, she's going to be taking over from me now. Absolutely. Aishwarya, please join us. Please join us. Who's with us? Mr. Anand Sankeshwar is in the house? Huh? Where's Jaggi Panda? Is Litisha here? Okay. Okay, you got everyone here? Okay, can I just... can I just say at the very end of this program, how very proud I am of everyone in the NBF for making this possible. This is a very diverse body, and we have this on stage, and there are hundreds and thousands of people. I would also like to tell you that today, I made a calculated guess that between us, I would say confidently reach 80 to 85% of the population of this country of 1.4 billion, which means you look at the combined strength of the News Broadcasting Federation's reach in the medium of television, and I think we have a huge capacity to bring about social change in this country. So I don't know how to thank this group, but for 3 years, through thick and thin and Zoom calls and issues and problems and funding, I think we made this event possible. And I think I speak for everyone when I say I'm so proud of such a federation existing in the world of Indian media. So big round of applause to us, guys. Huh? Big round of applause. I think this was a fantastic event. It'll be televised everywhere. So, 3 cheers for NBF. Hip hip. Hip hip. Hip hip. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's join for dinner and let's get the pictures taken. And we all hope you've had a good time, and then we'll share some more good times this evening. Thank you. Thank you for making this NBF dream possible. Thank you so much. And for all the back end, all our teams, all our anchors, our production crew, lots of love to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well done. Thank you.
But there can be space for bad narratives that plague the mindset of the people.
Absolutely, and to carefully understand the importance of battling such fake narratives from across and within the borders, we have none other than Union Minister of Petroleum, Housing and Urban Affairs, a former diplomat, and he knows precisely how important narrative is in nation building and global footing.
Absolutely. Before I invite Mr. Arnab Goswami, founding president of NBF and editor-in-chief of Republic Media Network, to take this session forward, could we please have an AV on this special session with Union Minister Hardeep Puri?
Change is brewing in India. India is building up like never before. India is reclaiming its identity.
स्वतंत्रता प्राप्ति के बाद पहली बार माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की दूरदर्शिता, सशक्त नेतृत्व और दृढ़ संकल्प के परिणाम स्वरूप देश के सबसे बड़े ट्रांसफॉर्मेशनल प्रोजेक्ट का शुभ आरंभ किया जा रहा है.
India is breaking away from the shackles of the past. But fake news continues. A counter-narrative devoid of fact permeates. The need of the hour is to reclaim our truth. One minister has been at the forefront of this journey.
और अभी जो फॉल्स नैरेटिव क्रिएट करते हैं हमारे जिन्होंने 2012 में एक आर्टिकल लिखा था, We badly need a new parliament building. This one simply isn't functional and is outdated. ये 2012 का जयराम जी का एक आर्टिकल है.
A former diplomat, a fierce nationalist, a man committed to building India. Joining us now on the NBF National Conclave is the Union Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs and Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Hardeep Puri, on Future of News, Building India, Battling Fake News.
Calling on stage Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri and Mr. Arnab Goswami for this fireside chat. Let's have a huge round of applause for the gentlemen as we look forward to this chat.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. You're very popular. I must say this, that pre-lunch, I was just telling Mr. Puri that usually, the audience thins out during the pre-lunch and the post-lunch session. Now, in our case, when you have Hardeep Puri as the pre-lunch session and Himanta Biswa Sarma as the post-lunch session, you don't have the problem. So a round of applause to him, please. He's a freewheeling speaker, and before I start, I want to tell you that he's my senior from Hindu College. And in Hindu College, you're either a senior or a facha, as they say. So I'm like a fresher asking you the questions, Mr. Puri. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. Anyone who's had the privilege of being grilled by you in Republic, on Republic, or in Times Now before that, knows exactly what he's in for, and that is what makes it more worthwhile.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll try my bit. A headline: ignominy of building the Indian Parliament by breaking the law. Another headline: bit by bit and trick by trick. Mr. Puri, they're calling you a trickster. Bit by bit and trick by trick, how the Central Vista became a reality. And one last one. Sitaram Yechuri. 20,000 crore central government money spent on the new house for the Prime Minister and other beautification schemes. Should I continue, or would you like to start? No, should I provoke you a bit more?
No.
These are the kind of headlines that you've attracted in the context of our... See, this is a news federation. In the context of the ongoing debate on fake news, etc., I'd like your response to this, please.
Thank you, Arnab. First of all, thank you for having me on your show this afternoon. I don't know whether this is pre-lunch or post-lunch, but I'm ready to be served here, you know. Look, I've been a student of the false narrative for longer than I can remember. I've also written a book in which I deal with the issue of the false narrative. But I think what we are facing here is not a false narrative in terms of an alternate set of facts. Arnab, I really think what we are dealing with here is a motivated, not properly thought through set of attacks against the government and in particular against the Chief Executive, the Honorable Prime Minister, on something on which if somebody had introspected and reflected on it, those who are producing that false narratives can only be losers. Let me explain. All those quotes you give, and there are many more that come to line. First of all, legality. My issue is who owns the land? The government owns the land. Where are government offices situated? In the capital city, many are situated outside and the government pays 1,000 crores by way of rentals. If the government owns the land, is it within its right to build or not to build? The answer is yes. So how can you say it is illegal?